And I swear to God, I will hold you in my
Hello and welcome to the Oceanic Pro League. Thanks so much for joining us. My name is Michael Hingers-Hing, and we have a massive show for you today, including our match of the week. Yesterday saw two decisive 2-0 wins for Avant-Garde and Legacy, and today we are sorting out the butchers from the pigs. So let's get straight to it. Joining me to break down these games as they happen is, as always, our OPL in-house analyst, Nathan Mendrix-Mendez. How are you today? You feeling well today?
I'm feeling great today. I'm super hyped for the games. Can't wait to get into it.
Excellent stuff. And our special guest today, jungler for Sin Gaming. It is Brandon Juves-Defina. Thank you so much for joining us. How's morale in the camp after the loss yesterday?
Morale is good. It's always good when I'm in the camp. But, I try and keep the morale high. Obviously, it's a bad loss, but we'll move on and we'll get better.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, it was an unlucky loss, but you are an inspiration to young men all over Australia, so good stuff. All right, let's take a look at the schedule for today's games. We're going to kick things off with Exile 5 and Direwolves, both teams looking for their first win of the split after losses last week. You got to think Direwolves are the heavy favourites for that game, but I'm always keen for an upset. And then later on today, the Chiefs will be taking on Tainted Minds in our much hyped match that will see last split's champions face off against a TM lineup that, by all accounts, is becoming a force to be reckoned with day to day. So that is our match of the week. But Mendrix, this first game, Direwolves versus Exile 5. Direwolves, like I said, got to be favourites, right? But let's give us the 30,000 foot view. Who are Exile 5?
So Exile 5 are these newly promoted team from the OCS. They have a massive restructure with their roster at the moment. So these guys are sort of been trying to work their way into it. They're building themselves up. It's one of those situations where they're going to work their way throughout the entire split, get themselves to improve, and then they're going to hit hard towards the end.
Sure. And Juves, you've obviously spent a lot of time in the OPL. Direwolves are kind of they're part of the furniture now. So what's your view on them this year?
So Direwolves are the team that are macro-wise, they've been questioned. But micro and laning phase, they've been superb. They've always got some of the best talent in the region in their laning phase. So it's just whether or not they can transition that into a good macro game now.
Yeah, excellent stuff. Well, like I said, let's get right to it, because earlier today I spoke to the captain of Exile 5, T-Gun, about their loss last week and how morale in the camp was. Let's see what he had to say.
About the same as usual. We knew it was going to be a tough game. I feel like we performed quite well in the first game. Not happy with how we performed in the second game. I feel like the boys had a bit of stress in them, a bit of lost morale, and the LAN environment itself was a shock. But after we got home, reviewed the games, morale's pretty fine.
Tainted Minds week 1 and Direwolves week 2. It's not an easy start to the split for X5. What's your attitude as captain going into these difficult games?
We knew it wasn't easy. It doesn't get easier. I think it's Chiefs next week, and then probably Legacy the week after. It doesn't stop. But I keep telling the guys, these are games that we need to learn a lot of. We come in trying to win, expecting to win because of our practice. But at the same time, after the games, we go back, we review them as best we can, and try and learn as much as we can, as opposed to just thinking, damn, we lost, oh well, let's focus on next week.
Well, give us a preview of today's match. What are you expecting from the Direwolves today?
Hard to say, really. They have a lot of ways to try and carry. I think that if anything is going to be weak, it'll be Fantix versus Human. And that's a really, really weird thing to say, because Fantix is really good, but that's probably our best lane against them. They'll probably pick a carry for Chippies, something like Varus for King, and we'll see how it goes. Hopefully we get a really good matchup there and it works out well for us.
All right, thank you to T-Gun for speaking to us there. Now, guys, let's talk about that, because he's saying that they're not necessarily, that they're expecting to win, they're confident to win. But do you believe him, Juves? Do you think they're...
I think you always go into a match with the expectation to win. I think if you don't go in with the expectation to win, you lose.
Absolutely right there. And like the big thing about it specifically is that these guys have a learning opportunity available to them, and they're going to grow throughout the entire game. All
right, so let's take a look at the guys as they're getting ready in studio right now as we flick across. And this is Team Exile 5. Just spoke to T-Gun there. Let's bring up their roster, shall we? 528 is going to be taking on top lane duties. I don't know if you've seen his Real Crook YouTube videos. Guts, also known as, previously known as XJ, their jungler. Human, bit of an RE specialist, their mid laner. Their ADC, Crazy. And Tegan, who we just spoke to, their captain and support player. And Mendrix, let me ask you, where do you feel like their strong points are? Is it human, like T-Gun said?
Exactly like what T-Gun said. He is such a threat when it comes to him being on that Ari. I'm expecting Direwolves to ban him out, take that away from him, force him onto a control mage if possible. He probably needs to dig deep to get towards those assassins to really make a difference.
Yeah, Jules, I mean, obviously you've played these guys before. You've seen them in solo queue. What's your kind of 30,000-foot view of Exile 5?
I think Exile 5 are the team where pretty much us of last split. It'd be me and Rymeister, and I think it's going to be Guts and Sweeman.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think they'll live and die by the mid and jungle.
All right, well, across the rift, their opponents, Direwolves. Earlier today, I spoke to Sybil about about overcoming themselves, because that's what Fantic said last week in the interview, and we asked them how they played last week.
Not good enough. I actually agree really heavily with that obstacle thing. You just need to focus on your own play. Like, so going into this week, yeah, it's X5, but that's not the way we see it. We just see it as like, you just look at yourself, your own gameplay, and keep trying to improve that each week. And yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, Sybil there, kind of saying that they've just got to overcome themselves, and that's what Fantic said. So obviously this is a team-wide philosophy, Mendrix.
Yes, and it's one of those cases where continuing to keep that zen going, which is fantastic sort of motivations to keep when you're playing this game. And with Sybil specifically, I'm interested to see how he's evolving, especially working with Schönfire, because that is something that has made its way into the roster, and maybe we will be seeing it a bit further into the weeks.
Yeah, I mean, Juves, you're a captain as well. Do you often tell your team we've just got to overcome ourselves, play our own play our own style?
That's exactly what I told them after yesterday. I said, we know that we're a good team. I think the only thing that let us down yesterday was ourselves, and a lot of the game is mental. And if you can overcome the mental of like playing on stage and being nervous, I think you've already won half the game.
All right, well, let's take a look at the guys as they're getting ready in studio right now. This is the Direwolves, very focused. Having a bit of a laugh there. Let's take a look at their lineup. Chippies in the top lane. Their jungler Sybil, who's captain today. Their mid laner Fantix. Their ADC King, who's come across from Legacy, and also their support Destiny. Mendrix, do you see any particular strengths in Direwolves today, or are they kind of a we can carry from anywhere team?
Not really a carry from anywhere team, but what they really do excel at is that laning phase. These guys are known to have a really strong laning phases individually, and if they don't get stopped, they tend to snowball the game from there and just win with brute force afterwards. If they can really focus on their macro game, they'll be like one hell of a contender to deal with.
Hey, Juves, you've obviously come up against these guys for years now. Do you see any particular weaknesses in the Direwolves lineup?
If I had to pick a weakness, it's hard, but I would say that their macro game isn't where it should be if you compare them to teams like Chiefs and whatnot. But they've said they've been working on that. They've got Schönfire to work on that, so I'd assume that it's going to increase. They're going to improve at it. So I guess time will tell.
All right, well, obviously you are a professional jungler, so let's bring up their junglers, Sybil and Guts. And how do you think these guys stack up, Juves?
I think they're quite polar opposite. I think Sibol wants to protect these lanes a little bit more. If he's on the Elise, he wants to power gank and pretty much set up for a steamroll in laning phase. Whereas Guts, he wants to pick up 2-3 kills, build full damage, and hopefully 1v5 the game.
Mendrix, we saw there on that little graphic that Kha'Zix has been, I think, picked out of 3 to the 5 games, and the only time it wasn't picked was one when it was banned out. There was an Elise and also a Rengar when Rengar's open. Do you think Kha'Zix is going to be a priority pick today?
Definitely, and Kha'Zix has been a priority pick just throughout an entire international player. He's one of those champions who's really strong at neutral objective control. He's great at isolating targets, absolutely assassinating them. ADCs need to beware at the moment.
Yeah, Juves, if Rengar's being banned out, if Kha'Zix is banned out, I mean, what other options are there for junglers?
I think if you want to take Elise, you don't have to ban Kha'Zix because that actually is a counter. You can definitely set up an ambush on Kha'Zix, catch him out. So I think, yeah, though, if Kha'Zix is banned and Rengar's banned, you'll look towards prioritizing Elise, Rek'Sai even, maybe like a niche Ivan. If you have carries in other lanes, there's no reason to not play Ivan. he can't 1v1 anything. He does no damage. Probably heals the enemy, but like it's all about peeling and protecting your carries.
And another thing as well, though, mind you, with Cavs, we saw it in the last game beforehand, or in one of the games yesterday, when Seb was actually hanging out on the side. If you do catch out Elise, he still has kill potential on her. So he's able to find those situations, get those assassinations. He's still one of those strong picks at the moment.
Do we think we're going to see any pocket picks today in the jungle?
If I had to put my money on a pocket pick, it would definitely be Guts on the Hecarim.
Yep.
Ghost Hecarim, full damage, Trinity Force, Warrior, and hopefully just snowball the game for X5.
He's been known in solo queue to actually just absolutely obliterate everyone. What he does is he goes full-blown AD. We're talking full AD masteries, full AD runes, no defenses. And it's either going to be you're dying and I'm taking you with me, or I'm going to just kill you before you have a chance to react.
Well, with the XL5, despite their 2-0 loss last week, Human had a great game on Ari, so let's bring up his stats and take a look at that. Mendrix, was there anything in particular that stood out with his play last week for you?
I loved his positioning on Ari. It was just absolutely fantastic. He was always in the right place at the right time. He was able to make the correct moves. Those charms were on point every single time, and it's something that they do need to focus on. If they don't ban Suman out with the Ari, they're probably going to have a bad game just initially in that mid lane.
Juvs, any observations from your meetings with Suman in solo queue?
I think you give Swimman an inch, he'll take a mile. So it's all about not letting the guy who's known for his assassin gameplay get an assassin. Because if you let him get an assassin, like he's probably going to kill a few people on your team.
So drill down, like what are the champions that you need to ban out with him?
Swimman's champ pool consists of Ari. Obviously, he's played Ari and he's shown that he's real competent at it. He's a niche Zed player. I don't think Zed's very good in this meta, but he can play it. What mid laner can't play LeBlanc?
Yeah.
The champ's broken. Even I can play LeBlanc.
Even I.
No, but
But
yeah.
if you force him onto a control mage, I mean, we saw an Oriana pick there. What's in his control mage pool? Do you think?
I think he's a good player.
Yeah.
So he's known for his assassin gameplay. But if he plays a control mage in I don't know, Victor, Oriana, like we've seen, he may not be able to 1v5 because I think on control mages you definitely need a team like in front of you to be able to do that damage. But I think, I think he's just a solid all-round player.
And it is just a completely different playstyle when you do get forced onto those control mages. The big thing about it is that you want to sit back, farm up, neutralize any lane that you're dealing with, and then hit like a freight rate train when you get to that late game.
All right, well, let us know your thoughts. Hashtag IAMOPL, and also get your tips in. You can join opltips.com.au. If you missed first week, it doesn't matter. Everyone got a perfect score. But let's get some tips from our analyst desk. I want to know who you think is going to win this Direwolves versus X5 and whether it's going to be a 2-1 or a 2-0. Mendrix, let me start with you.
So at the moment, I believe it's going to be a 2-0 to the Direwolves. XL5 still in that growing phase. So I probably expect them to really bloom around, say, week 5. And Direwolves at the moment, just because they're so strong in that laning phase, I feel they will overpower them.
Yeah, Jubes, I mean, is there a chance XL5 are going to take a game off Direwolves today?
I'd love to say yes. I don't think there will be. Like, I think that Direwolves are just all around too strong for X5. I think it's a clean 2-0. But you can always hope.
All right, well, it is 2-0 to Direwolves across the board here. And if you want to check our tips, you can go to opltips.com.au. That is enough from us here at the analyst desk. Let's get into game 1. So let's throw it over to our casters. It's Spawn and Fish.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm Matthew Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spawn-Tabir. And you know, you said it's 2-0 across the board. Didn't really hear from Hingers there. So you have to go to opltips.com today if you want to figure out what he's tipping, and so you can just not copy whatever he's doing because he's going to be cosplaying at the end of the year.
Yeah, he's not been very impressive so far, Fish. His tips have been a little bit all over the shop, but you know what happens? He's new to this. I mean, if you go see his stand-up comedy, I'm sure that's fantastic because he's done it for a little bit longer. However, as far as the League of Legends tipping going, he's suffering a little bit.
Yeah, definitely is. And hopefully he gets to cosplay his favorite champion. I heard Misfortune's up there.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, he's got a good bullet time on him. I played a game with him the other day. He was popping off all over Summoner's Rift. So we'll see whether he does pick that one up. He likes the Jin skin as well, which I would love to see him running around in at the OPL final.
Well, they were saying on the desk that Direwolves are the favorites coming into this one against XL5, who have newly promoted from the OCS and kind of struggled in their first week against Tainted Minds. There was a standout performance from Guts on his Rengar, but they kind of crumbled in that first match and got decimated in the second game.
Yeah, and I just like what T-Gun's saying. They're going back, they're reviewing their gameplay really hard, and then they're trying to apply it to the next match. So kind of that step further of what we'd heard out of the Direwolves. I mean, Direwolves very concentrated inwards. XL5 do know that they have to target areas of their opponents. Sounds like today that they might go towards the Fantix lane, so see whether T-Gun's on a Moby Boots support, trying to get in there and help it out. But I really do like the fact that T-Gun's taking this role of, building up a young squad very seriously. I mean, he's got 5-8, Guts, Swimman, all from the OCS. I mean, Guts dominantly from solo queue as well as Crazy. So he's got his work cut out for him, but it looks like he's attacking the task quite well.
Yes, we'll have to see how XL5 do in this match. Direwolves also coming off of a loss last week against the Chiefs, but that was a very close match, which could have gone in the Direwolves' favor. Very close to picking up the 2-1 or even a 2-0 victory against the Chiefs last week. Let's see if they can bounce back in their first game against XL5. But the picks of bans have already gone through. First bans that are coming out from these two teams, Rise, Fiora, as well as Zyra being banned out by XL5. Direwolves have taken away Camille, Rengar, as well as LeBlanc.
Yeah, and they're just the OP champions that are banned on the red side one more time. No team's really willing to let all three go through. And I like the fact that they targeted Chippy slightly with a Fiora ban. However, it still looks like he's going to be on a carry.
Yeah, we saw Juves mention it on the desk earlier that Chippy's will be picking up a carry. He has locked in Jace that can still be flexed into the mid lane. That should be a top lane pick for now. On the flip side, XL5, they've locked in Kha'Zix for Guts heading into the jungle.
Yeah, the Zix, I mean, he's going to be happy picking that one up. We said that he does like to play more of a carry role. This Sweeman's going to be forced towards more of a control mage like an Orianna as well. Always good to have a ball delivery system. So this is something that, X5 definitely will be prepared for. They've played with lots of carries from what I've seen and from the jungle position, and I think it fits their playstyle.
Direwolves going to be able to lock in Malzahar as their support of choice. No supports have been banned out by either team, so could expect to see if XR5 decide to pick up a counter early.
Yeah, something like a Lulu, maybe something like a Misfortune. I mean, shuts it down quite heavily in lane, able to chip away the shield, keep you nice and safe. T-Gun wanted to play Mels. Pretty safe to say that one. I mean, it's very strong in the current meta. See the look of dejection now on his face. As it looks like 5-8 is going to be playing a Poppy.
Yep, Poppy taken up into the top lane. We saw yesterday, actually, a lot of support jungle and AD carry picks in the first few rotations. Now we can see a lot of different ideas coming in between XL5 and Direwolves. Direwolves looking to grab their top lane to support first up. XL5 locking in a very strong jungler. They're going to take up Poppy as well, and it seems like Sealman's going to be picking up his Ahri very early on into this.
And I like this so far because, I mean, unless Sybil plays the tank, this is going to be a very squishy lineup on the Direwolves because you expect Jace in the top lane as well as that Malzahar down there in the bottom lane. So if the Ahri is able to take over, get some picks, and then the fact that you got a super take for 5-8, that is a really strong core that should be able to, transition well into a pick composition and continue to snowball the game.
And it seems like Sybil is not going to be picking up one of those tanks heading into the jungle. Instead, he's picking up Elise to go up against Guts. Kha'Zix, Juice was very vocal about how Elise does well into Kha'Zix in the jungle and can potentially counter him out.
The thing about Elise into Kha'Zix is you have to beat him to the spot, right? So you have to farm up really quickly at the start of the game, then beat him to the brush and be able to, guarantee the face check. Mendrix is correct in the fact that if Guts ever gets there first, he's just going to be able to blow up the Elise, and the repel doesn't really become a factor because of the leap. So I like it for the Elise. I honestly do agree with Juves that it's not a horrible matchup. However, you still need to be careful when you're playing against all that raw AD.
And we saw that exact scenario take place yesterday. Seb taking on Carbon in their match. Seb was able to get first blood against Carbon's Elise as he had the brush control as Kha'Zix. As we are going through the second ban rotations here. Misfortune and Tom Kench are going to be banned out by the Direwolves. They don't want the Voidling counter, as well as the very safe support here for Tegan. Meanwhile, we have Ziggs actually being banned out by Direwolves. Don't want King to be picking up that champion in the bottom lane and waiting for their final ban here, which is going to be Ashe.
Yeah, so taking away some AD carry options away from King. Want to force him onto, a little bit more utility. I was going to say it doesn't really make sense to ban Ashe if Jhin as well as Varus are still available because they all pretty much do exactly the same thing. So I like the Ziggs takeaway. It does mean that they don't take turrets as quickly. I mean, Jace and Ziggs are two of the strongest turret takers in the game. However, the Ashe is a tad strange to me.
I'm very surprised because Tegan called this out in his interview. He said Chip is going to be on a tank up in the top lane. King's probably going to be playing something like Varus, and that's... Sorry, Chip is going to be playing a carry up in the top lane. King's probably going to be on something like Varus, and that's exactly what they picked up here.
I mean, these guys play each other a lot, so it's no real surprise that they know what they're going to be playing. The Morgana would make a lot of sense. It's a pocket pick for T-Gun. Rosie also likes playing it. And it also gives a black shield late game to your assassin, which cannot be stressed how valuable it is. I mean, if you dive into an Malzahar, the last thing you want is him to just turn around, ult you, and you get blown up. The black shield really going to help that one out.
Gonna have to see what the final pick for the Direwolves is going to be. Still missing their mid laner. or potentially a top lane pick if they decide to flex Jace into that mid lane.
Yeah, there's no way Jace is being taken into Ari. That would be absolutely crazy talk, I think. Instead, ooh, well, maybe.
Potentially so.
That's actually really dangerous out of Fantics. Historically, Jace has struggled against Assassins, and you don't really like taking him into the matchup. I mean, he's going to have to build a Hex Drinker first item right now, delay Power Spike quite a little bit. I don't like the fact that they've flexed that one. I know that Poppies can do okay into Jace, but when the matchup's played correctly, you should still grow like a 30 to 35 CS advantage and be able to push down turrets quite quickly. So I think a little bit of unnecessarily flexing, and this is something that Divals have historically been known for. They flex champions in weird and wacky ways.
Well, they do have Cannon heading into the top lane. It should be an attack speed on hit damage Cannon.
But all of a sudden, they just shoehorn themselves into a very limited magic damage comp. And that just means that if it is an attack speed cannon, the Poppy goes pure armor. And unless you're willing to burn, I don't know, Malzahar ults and things like that onto it, it's not going to be able to be touched. And then we've already talked about the Black Shield. You know, the Assassins are going to be flying in with that. I think it really narrows the scope of how they're going to be able to win these games without going into a deep 1-3-1.
Well, as you look at the side of XL5, it seems like they've gotten the exact components of the team comp that XL5 really want going into this game.
I mean, they've got a front-to-back comp with the Assassin that they like to play. So, I mean, that's perfect. I mean, if they ever do get priority on the map, able to set up that vision control, they're going to be completely comfortable just playing pick. And because they have a Poppy, they can rotate into objectives nice and early. So I agree with you. They're comfortable. You open up with a Jin ult. You blow someone up with Ari. It can't get much simpler as far as playing a team composition.
And it almost feels like that's exactly what XL5 need going into this match. You know, Direwolves are a tough opponent. You know, they just came back off of a loss from Tainted Minds 2. You pick up your combo picks, play the way you want to, and kind of play your game, essentially.
But I still just disagree with the Direwolves comp, just because you narrow the windows in which you can play around. I mean, 1-3-1's great, but if you're not able to set it up, and remember, Direwolves are looking for their first win on land since, I think, 2014. They haven't been able to pick one up. You know, they've run into the Chiefs a lot. They've run into Legacy a fair bit, but this has been a rough stretch for them.
Well, for now, as we get onto some of this riff, let's check in with Hingers, who's standing by with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Tonasu, and I want to start by asking you about the ADC, or the AD Ziggs ban. Was that something you were afraid of coming up against?
I wouldn't say it's something we're afraid of. We just really respect King's ability to play that champion. We know he's been putting a lot of practice into it, so we really respect his ability to play it.
And also in mid lane, you're going to be seeing Jace going to Ari. Are you guys feeling confident about that, or?
We figured that if we picked Ari, they might play the Jace as a flex, because we know that their mid and top can play it very, very well. We're pretty confident, but it's a very tough matchup for the Ari. It depends who snowballs first.
I know that Tegon was keen to play Malzahar today. Didn't quite work out because he's on Morgana, but that's a pocket pick for him, so he's feeling pretty comfortable, do you think?
He has a very, very wide pool of champions. One of the biggest things about Tegon is he can basically play anything. Yeah. He really likes the Malzahar, but he also likes the Morgana because of the pressure it gives him in lane with jungle ganks.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck in the match, and thank you so much for speaking to us.
Nice.
Well, there you go, hearing from the coach of XL5 there, and while that was taking place, we saw a little bit of cheese coming out from the Direwolves. Here's something you usually see in solo queue, the Voidlings into Exhaust coming out from Malzahar very early on to force a flash out of Crazy in the bottom lane.
Yeah, exactly right. So, you know, able to just exhaust up straight away, get double Voidling procs out when you have brush control and take over in that regard. It will guarantee them an earlier level 2 and some pushing power here. See also the zone coming out in the mid lane. I like the fact that, you know, they talk about it depends who snowballs first in the Jace versus Ari matchup. The only thing I disagree with in that regard is that's a heavy laning phase focus. I mean, at the end of the day, if Ari ever catches Jace out around the map, he's just going to die. Has to run exhaust into it and things like that. So it means that you 1-3-1 a little less potent, but it's obviously something that the Direwolves are comfortable with.
Yeah, Sealman was very potent on this Ari last weekend. We'll have to see how he does in this match. We are checking in with the bottom lane for now. Destiny and King going up against Crazy and Tegan. King actually opting to start with the longsword and 3 biscuits here instead of the traditional Doran's blade route.
Yeah, it's just something that we've seen a little bit more, gives you some more sustain in lane, means that you can continue to push up. And, you know, I'm not really against the longsword pickup. I think that it certainly has a place.
As hello, that just happened.
Yeah, so Chippy's able to pick up the first blood against 5-8. Ooh, Swimming's in trouble as well.
More action in the mid lane here as Guts actually was looking for a gank. Fantix forced to use both his flash and exhaust, but it seems like Sumo was the one that almost got taken down in that mid lane.
Yeah, and I mean, that just looks like a little bit of an overextension out of the mid laner from XL5, looking to get the lane pushed up now and get a recall in, but Fantix doesn't want any of it. He's going to be able to guarantee a freeze. Should be able to get a nice shot himself as we have a look in top lane what happened. I mean, this is just going to be him auto-attacking him to death. Yep. All right, very nicely done. So Chippies, obviously no stranger to the cannon.
Yeah, comboing that one very perfectly up in the top lane, giving no room for 5-8 to flash away from that one. He's forced to use his teleport to get back into the top lane, only picking up a cloth armor to go with his corrupting potions. Already burning one before Chippies even gets back to lane. He's gone back, picks up a cull and an extra Doran's blade with a refillable potion to get back into the laning phase.
And this is what we're expecting to see out of Cannon. I mean, the cull is just great because it guarantees some extra lifesteal and some gold generation on what is a very heavy farming champion at this stage of the game. Do want to stress though, as soon as 5-8 gets towards Ninja Tabby, the lane should just be pretty much a wash. Can't really kill Ninja Tabby Poppy unless something goes seriously wrong. And, you know, it's an early 700 gold lead for Direwolves, but this is a stage of the game that they've picked for and the stage of the game that we expect them to dominate.
Let's see if they're going to be able to keep up that domination as Chippy's still getting the harass down onto 5-8, who's trying to use the brush to his advantage. That wave's going to push back in towards the cannon.
He needs to make sure that hits the turret, otherwise he's just a sitting duck right now. He has flash available. Oh, T-Gun, you're in trouble.
He's going to take a lot of damage. Black Shield not going to do too much. The Voidlings are going in. Heal's going to come out from Crazy. T-Gun actually has to flash away from the Voidlings and bind one up as well, as Direwolves continue to assert their dominance in this bottom lane.
Yeah, so uses both summoner spells to get away from that. I mean, look how many potions he still has. It's just the burst damage that comes out at this stage of the game. I actually thought he was going to die there. One more tick out of a Voidling probably would have taken him down, but was able to save his life. And they're farming actually quite well down here. So, I mean, that's not a big deal unless T-Gun continues to get poked out by random Qs from the Varus.
Crazy still doing just fine though, although blowing his flash and heal very early on into this match. Does have his potion available with that longsword. Sorry, with that Doran's blade. Should be okay, but King and Destiny just constantly pushing up this wave, making sure that they have to farm under this turret and trying to poke out T-Gun, it seems, every chance they get.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that case. You see more focus towards the mid lane out of XL5 now. Fantix trying to push this lane back. Suman just wants to guarantee that it's hitting turret and that he's kind of freezing the JSM, maybe looking for a counter gank Guts.
He's fallen behind in CS quite a bit in the mid lane, Suman. 30 CS to 44.
I mean, he got frozen on. That guarantee costs you a wave. Like, so that's 6 CS, and the fact that he's down another 10 is, you know, a little bit painful, but you can understand exactly where that happened. Everywhere else seems to be all right at the moment, however.
Still down in this bottom lane, though, where there's a lot of poke coming out from King and Destiny.
I mean, they're not really down. I mean, 3 CSs. For how bad this lane has been so far,
yep,
I would take a 3 CS deficit.
Still farming up nicely. King just popping a couple of potions every time he gets harassed here by Crazy and Tegan. Sibyl's on the top side of the map here. Chippies has hit level 6. 5-8 still has his flash available.
You still don't dive a Poppy. I mean, I don't care what level you are, diving Poppy is just, especially without your own tank, is just a very dangerous prospect. You can see Chippy's doing the right thing, poking him down underneath turret. He's going to have to guarantee another recall. But diving Poppy, just because of the, you know, all that added bonus MR and armor she gets as her health gets lower through the W, it's still just one of those things that incredibly hard to do. Don't actually agree with 5-8 shop here. He's gone with a Balmy Cinder. Really do think he needs those boots to stop the auto attacks coming through. However, he's a pro player. I am the commentator. We'll see how it works out.
Chippy's going to get some free time to get some damage onto this top lane outer turret. Gets it down to just above half health there. We'll be able to casually push out this lane while 5-8 is forced to walk back to his lane itself. He has his teleport back up and available, so Chippies wasn't able to use the teleport disadvantage. Still holds on to his quite nicely.
Yeah, and Guts has fallen a little bit low again as now Sybil caught up.
Taking a lot of damage, forced to repel, but can only come down one way, or can he? Because the Ignite was ticking and the Spider will fall.
And we just keep talking about it. I mean, with the Assassins, it's whoever gets to the brush first, and you need to be able to call that. I mean, all of a sudden, that 20 CS advantage that's been built up for Fantix disappears because Sweeman's straight back into that lane.
Able to 100 to nothing that squishy Spider, something you talked about in Champion Select. Seaman's going to be able to blow up almost anyone on Summoner's Rift here. You see even Chippies, he's going for a lot of damage here, picking up the Berserker Greaves nice and early on this cannon.
But this is just why the Ninja Tabby is so much, like, it's just cost effective because it's about getting repetitive auto attack. Don't line up, boys. It's about getting repetitive auto attacks into the top lane. And, you know, if you take that mastery, as well as the fact that you pick up the early tabbies, it just nullifies so much of that damage. I mean, it's repetitive and it's constant harassing. It's guaranteed damage. I mean, auto-attacking people when you're trying to farm is something that Kennan's definitely able to pull off more often than not. So I think a little bit of a missed trick out of 5-8. However, the fact that he's keeping up in CS, hasn't fallen down too far, definitely is good for his team.
In the meantime, we're going to check in with both the mid laners who are picking up their blue buff. Silman as well as Fantix will head back into their lanes. Fantix picked up a nice and early Hex Drinker to try and mitigate some of the magic damage that will come out from this Ahri.
What I want to point out is, once again, Fantix obviously takes extended blue buff duration on his mid laner because he hasn't got the biscuits. On the other side of Summoner's Rift, Suman looks like he takes the biscuits because he's got a biscuit fish. That's how it works out. It's just one of those things that I like to track with the OPL mid laners. As I said, there's two trains of thoughts behind that one. And we've got one of each in this game.
Let's see how they pan out. We were able to get a look at that bottom lane earlier on, as the bottom lane outer turret's going to fall shortly if King and Destiny are able to keep up their pressure for the die wall. Same with the top lane. As Chippy is constantly harassing 5-8 underneath his turret.
I mean, 2 more waves, he's actually going to be able to take the turret. Maybe even looks like they want to set up a dive because Sybil's heading up towards here.
Going to be able to jump over. 5-8 has to be very careful. They're closing in on it. The Cocoon's going to go down, gets the first stun. Chippy's going to go back in, but the ejection's going to come out from Poppy. Sybil has to get back down to earth, and 5-8 defends his life.
I mean, it's still not a smart dive. I mean, it's just so easy to nullify what's going to go on there. And if, for example, Guts is waiting in the wing, even though they had vision of him in that time around, can just go pear-shaped a little bit too often for my liking, Fish. So they don't get punished for it too heavily. In fact, they're going to still be able to take that top lane turret, it looks like. But it's just an unnecessary risk that the Direwolves probably shouldn't be taking.
It does mean Chippies is going to probably take down that turret first. Direwolves, actually all 3 parts of their map here, constantly pushing in against their opponent.
Yep.
Which is something that was spoken very highly of by Juves on the analyst desk there, how, you know, Direwolves, they might not have the best macro play, but their individual and laning mechanics are very strong.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I mean, that's coming through right now. They have won a lot of lanes. I still just think that their win conditions are a little bit more narrow than across the other side of the rift. You see 5-8. Still getting harassed out here. 1 more wave and that turret's gone, whether he recalls or not. So he'll just take the shot. You know, make sure if a team fight or a play happens bottom lane with Chippy's teleport, that he's able to respond at least with full health and a little bit more built up. But this has been a rough early game. I mean, credit to the Direwolves. They're up by about 3,000 gold and looks like they're just confident picking strong lanes and being able to go toe-to-toe.
Chippy's going to be able to pick up the first tower objective gold there on the top side of the map. Going to continue pushing up here as well. 110 CS to the 70 of the Poppy, and that Cole is still ticking for the Cannon.
And I mean, he got all of that solo gold, so he's up an absolute quarter mile at the moment. I mean, the gold values in top lane isn't really even all that close, as now Fantix is being caught out.
Takes a little bit of damage from Stillman. Does have that Hex String available, but it's Tegan that gets locked down in the bottom lane. Sybil makes a trip down as well, and they pick up another kill down there.
Yeah, sinks his teeth in. I mean, the wave will be closed now, so that's all right. And you can see 1,700 gold lead in the top lane. Little bit for the AD carries in the mid laners as well, but the primary amount is just going to be, I mean, Chippy's absolutely destroying 5-8 at this stage of the game.
Dire was looking to try and siege up their second turret here. Crazy and Guts left to try and defend this on their own. Teleport's coming in. Crazy's going to open up with the curtain call. Guts looking to see if he can get in for an assassination on towards Destiny. King blocks off that final shot, and 5-8. It's just left hanging as he teleports down into the bottom lane.
I mean, teleporting to the turret isn't really going to do much because it's a 5-second channel now and they're just able to walk away. So you see, quite safe. He also now has to go back to the top lane. No teleport available for a respondent play that would come out of Chippy. So some miscommunication, maybe some desperation already coming out of Exile 5. I still think that, you know, if they just play this one a little bit slower, take their time, they'll scale up nicely. It just depends whether they give themselves the opportunities to, and, you know, burning teleport like that, definitely not going to be held in their stead.
Does save their bottom lane outer turret for a short while longer. They have fallen 3,000 gold behind across the board. Chippies is going to continue pushing up in the top lane. His cull has now been completed. I mean, he's sitting on a recurve bow with a Vampiric Scepter, so he's going to be able to heal up quite nicely and continue to just shove this top lane as long as he wants to.
Yeah, and 5-8's boots purchases have absolutely blown my mind. I mean, one of the ways that top laners win lane against these harassant, AD users is by picking up tabbies. He's gone, however, with Merc Treads, very scared of the CC that's available. I mean, I'm not sure I agree with him. Poppy doesn't normally fear CC all that much. However, continuing to farm up and try and get himself back in this lane.
Let's move down to the bottom lane again. Sybil making a return trip.
Everyone is actually. I mean, you can see that even Fantix is down there. Gets some good damage onto Swimmin. Has the inside track. It means they just have to back away.
King's going to get a lot of the pressure alleviated from him in the bottom lane. Allow him to get that last bit of damage he needed to take down the bottom lane outer turret. Direwolf's already up. 2 turrets to none against XR5.
And I mean, they said they wanted to attack mid lane. However, Fantix is having an absolute field day, and now T-Gun's caught.
Completely out of position here. King is forced to flash away from the Kha'Zix. T-Gun will be the first to fall. And now teleports coming in from the top lane as well. Good slow coming out from the traps of Jin.
Oh, he cancelled. That means they actually pins it in here.
Sealman decides not to react to that one, so they do let Direwolves get out of that jungle.
Yeah, they were scared that the cannon was going to push a little bit too quickly, so they just back away and leave the fight for another day. I actually think that might have been a window where they could have looked to punish. However, is not to be. And that consistent harass out of Chippies is just so annoying right now.
He's got a Blade of the Ruin King completed his spawn. He is well and truly on his way to being a beast of a carry. Sealman looks to try and pick up his blue buff, takes that one down with ease. We're going to head back into the mid lane. The final outer turret standing for XR5. They've got both carries here in the mid lane, trying to share up farm and just make sure that Fantix can't push this on his own.
Yeah, and I really don't like... There wasn't a big thing that went wrong in the laning phase. It was just a solo kill up top. I mean, some good pressure applied out of Destiny and King down bottom. However, this lead for 15 minutes is absolutely insane. Chippies now might be in some trouble.
Gut's going to try and jump on top of the cannon. He's forced to flash away. Chippies goes in, and despite being exhausted, picks up a kill. Now he's going toe-to-toe against T-Gun and 5-2-8, and he's still not going down yet, Spot. Trying to chase on through. Curtical will come out to try and defend their top laner. Destiny's here as well. The knockup stops one of the shots. 5-2-8's going to fall, and there are no more bullets left in Jin's revolver. Sealman will try and clean this one up. Still has 1 charge left on the ultimate as he chases down Chippies in the brush. Proto Belt for the double kill.
Yeah, so Swimman's able to pick up a double kill there, but I mean, damage is already done. Chippies is down, Fantix is down in the bottom lane. King's in the mid lane. They're continuing to push up. It's an equal trade, but the priority they lose on the map for sending 5 members this early is just going to be so punishing. And Direwolves, they just look like they're in control. They're going to keep it at 1-3-1, and they're just going to continue to pull the map apart.
It's just an even trading kills there for XR5, and now they've fallen down to 6,000 gold behind the Wolves. As Guts now getting jumped on by Fantix. Fantix really wants this fight. Acceleration Gate Shock Blast combo is not going to connect. Guts will live to fight another day.
And you can see that Sybil shadowing his mid laner, as he's often want to do. They have elected to, put the Ahri up into the lane with the cannon for now. It means that they'll open up the map for the Dragon for Direwolves, because really Ahri at this stage of the game is the only champion that has any form of power.
Ahri has been able to pick up those soft splits as well as a needing a large rod on that last back. You see Chippy's picked up the Zeal as well in the top lane, going towards the Hurricane as Direwolves do pick up their first Dragon, which will be a Mountain Dragon here. Already a very devastating start for XR5 against Direwolves squad here.
I mean, it's really just been the tale of we are mechanically stronger than you and we're just going to continue to shove in advantages. Chippy's now with a red buff going to head into the Ahri lane.
It's spotted out by a ward and decides to take the safe route. Does not want to be bursted down by Sealman.
Yeah, that's still smart. I mean, Schumann has double summoner spells available. Chippy's, of course, not running an Exhaust or Ignite because he's a top laner. Oh, that's dangerous.
He's going to get charmed out here by Sealman. Takes a lot of damage. Pops the ultimate, but he tries to go toe-to-toe, and he's going to be able to do it. He gets the shutdown onto Sealman.
I mean, that's really greedy out of Schumann. Doesn't burn the flash to get out of the first tick of the ultimate. Doesn't burn Ignite. Doesn't burn Proto Belt. He just has so much left in his kit. Didn't expect the damage to come out, and Chippy's outplays him. I mean, that's pretty much inexcusable. When you're the only Fed champion on the team, you need to be able to take plays like that and make it work. However, a further advantage now for the Direwolves as Chippy's only continues to get stronger.
With that Blade of Ruin King, he's able to heal up back to full health in the top lane. Guts tried to move up there to get the assassination, but Wards did spot him out. Meanwhile, Fantix has been jumped on here in the bottom lane. 528 trying to do what he can against this Jace. Sybil going to take quite a bit of damage as well.
I mean, Jhin doesn't pop ulti. That was really nicely done out of Tegan. Actually got a black shield down on Destiny's ult. So it meant that that one didn't kick over, but they don't want to continue the fight. Now, Chippies is just unrelenting, as he should be with his pressure right now.
Forces 2 members of Exile 5 to be sent up into this lane to deal with him.
I mean, Guts was there just cleaning up farm while he was pushing. Unfortunately, the mid laner was just respawning for Exile 5. But it's one of those things that, you know, the game has deteriorated so rapidly just because of a series of duels that Exile 5 had chosen to take and lost.
You see CS discrepancies across the board. 60 in favor of the Direwolves in the top lane, 40 in the mid lane, 30 in the bottom lane. For the AD carries, his Guts gets caught out wandering inside of his own jungle.
And I mean, Crazy's got his blue trinket available. They didn't check it with a bind or with the W out of Jhin. This just looks like an inexperienced team that's honestly getting torn apart. That's just a pretty basic death rush set up right there. And Exile 5 just a face check out of nowhere for no particular reason. So they're starting to really get punished by the experienced play out of Direwolves. And we keep going back to it. Direwolves macro play has been something that other teams have criticized quite often. However, if they're able to just get their fingers into a 1-3-1 this way and push up lanes, I mean, that's a pretty easy strategy to execute upon Dish.
It certainly is. They're executing it quite nicely in this match. Chippy is going to continue pushing up in the top lane. In fact, multiple members being sent into that lane. Jace is now the one who's going to be sent towards the top side of Summoner's Rift. Chippy should be rotated into the bottom lane as Baron's going to be spawning shortly.
Yeah, good spot on the priority. I mean, when you have Malzahar, you take Baron incredibly quickly. The Voidling's just able to take up a lot of it. So they're willing to get, you know, the teleport user into the bottom lane, get him the favorable matchup one more time with 528, who was able to handily beat the start of the game. 528 building towards, you know, what looks to be a Spirit Visage to nullify some of the mixed damage that's coming out of the cannon.
The rest of the Wolves are setting up towards the top side of map. Tegan's Black Shield is going to stop the ultimate coming out from Varus.
He's had a couple of really clutch Black Shields in the last couple of minutes.
Suman almost gets caught out there. Takes a lot of damage, but Guts is the one that gets slain by Fantix as Sybil catches him wandering in his own jungle once again.
I mean, this is what a level 14 mid laner versus a level 11 jungler looks like right now. Not able to get anywhere near it. They've stretched more into a 4-1 now. And they're able to knock down another turret, 9,000 gold at only 21 minutes into this. And, you know, anything that looked like a lead for Exile 5, you know, the fact that their jungler was relatively even, the fact that their mid laner had 3 kills is just starting to slowly fall away behind what was an onslaught led by Chippies early in this game.
The Direwolves are now slowly starting to tear them apart. Crazy's going to pop the ultimate. Only gets a few shots on towards Fantix. He's going to get taken down. King snipes him off in the back lines. Suman now trying to run away. Does not get the assassination down onto the Direwolves. 80 carry. And they're just trying to do what they can to defend right now. It's not working.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, this is what it looks like when you send one member in first without a coordinated assault, because King was just by himself over the wall, able to take aim, fire exactly where he knew Crazy was. You know, Ari didn't go over the wall to challenge. Poppy was late into that team fight. So a little bit of uncoordination. And Direwolves, with this lead, are just unrelenting. We know that they're a great team when they have a lead. Fantix picks up another Shock Blast. And this game is all but over right now, Fish.
Now look at Vashuma. One by one, the Direwolves tear apart Exile 5. And they take turret after turret, increasing their gold lead to 12,000 gold up.
And I mean, this really hasn't come down to matchup priority or anything like that. This is just Direwolves flexing their muscle as a very strong mechanical team. You can see now taking what looks to be pretty early Baron. I mean, their members are starting to get low. Jhin is on his way, as well as Kha'Zix. There's a chance here.
He's going to get exhausted, but immediately Guts is going to come in. He finds one kill. The Repel's going to come out from the Elise. Let's see what's going to happen here. Forced to flash over the wall. 528 here. They're going for it. He gets the spine. Exile 5 taken away from the Direwolves. Chippies, though, is in amongst it. He's going to be able to take down one. Guts is the next target. He can't find the kills. The double kill goes over towards Chippies, but Exile 5 take a Baron.
I mean, they're able to pick up a Baron. They're able to grab a kill for themselves as well onto King. This should allow them to defend the base for a little bit longer. It was a risky call out of Direwolves, and coordinated enough effort out of Crazy and Guts to be able to pick up what was a pretty good counter attack.
And still, Direwolves, still 12,000 gold in the lead here, but that Baron buff should help XL5 out a little bit with stopping the pushes coming in from the Wolfpack.
Might allow them to pick up their first turret of the game as well in the mid lane. You see 3 members strong pushing in there. No real response yet out of the Direwolves. Only Destiny as a rogue.
Helps him out, pulls the gold lead back slightly as well, but slightly is all it does here, Spawn.
Let's take another look at that. I mean, Crazy does a good job of absorbing the exhaust and allowing Guts to go in. A little bit of miscommunication here because Guts wants to be able to pick up a kill. Probably should have been hitting the Baron the majority of that. 5-8 arrives in time. And it actually turned out pretty good for the Direwolves because Chippies is able to get a lot of return damage down onto Crazy and pick up a double kill onto Guts. If he hadn't been there in time, if the teleport had been seconds later, that could have been 2 or 3 kills going over to XR5. However, Direwolves, very coordinated unit at this stage of the game, doing a great job. That's a Flame Horizon out of Chippies, and he looks comfortable as anything.
Yeah. He's got his Frozen Mallet picked up as well in the top lane, building towards another recurve though, so that should be a Wit's End, I believe. He is a monster. There's no stopping this cannon at the moment. The rest of the Direwolves are grouped up towards the bottom side of the map, still allowing Chippies to split push in the top lane, despite his teleport being down. But Baron buff is still available for XL5. They've got a little bit of breathing room, but once that expires, there's not much to have to work with.
Yeah, there certainly isn't. However, we're still talking about a tankless composition here. So if one person gets picked off by, you know, say a Guts and a Schumann combo, it certainly is not out of this realm to be able to stall the game out for a little bit longer. I mean, the Baron buff really did buy them the reprieve that they were looking for. And they've been able to get that hard reset that's so hard against a snowballing team.
It's 5-8. Fancies the fight here against Chippies. Does have Schumann closing in behind, but the sneaky auto is a little bit too fast for them. Gets back to safety quite easily.
You can see that on the other side of the map, they're just playing the 4-1 so nicely. Fantix makes short work of this.
They lock down Tegan before he can use his Black Shield, and Fantix snipes him off. The Direwolves find another pick inside of XL5's base.
Yeah, I mean, that's just all the poke damage that can come out, and the fact that they had left an uneven amount of members to defend the bottom lane turret. T-Gun gets a little bit too close and is made pay.
Now Direwolves, they've got a pick. They're looking to try and make most use of that. Still pushing all 3 lanes up. 4 members. Sieging up the bottom lane inhibitor turret. Guts is forced to flash away.
Crazy.
They're going to be a lot of damage go down towards Guts, but Crazy's a sitting duck. No one from the Direwolves decides to capitalize on that, but King is still able to snipe off Kha'Zix in the back lines. The inhibitor is going to fall shortly as well as 5-8 tries to threaten this squad. Slams Fantix into the wall. The redemption is going to come out, but the shutdown comes out from Crazy to kick things off. The entire time, though, Chippies is just chipping away at turrets.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's able to pick up another one. They do, however, preserve the inhibitors. I think that was the right call. They should have been attacking that side of the map more frequently, just because Chippies didn't have his teleport available. They knew that because of the Baron and wasn't going to be able to get through the base as quick as what 5-8 can. Instead, they use the flash. They're able to pick up a kill onto Fantix. Much needed. And, you know, even though this game, it's slowly still just slipping further and further out of their reach, there's some promising sides now. They're at least playing their comp the way it was supposed to be played. And doing it against a 14,000 gold deficit will give them at least hope for Game 2.
Direwolves, in the meantime, have gone back to base, picked up a couple of items. Wit's End has been completed for Chippies. That is a terrorizing cannon up in the top lane.
I mean, he's just so rich right now. He's 140 CS up and has 5 kills. He's taken majority of the turrets by himself, so he's got solo gold off them. As far as gold goes, at 27 minutes into the game, he's 50 ahead of the Clockfish. He is a rich, rich man.
The rest of the team have picked up a couple of their items as well. Fantix and Kings, well and truly set to deal massive amounts of poke damage. Once they start to siege up turrets, you can see Guts there almost being poked down to just about half his health. 1 arrow coming out from King.
But I just want to go back to it. I mean, tankless comps, when you're against someone like an Ari who's got 3 items, and Jin that's got 2, all you need is 1 person to get picked off and the team fight goes awry. So Direwolves doing the right thing right now. They're in their 1-3-1. They're setting up nicely around the map. But these are not easy comps to close out with. as we saw out of Legacy yesterday. I mean, this one's already ticked over to 28 minutes. Starts getting to, 38 minutes. King's been caught.
Yep, gonna get locked down here. Destiny soaks up a lot of the damage from the curtain call. He's the one that's in a bit of trouble as King gonna get jumped up by Guts. He's gonna get assassinated as now Destiny's the one that's in trouble. 5 away, gonna be able to get the knockup. The final attack comes out from Human as they jump on Sybil as well. One by one, the Direwolves are gonna fall and suddenly XL5 fight back as they chase down Fantix, who's incredibly low on health.
Exactly right, and all of a sudden they flash in. They're going to be able to pick up the kill, and that is a 4-for-1 trade if they're able to find Guts, which they don't. So it's a 4-for-0, and XL5 hit back. That was a 14,000 gold deficit, Fish. The Direwolves just lost a team fight on.
They find that catch that they were desperately looking for. That's what you've been harping on this game, Spawn. The tankless lineup just loses one, then they lose all. And now, XL5 looking to try and take some turrets. Still 12,000 gold behind, but at least showing they have the strength to fight back.
And I mean, when you're winning team fights from this far down, it kind of confuses what the lead is. You see that King got bound up there by a great T-Gun, fine, and then Destiny stepped in front. Good work from Guts to get over the top, and T-Gun's just peeling masterfully on the back line for his AD carry. It means that Sweeman's able to dash in, pick up another kill onto Sybil, and T-Gun's still just right next to his AD carry the whole time, making sure that Fantix can't get on top of him, making sure there's a way for 5-8. They jump in, pop the Edge of Night, and they're able to grab another kill there. I mean, tankless comps, if you get picked at the start, a 4v5 is still a 4v5.
They will still have a lot of gold to work with here. 11,000 gold in lead. Baron has respawned. Guts was able to steal that last one away. And for now, they're just setting up around the pit, making sure that XL5 don't have complete vision control over that side of the river. And someone almost knocks T-Gun into his death. He might have actually done just that. He's going to get locked down. King finds that pick. It just seems like he's the one who gets caught out so much here.
I mean, he's up clearing wards by himself. You're going to get caught out if that is what happens. Great amount of poke damage going onto the mid laner of XL5 there. They're just trying to shove in mid lane to get access to that Baron, but one more time, they don't have a tank. So being able to pick this one up, you have to use Spiderlings, you have to use the little Voidlings that come out of Destiny. They're going to be able to shred through it so quickly.
That is way too quick for the Direwolves, so they take down Baron with ease. King actually trying to chase on towards Guts as well. It's crazy to see if he can get an initiation started for his team. Human forced to use the ultimate to run away. Can't find the pick onto Fantix.
That's really greedy, actually. Now he doesn't have the ultimate for the base defense because he was trying to get his blue buff. I mean, small decision-making lapses coming out of X5. This game, 31 minutes, has probably gone for as long as it had any right to. The Direwolves were crushing this through the laning phase. And, the inability to close out before 30 minutes definitely going to be playing on the mind of Coach Sharp. He would have liked this one to be a heck of a lot cleaner.
Codicor gets popped again here by Crazy. Doesn't get too much done with it.
But, I mean, who goes to King? Who goes, worse yet, who goes to Chippies right now and stops him from pushing in the bottom lane?
The Redemption, apparently.
Oof. That damage.
Rest of the Wolves, they've already taken down one inhibitor. Looking to see if they can take the second here. King is going to get some auto attacks down on top of that. Destiny's here as well. Still going to work on taking that down. 5 members now grouped up in the mid lane. Guts actually taking quite a bit of damage as Chippy's still just pushing on through. The Direwolves are looking to try and break the base here as the Nexus turrets are going to fall so quickly. XL5 just look completely lost here, and it's going to be 5-8 that's going to take the brunt of the damage. Shumik goes in. Chippy's is the first target, but he's just so strong, and they're going to be working onto the Nexus next. They do get a shutdown onto Chippy's, but it's too little too late as Direwolves, they're going to be able to pick up game 1 here against XL5.
So they do grab the victory in the end. However, 32 minutes, they would have liked it to be a little bit more clean. You see, not big grins on the face of the Direwolves. They had such a good laning phase. I mean, that game was probably ideal for the first 15 minutes. But as soon as it gets into the base, running these tankless comps are just so hard to deal with. You see, XL5, they're like, if our laning phase was not that poor, our composition would have carried us through. What can we do in our next game to really ensure that, Chippies, Fantix aren't getting these 60, 70 creep score advantages by the 20-minute mark?
I mean, they had a great team fight towards the end there where they were able to take down 4 members of the Direwolves without losing a single member of their own. That's from a 14,000 gold deficit.
I mean, and when you have a look at that, that just comes down to the ease of execution. I mean, the Direwolves, they're stuck in their 1-3-1. It was really like a 3v5 that a fourth and a fifth member eventually joined from the Direwolves lineup. So they just have to go back to it and be like, if we're not simultaneously pushing waves, we can't afford to get caught, because we weren't even able to take anything in response. But that's a mistake that they won't make again. And XL5 really backs against the wall, need to step up in game 2.
Well, it is a best of 3 series. Let's see if they can do just that. For now, though, let's send it back to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Thanks, guys. Direwolves there, not looking too happy with their win, because it took a while. It was kind of a messy win as well, Juves.
It was a messy win. I think Direwolves wanted to answer some critics, and they didn't. They left it open for a little bit of more of a critique. Getting that lead they did early, like it should have just been like, see you later, like whitewash. But
See you later.
yeah,
Right.
but no. Instead, like they lost Baron. They team fought with a 4-1 comp. Yeah.
And it was quite disappointing because I expected them to actually finish off the back of that. And I mean, when you've got 2 Mountain Drakes and you've got such a sizable lead, all you have to do is just be that little bit more careful, and you can whittle them down with this tankless compositions. But they didn't in the end, actually faltered a fair bit. X5 had a chance to get back in there, and it's actually quite good to see X5 actually fight back in that situation.
All right, well, let's bring up the draft so we can look at the pick bands. And in particular, I want to see this this Ari into Jace, or Jace into Ari. You were saying upstairs, Juves, that you didn't really agree with that.
I don't like the matchup. I think Jace can just control the matchup and get CS lead and become a lot more valuable than Ari. Like, the Hex Drinker buy is just so good. Like, it pretty much negates all kill pressure. But what Suleiman did really well, I think I'll just bring it up now, is that he knew he couldn't kill his lane, so instead he looked for river control, and he ended up killing Sibol in the river. So I guess that's what the Ari picks for.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what I wanted to actually discuss with that Jace, if you actually take a look into how it was picked up or the way that they went about it, they flexed the Jace first. And that sort of suggests to you that they wanted to get the Ziggs. As soon as the Ziggs was banned, ended up them saying, you know what, we can get an on-hit cannon, shift that across anyway, that way we don't need to worry about, that way we can throw Jace in that mid lane instead of keeping him on top. So he actually gave a few more options, and they just pivoted off the back of it.
Well, in our pre-game analysis, we were talking about how Direwolves had this strong laning phase, but maybe the macro game, maybe in objectives, they were perhaps not as strong. Let's take a look at this Baron throw from to kind of illustrate this. Mendrix, what's happening here?
So, Direwolves are feeling great at the moment. They've got the Mountain Drake. Everything's going good. They've got a sizable gold lead. They feel they can take the Baron. They can't. This is just something they should not have done unless they get a pick first. Yes, that's probably a good idea. And X5 immediately jump on this to capitalize. Direwolves do a great job of kiting back, but it's really them just going for an objective they didn't need to go for specifically at that point in time, and they ended up paying for it.
Juves, they went into that Baron fight there with really low health. I mean, what was the call there, do you think? Get inside the mind of the Direwolves here.
The call, I think, was questionable. Like, very questionable. So you've already got, like, this gold lead. You can literally just 4-1.
Yeah.
Kennen can auto-attack a tower all day. You don't even need Baron. So I think it was just them being overzealous or not knowing how to end the game.
Yeah.
And they just thought, like, we need Baron to end the game.
Yeah.
When you actually don't.
Absolutely overzealous there. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's continue on this narrative of macro play. Let's take a look at this team fight towards the end as well, because even though Direwolves did win the game, this is, I mean, Mendrix is pretty poor, right?
So, I mean, like, as you can see here, Chippies just shouldn't be here. He should really be off on the side, split pushing as he normally does. As you can see, his ultimate doesn't really do anything, and X5 do a fantastic job of absolutely walking into the rest of the team fight in great target priority. As you can see, they went straight into it immediately, take out King. Afterwards, they follow through with Sybil, and just nice and easy for them to get a clean win off the back of it. And it's just, again, just put Chippies in that side lane. He's so strong at that point. You don't need to group. I mean, you got a tankless composition. Just play to your strengths.
Yeah, Juice, if you don't have a tank in your comp, why are you taking those? Like, why are they taking these team fights?
So I think the 101 of League of Legends, tank, fight. No tank, don't fight. So if you don't have a tank, you just want to split push, execute your composition, and we saw what happens when you fight without a tank. You just get cleaned.
All right, well, speaking of Chippies, let us take a look at his stats throughout the game, because he was a bit of a monster, Mendrix.
Oh, he was an absolute monster, especially when he was basically at a point where he could 3v1 in the late game if he needed to. And it was really great to see him actually at a certain point in the game. He managed to get almost a double kill, and he kind of could have played a little bit better if he just continued auto-attacking. That's simply what he needed to do there. But he did kite back, he did do it effectively, and he was just an absolute asset for the whole team.
I mean, but he was also, I think at one point he just straight up bought a frozen mallet, right? So he's walking around with a lot of gold there. So there are improvements to be made potentially in the rest of the series, right, Jubes?
Yes, I think just don't be greedy. The biggest thing, don't be greedy. End the game.
Yeah, that way it seems a bit more clean. You can be a bit more happy with it at the end of the day.
All right, well, XL5 obviously looking hungry in that first game. Dial was looking a bit sloppy. Do we think that XL5 can come back and take a game off these guys, given, or is it, there was a pretty big lead and this is going to stay at a 2-0 to Direwolves?
Oh, well, I feel they can actually take a game off the back of that. And the reason for that is, if you look at how they ended up playing that initial laning phase, all they really need to do is make one adjustment. Don't give as much focus to Suman. He's pretty much fine on his own. He can find the kills when he needs to. You send him towards the top lane. You shut down a split pusher, he is unable to do anything for the rest of the game. And that's their way of really beating the Direwolves, who decided to put so much emphasis on the laning phase.
Jubes, do you agree?
I think it's still a 2-0, but it was nice to watch X5 with a bit of heart come back. And
just want a bit of variety on the desk there from Mentrix. All right, well, that is enough from us right now. We'll be back with Game 2 right after this.
Cannon, he's forced to flash away. Chippies goes in, and despite being exhausted, picks up a kill. Now he's going toe-to-toe against T-Gun and 528, and he's still not going down yet, Spot. Trying to chase on through. Critical will come out to try and defend their top laner. Destiny's here as well. The knockup stops one of the shots. 528's gonna fall, and there are no more bullets left in Jin's revolver. Silman will try and clean this one up. Still has one charge left from the ultimate as he chases down Chippies in the brush. Proto Belt for the double kill. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Forced to flash over the wall. 528's here. They're going for it. He gets the spy. XL5 taken away from the Direwolves. Chippies, though, is in amongst it. He's going to be able to take down one. Guts is the next target. He can't find the kill as the double kill goes over towards Chippies. Oh, he's the one that's in a bit of trouble as King going to get jumped off by Guts. He's going to get assassinated as now Destiny's the one that's in trouble. 528 going to be able to get the knockup. The final attack comes out from Silman as they jump on Sybil as well. One by one, the Direwolves are going to fall.
We've been ahead the whole game. I got fed early, so this game should be a free win. But since we are ahead, my team gets cocky and starts trolling. They get caught, and now we maybe lose Nash. But I'm really fed, so there is still a chance that we can win this fight. This game was a free win a minute ago, but whatever. They had to burn some ults to take down Tam though. And Kate's also strong, and Nunu can peel for her. I know I have TP, but if I TP to the Nash pit, I get one shot and die. Next to the mid lane wall, I'm too far away and I can't deal damage. I choose to TP to the blue off wall, so I'm in a good position for flank. As I TP in behind them, Kate and Nunu stall by catching enemy team in the middle of Baron. Nunu tanks as much as he can, and Kate deals a lot of damage. Since I'm on the flank, enemy team doesn't know who to focus. And since the three of us play the fight correctly, we kill them all and save the game. That's just solo queue.
Let's finish this quickly. The Vanguard.
About 6 months ago, I reached a point in my career where I wanted to try and start my own thing. So with a group of people, we put together Guinevere Capital to invest in esports. We spoke to a number of owners, but Nath was a fantastic fit for us, young, entrepreneurial, and I've really enjoyed working with him over the last 6 months, helping build the Direwolves.
So Dave's background is previously general manager of the NRL, and that's something that I wanted to partner with, was someone who had the experience, and you know, networks, contacts is a massive thing, and like I obviously have this vision for Direwolves, and Dave I just felt was the perfect fit for that.
I suppose working in traditional sports, there's so many legacy issues and baggage. You'd always do anything to start again, and that's almost the situation we're in esports. It's new, it's high growth, and you can actually help shape an industry, which I find really exciting. My favourite stat is 43 million people watched the League of Legends final last year. Only 19.8 million watched the NBA final, so it's ludicrous numbers.
We had expectations going into Korea that it was going to be tough, and we definitely wanted to, you know, get the most out of it.
The fact that these guys are playing against Crown and Faker in solo queue and actually competing well against them is fantastic. So I think it's been good to expose them to that.
We understand that discipline and schedule and structure is very important. Now it's just, you know, applying everything we learnt in Korea to get us to where we want to be.
Our vision is to be globally competitive, and so we want to be competing on the global scale. We want to make the world champs, and that's what we're working towards.
In Korea, we didn't become the best, but we learned how to become the best.
Welcome back to the OPL. We just saw Direwolves take down XL5 in that first game, but it was a sloppy win. And we just saw in that video as well that Direwolves got some sweet cash money from an ex-NRL executive. Jibs, let me ask you, right? Without being, I don't want to, nothing rude, but like, what's the view of the Direwolves? Are they like the private school boys kind of thing now? Is that the way the rest of the OPL views them?
In my mind, the Direwolves are the Rick Fox. The Rick Foxes of the...
Cash money.
Yeah. They got the cash money.
All right. Well, Mendrix, going into this game 2, XL5 hungry for that first win. Direwolves probably want to clean up their play style. What do you think is the most important thing for XL5 to do going to game 2?
Just small changes is the big thing they need to look into. And I think it was one of the things we were actually discussing, you know, during the break as well. With Poppy actually had the opportunity, or 5 to 8, to sort of nullify a ton of damage just by changing the build. Or you pick up the Doran Shield instead of going for the Corrupting Potion. And make sure you've got that one specific mastery up. I think it's block in your Resolve tree. And you are blocking roughly 20% of the damage that cannon does earlier, especially if it's an on-hit AD cannon. And that is actually quite huge. That could be you not getting first blooded like that happened in the previous game, or in that game.
Yeah, Jubes, I mean, do you kind of agree with that you just need to build more defense on that Poppy?
I definitely agree, and I also think that Poppy will never win the matchup naturally, but what you can do is gank the cannon, set him behind, you have a tank, and then you allow the tank to roam. He gets to roam, and he gets to affect the map while Cannon's sitting in a side lane.
Meanwhile, Direwolves lost a team fight 10k gold up towards the late game, and they are kind of, obviously, like I said, looking to clean up their playstyle. What do they need to change, Jubes, going into game 2?
I think they just need to execute their team composition. That's as simple as that. Like, they knew they had a 1-3-1 comp. Jace can split, Cannon can split, 3 of them can pressure a lane, but for some reason, they just decided to team fight.
Mendrix, do you want to see anything different in the draft from them?
Well, I mean, like, if you're not going to execute that particular team fight that exact way, then make the simpler adjustment of getting a different champion. Get a tank in there. You don't need Sybil on Elise. He didn't do too much in that early game. He was great towards that later stages, even though as a whole Direwolves didn't perform. But put him on the rec side. We've seen him perform great in previous games.
Jubes, as our jungle expert, do you want to see Sybil on the rec side?
Sybil was renowned for his Elise, but I don't know. There wasn't much to do there in the early game there for him. So yeah, maybe Rek'Sai, mix it up.
Yeah, mix it up.
Yeah,
it's hard to play against a wet fish. You can't guess what they're going to do. Obviously, right?
Yeah,
All right.
exactly.
Well, that is enough from us here at the analyst desk. Let us get into game 2 by throwing it to our casters, Spawn and Fish.
Not quite sure what Hingers meant there, Swan.
I have absolutely no idea what he just said.
It's kind of hard playing against a wet fish. You just don't know. I'm done.
All right, cool. At the same time, I just want to echo what Mendrix is saying. So in the break, I did a little bit of, napkin math there. If you pick up, the 2 damage that gets taken off from the block mastery, if you're able to pick up a Doran's shield, that's 8. I think Kennen starts with roughly like 52-ish, somewhere around there. If he picks up some attack speed and things like that, instead of going full AD, you're blocking literally 10 damage off a 52 attack damage carry, and not counting any armor that you have previously in your rune pages and masteries. So that's something that we should look towards. Ninja Tabby takes that a step further. I mean, 12% of the auto attack damage coming through, especially when you're building on hit, is something to look into. I don't mean to harp on things like this, but these are tiny decisions that you can actually make that will influence how the rest of that lane plays out, because he was getting bullied.
And it's things that we see being done internationally, Spawn. Lots of tanks are picking up Ninja Tabby as soon as they possibly can.
It's the most broken item in the game. Like, I'm not even joking right now. If you're playing against an auto attacker, Tabbies are busted. They are so strong fish.
12% is definitely strong. Gives you a bit of armor and lots of movement speed as well to get away from those range attackers. But we did see the Barmy Cinder into Merc Threads coming out in 5-8 last game. We'll have to see if there are any adaptations, not only his build, but also champion picks coming into the second match here.
Another thing that I was chatting, I was just walking around through the hallway, bumped into, the Chiefs, bumped into Tainted Mines. We were talking about the 2v2. They agreed that, kind of Ari, it can't really deal with Jace. However, when you look at mid lane, look at the 2v2. And they were pretty insistent that, Ari plus Karzik should be able to take on the Elise plus Jace early. So there were options for Guts to be able to get involved in that game. As Juve said, would have looked for him to go top lane, potentially was the mid lane option as well, especially when all the lanes are pushing. It becomes your job as a jungler to be able to help a lane out.
And whoa, we've gone through picks and bans here. The first ban stages are done, Spawn. We have LeBlanc, Ari, Malzahar banned up by the Direwolves. Then we had Fiora, Jace, and Rise by XL5. That means we're going to see the first game of Camille being played in the OPL.
Exactly right. So Camille gets through and they've finally thrown down the gauntlet. They've guaranteed themselves the Rengar. Not going to be able to grab LeBlanc on the side of Schumann because of the fact that was a first ban on the blue side. However, maybe look to get him a different power pick in that mid lane, something like a Cassiopeia that we've seen banned away pretty often.
Guts will be able to play that Rengar. We saw him in a good game on the Rengar in their first match against Tainted Mines.
He had a good start to the game.
Yes.
Later on, he was kind of a human cannonball. Where, what I mean from that, he just like rolled himself up and he just threw himself into 5 members and died a couple of times in a row, which I don't like seeing out of my Rengars. However, that was the particular style that he chose to play, and if he wants to do it again, more power to him.
Might have to take a break here, Spawn. Someone needs to wake up King before we go into this next match.
Nah, he's all right. That's how King plays, He's plugged in to the League of Legends.
We do see Poppy being picked up by 5-8 again, so they'll be heading into the top lane as their tank of choice. And Direwolves are going to get Kha'Zix as well as Zyra to round up their first picks.
If you take Rengar, Kha'Zix is going to be a play available. If Zyra is there, right now T-Gun can go with something like a Misfortune to have the pseudo counter down in that bottom lane. So you can understand how they got their hands on those picks. You can't pick 5 champions at the start of the pick ban phase, Fish. That's just not how it works. Forget everything I'm saying. The original champion that was designed to... So Karma was broken. Then people got Zyra as a counter to that. He's just picked it afterwards. I don't even know how to explain that. He's locked himself into a bad matchup, I think is the way that you go about it.
Well, Direwolves have 3 champions that are commonly banned in the first ban rotation picked up on their side of the map. XL5, they've got 1 being that Rengar. And there have been a couple of Poppy bans, but normally not during the first ban rotation. So the second ban wave is going to come through. Cassiopeia is the first to hit the bench. They don't want Fantix to pick up that champion.
Yeah, and it's something that we just keep going back to, right? Fantix is really skillful in the mid lane. When this guy really is able to shrug off all the shackles, play at 100% time and time again, he has just shown that he is incredibly potent. And looking forward to seeing whether, 2 games in a row we can build up a big laning phase advantage and be able to explode into the late stages of the game.
And we're going to see Echo being banned out next here by the Direwolves. They don't want Suman to pick up that pick. Has caused a lot of problems for teams.
Potentially looking for something like a Syndra then, you would have to assume, in the mid lane. That's generally why we've seen Echo picked up as a little bit of a counter to that. Maybe don't want to have an easy counter for their 1-3-1, so they're looking towards, maybe picking up a split push threat for Fantix as well.
And tons of mid lane bans coming out. If you include Jace, there's already 4 from the side of XL5 and 3 coming in for the side of the Direwolves.
Hey, we'll just include Fiora as well. That's 5 out of XL5. You don't know what Fantix can play. He was a top laner at one stage or another. Last time that the Direwolves made the OPL final was with Fantix as top lane.
Then we get a Syndra being banned out finally here by the Direwolves. So heavy target bans towards the mid lane. And both teams have yet to pick up their AD carry or mid lane champions of choice.
And that's strange. I mean, banning Echo and then banning Syndra, I mean, must not just be looking for that assassin playstyle to be picked up by Suman. Maybe looking to see if they can stretch his champion pool. Maybe also it does all right in the split push versus Camille, which I haven't thought about, but maybe it doesn't. Who knows?
Last time around when we saw his Ahri get banned out for the side of Suman, he did divert back to his Orianna. Didn't have a great game on that champion, but wasn't the standout underperformer in the team in that match either. Still waiting to see what Direwolves going to pick up to round out their team comp. They're going to pick up King's Varus again, 2 games in a row, and Fantix takes the Orianna away from Suman.
Yeah, they actually have a really nice teamfight comp right now. I mean, the one thing about Camille, you talk about her split pushing, but her teamfight's absolutely fine. Able to dive in there with the ball with one of the longest gap closes of League of Legends history that just flies across terrain, maps. I mean, you go from top to bottom so quickly on that champion, and see how Fantix goes on a very traditional control mage.
So when you see what Suman locks in, it was mentioned on the death spawn, but Zed is going to be seeing some play here in the OPL.
Yeah, all right, cool. So there's lots of mid lane bans we'll give it to him. Maybe he was backed into a corner. Maybe it is just a little bit desperation to be able to match the split push out of Chippies in the mid game. You know, Zed can still blow someone up, still does a heck of a lot of damage, has some more itemization changes to be able to go up against AP at the moment. I mean, Edge of Night into the Mora Malmortius certainly helps when you're going up against an AP mid laner. But I can't remember the last time it was picked in competitive.
Whew, it's been some time, Swan, and it's been some time since we've seen Zed running around in the mid lane. Going up against an Orianna as well.
It's one of the oldest matchups that we've seen. I mean, Orianna historically has done well in this matchup, Fish.
Yep.
I mean, Fantix isn't going for it, but generally you just take exhaust and wait for him to jump on you and blow him up.
And lots of surprises coming through this draft phase. I mean, I never thought we'd see the day that Camille would be picked up into the top lane. I thought she's just always going to be banned out on the red side.
No, I mean, we've seen some Camille's worldwide. We saw Jax play it as a counter towards it. We've heard Fiora is a good counter pick. I mean, I like the idea of Poppy because Poppy just builds tank, and then as soon as she jumps on him, puts up the W and is able to stop a lot of the aggression. So I think that, you know, Camille, numbers, definitely over, just a little bit overpower at the moment, you know, maybe by about 50 to 100% too high. But apart from that, I mean, the gameplay should be counterable, maybe.
Maybe we'll have to see if Guts as well as 528 up at the top lane.
Maybe they just camp her. Just get everyone up there. Just like pound her. Make sure that you're able to, you know, keep her down. Maybe she was not going to be able to get that far ahead. But they didn't do it last game with Chippies, who had a pretty standout performance.
Yeah, he picked up the Ken in that last match. Wasn't banned out this time around, but if you have Camille available, you might as well take that champion to the Rift. He's probably going to be very happy to pick up Camille heading into this match.
I mean, in saying that, if you are going to leave it up, you know that she's going to be picked. So they must know that they were going to pick Camille.
For now, though, as we get onto Summoner's Rift, let's check in with Hingers, who's with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sharp, and I want to start by asking about your changes between last draft and this draft. What was your difference in strategy coming into Game 2?
Well, we weren't really expecting for them to let us get Camille, so that really changed the dynamic of this draft. We picked up Camille because it was just open pretty much, and Chippies is extremely strong at Camille. Last draft, all the OPs were really banned, so that was our general approach for this draft. Just try and get Camille and then draft from there.
We've seen this internationally, that they leave Camille open and Rengar open, so you can take one apiece. What do you see as the big differences in terms of strengthening top or strengthening the jungle for those OP champs?
It kind of depends on like how confident you are in your jungle and dealing with the Rengar. Sybil's a very strong jungler, and I think no offense to XJ, but the skill difference between Sybil and XJ, I think he would be able to deal with the Rengar.
Right.
And yeah.
And finally, the Orianna into Zed. Were you aware of the Zed pocket pick, or?
I think we're not really scared because they have a full AD comp now.
Yeah.
So all the champions were banned in the mid lane, and Fantix has a very deep champion pool. So we're not really scared of that. And now they're stuck with a full AD comp into ours. So
excellent. All right. Well, best of luck in the game, and thanks for chatting to us.
There's already action going on here as we complete that interview. XR5, they're able to stop a very delayed invade coming in from Sybil there. We saw the coach talking about XJ, that's actually now Guts. He's changed his name there, being able to pick up first blood for XR5, so off to a decent start here.
Yeah, and you say that you're not worried about him and that Sybil's going to be able to, you know, handle him, then he randomly walks into, what, 3 members and dies. So whilst I appreciate Sharp's confidence in his jungle, giving Rengar a free kill early does not hold you in good stead for a mid-game.
It certainly does not. Gonna have to see if Guts can use that very early kill to help his team out across the map. Sybil's also going to have a very delayed start here. No leash coming out from the rest of his team. Only just now starting on his red buff as well. Still yet to complete that. He's already used Smite as well. This is going to be difficult for Sybil.
Yeah, this is coming down to the wire right now.
Bremmelback's on it.
Oh. I mean, is in the end able to pick that one up. He'll get some health potions ticking. You can see that Sybil not all that happy at the moment. Kha'Zix has a really good jungle clear out of him because he gets the heal out of W and is able to isolate targets quite easily in the jungle. So he shouldn't be too stressed. I mean, he'll be absolutely fine as he progresses through the camp.
So do check in with the top lane here. Chippies against 528. Champion that we barely ever get to see. The newest released champion here, Camille.
And I want to see what he actually maxes because generally we see a lot of Q max into melee matchups, some E and W against range whenever we see Camille on solo queue, things like that. It'll be interesting to see how Chippy plays this one out. As Sybil, he's in a little bit more trouble. I mean, he'll be able to pick it up, but he's going to be very low after the clear.
He's trying to duke it out with all the jungle monsters here spawn. He's going on to Gromp next, it seems, if he can. We'll heal up quite a bit from fighting that one.
And I actually like this game plan out of 528 a little bit better this time around, as it actually is going to be a Q max out of Chippy, so making sure that we're continuing that same trend. He pushed in early and then the wave kind of groups up and then shoves back into you really hard. So because he knows that Sybil wasn't going to be top early because he had his jungle pathing interrupted by being dead, now he just gets to freeze in front of his turret and, you know, maybe he can call in a gank out of Guts, who actually is sitting mid right now, trying to help out a pretty low health Suman.
He's getting him onto the right side here though, Spawn. Fantix does have to be a little bit careful.
I mean, not really. He's still in the middle of the lane. That jump range is high, but it's not that high. Unless they really mess something up here. Direwolves, he should be completely safe.
He's going to be able to farm up this one just nicely here. Suman taking a lot of damage. Has that Doran's shield to help himself out with a little bit of regeneration.
But you can see he's back.
Going for it. Guts tries to jump out there. Not going to get the slowdown either. Fantix being very aggressive. Now getting jumped on by the Rengar. Thunderlord's going to do a bit of damage. But he is out of mana and just casually sidesteps the swipes coming out from Guts.
That could have actually got interesting if Guts was able to land that second one because the Zed did have a shadow out, but was not to be. Didn't hit the second E. So instead, Fantix just walks around and is able to keep himself nice and healthy. Has a 12 CS lead already in that lane. That's 2 full waves when there's only been 5 of them, 4 or 5 down mid lane. That's pretty impressive.
It's now Guts flashing forward, actually. He is able to get the boulder strike on towards Fantix, but gets exhausted. Still able to get the kill. Now here comes Suman. They're looking for Sybil. Guts is still going to leap up forward. Will get taken down, but Suman gets the return kill and takes the blue buff for himself.
Yeah, really nicely done all of a sudden, however.
Ooh, Camille is down here, is able to get the wall strike down, picks up the return kill, allows King to get that one for his team.
Yeah, so King rotates up. I mean, Chippy's rotates down, and they're able to collapse, turn that in for a 2-for-2 trade. But still nicely done out of what was a big losing lane middle. Able to equalize a little bit. We take another look at it. Guts pretty perseverant with this one. They were baiting for Sybil. However, the damage that comes out of Rengar early game is just absolutely silly. And you can see they're able to get up a return kill there.
This game, very even between Direwolves and XR5 to kick things off. Very contrasting to what we saw in the first match.
However, you see, because Sybil was spending a lot of the early game farming versus Guts, who was really camping out that mid lane. He's caught completely up. So only 300 gold for the boots behind. That was the first blood gold that went over. But, you know, as far as camps goes, as far as levels goes, Sybil's completely even now. So should be happy with how he recovered his early jungle pathing. And you can see that Chippy's Big fan of the tabbies.
Yep, first item here, Spawn.
I like it.
He's going to try and go toe-to-toe against 5-8. Does get that nice shield on his auto attacks.
Yeah, due to the tabbies, able to win that trade quite handily.
And Silver now moving deep in towards XL5's jungle. Was not able to get the early invade off on towards this red buff, but wants to take it away from Guts.
Ultimate
right
is
away.
available for Rengar, however, who's sitting mid lane again, and it's been picked up for the Assassin as well, who does have the exhaust on. That wasn't English.
Chippy's now going to get jumped on by 5-8. Puts up the W though, and he locks him in the ultimate. 5-8's got nowhere to run, and he's stuck with the Camille and Kha'Zix to get a kill in the top lane.
Yeah, and you really don't want to use that charge until you are in the ultimate to buy yourself some time to get out. Really nicely played out of Chippy's. Able to set up a good kill. 5-8 being punished a little bit again. All of a sudden they want in on Fantix, however.
Shulman looking for it. Uses the ultimate as soon as the shockwave comes out. That death mark's going to pop, and Fantix will get taken down by the Assassin in the mid lane.
Yeah, and you can see that very comfortable with that. Used the ultimate to dodge out of the Orianna ball, and then was able to get just enough auto attacks to be able to ensure that the pop came through even with a shield. So nicely played out of the jungle as well as the mid lane of XL5. They gave up their own red buff for it. Maybe sacrificed 5-8 to the Wolves, but they were able to get the member they want fed.
Certainly have been able to do just that. Shulman's been able to pick up a Hex Drinker for himself and is yet to go back to base to spend the extra money he just got then. Instead, it seems like Guts is going to be helping out to pick up blue buff here, give him a bit of extra cooldown reduction.
It's actually more the energy that comes back. I mean, as far as energy users go, as an ultimate comes out in the bottom lane.
Crazy taking a lot of damage, going to get locked down here. Destiny puts the ultimate down, but King's able to get the final auto attack. Does Direballs just snipe off Ashe there?
Yeah, that was actually really nice played. I mean, people don't expect you to fire out the ultimate as the Varus first because it is a little bit hard to hit unless people are walking into you. However, King lines up crazy and takes him down. Some good follow-up damage out of Destiny. Going for what looks to be the Bork build as well early on in this one. I like it.
Blows the summoners out of crazy as well. Guts now going to take quite a bit of damage too as King and Destiny relentless in their pressure in this bottom lane, similar to what we saw in that last match. Going to be able to chip away at this turret slowly here. T-Gun trying to be a little bit offensive, but they've got to be careful because Guts has been locked down again.
That was what they had to do, though. That maybe saved the turret, because otherwise Destiny and King just going to continue to push into this one. They know no teleport play was coming, so they only had to back away just enough to be able to keep the creeps off the turret. Instead, they will back completely now, Direwolf's bottom lane.
Checking with the top side of the map again. 5-8's doing fine against Camille for now. He's picking up the components of that Ninja Tabi spawn.
You think that now. But I've been burned one too many times, unfortunately.
And Chippy just constantly shoves out this wave. He's got his Sheen picked up. Probably going to move towards the Trinity Force nice and early. Still going toe-to-toe against 5-8 here.
And he needs to be careful. Chippy's nearly in range to just be able to ult him and blow him up there. You can see another top lane, mid lane gank is being set up right now.
They're going for it right on top of Fantix. They jump straight on top of him. Again, Deathmark to avoid the ultimate. Guts was there for the early damage, and it will be Schumann that gets another kill. They brute force that one.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, he's 3-1-2 right now and only 10 CS down. What is a pretty tough matchup. Fantix, he's just waiting for that ultimate to be able to pop him, but unfortunately, because Schumann's just on top of him time and time again, he just dodges out of the way. It's one of those things that unless Fantix starts getting some help in that lane, you just expect Guts to go there time and time again.
Move back towards the top side of the map, which is doing well for the Direwolves at the moment. Chippy's just constantly pushing this one out against 5-8.
You got him!
Challenge him out. What? Ninja Tabbies? They've been picked up.
Ash Arrow misses bottom, Guts is in.
He's going in, but he finds Sybil! Surprise attack from the Kha'Zix. Gets caught completely off guard there.
I mean, after the Ash Arrow missed and King didn't flinch, they must have known something was going on, surely. As now King takes a little bit of damage, has summoner spells available, however. That was comical.
Pretty much. Revenge. Sybil finally gets it. After the first blood that came out from Guts earlier on in the game. We'll take stock of where the gold is at the moment, despite it being 5-5 in kills. Dire will still lead by about 1,000 gold in this one.
You can see that they're just up 20 CS now in the bottom lane, 10 in the mid as well as the jungle. So big CS advantages still there for the Direwolves lineup. This is what we expect out of them. They are very mechanically sound players, and you can see that, you know, Sybil able to get a good counter game going, so he would be, you know, starting to work himself back into this game after the first blood.
In the bottom lane. Seems like King is waiting for an item here. Not going back to base to start being low on help. But Destiny's looking to flash in. Finds Crazy. There's a teleport coming into the bottom lane. The Ash is going to get locked down. The tactical sweep comes in for Chippies as he hooks shots on towards T-Gun. Locks him down on the ultimate. He's stuck with nowhere to go. As the teleport picks up 2 kills for the Direwolves in the bottom lane.
Yeah, great teleport play. It also will transition into first turret as well. That's just a TP in vain, is it? No, they actually back away. As the rest of the members are heading down, they don't want to stick around for it.
Yeah, 5 to 8, able to defend the turret for a short amount of time, but it is incredibly low.
That was a bold play. I mean, that was a sneeze away from going down. As now Guts maybe making a beeline towards Sybil in that Dragon Pit.
He's going to be able to find him. Knows he started this one up. Sybil's got to be careful. Guts finds it, doesn't get the leap going.
It's all right. Still is able to steal away a dragon against the flow. I mean, when your bottom lane's just being double killed, it's not a bad response.
Sealman goes in for more trades on 2 Fantix in this mid lane.
And you can see he refuses to use the ultimate until Fantix has thrown his down, instead just using auto attacks and abilities to be able to chunk him out of lane. And Fantix, a little bit frustrated right now, has to recall with a huge wave in front of his turret and no one to really pick it up.
You can see he's trying to build up his Zhonya's Hourglass as fast as he possibly can.
I mean, he's not doing it as fast as he possibly can. He bought a component beforehand and upgraded boots. You can get it faster, Fish. Trust me.
Just like you can get Ninja Tabbies faster, right?
Exactly right.
But he's looking for that Seeker's Arm Guard. Try and stack up some armor against both Rengar and Zed, who have been relentless in pressure in this mid lane. Sealman's got his more Malmortius picked up, so he's not too afraid of the magic damage coming out from the Orianna. And bottom lane, King's got his Blade of the Ruin King stacked and ready to go.
Yeah, and I'm expecting an Edge of Night to come out of the Zed next. And something that I've been looking at a little bit lately, I mean, more Edge of Night into magic damage comps for an Assassin in the mid lane does set you up quite nicely. And then you can still go towards, you know, typical lethality build, unless Chippies gets incredibly tanky as this game progresses, which isn't really his style. Lethality is going to be a useful stat as this game progresses.
Certainly is.
Bork's also been upgraded lately. Upgraded. That's the wrong word. Buffed is what I'm looking for lately. You know, 8% to 12, I believe. Something around there. So, see how it starts working out for the Zed as the game progresses.
Yeah, Bork's going to help King out quite a bit. He's got to go through 5 to 8 and survive the damage with Guts and Sealman. A little bit of lifesteal always helps with that. Fantix, he's still keeping up in CS in his mid lane despite being 3 kills down to Sealman.
Yeah, that's kind of the Fantix special. I mean, he's a very good... let's stop talking about that.
Yeah, Crazy's been caught down again. Destiny's going to lock him up. King gets those final auto attacks into him as well as T-Gun's forced to run for the hills. Time and time again, Spawn.
Yeah, just not able to keep him alive at the moment, and now they're looking for a dive.
Sybil was trying to get the jump on towards Tegan, but the tether comes down and stops him from advancing any further. This will give Direwolves the time they need to take down the bottom lane outer turret. And King picks up all the gold for that one too. He is now 2,500 gold ahead of Crazy.
And you know, maybe reminiscent of yesterday's game as Legacy were just able to do a very similar thing, continually catch out Kuden in the bottom lane. With the Zyra Snare. As soon as you've burnt the flash once, they can just unrelentingly keep attacking you. And seems to be the story of the OPL Week 2 so far. You have to be careful with your summoner spells.
As the rest of the Direwolves do group up in the mid lane and look to try and take down that outer turret. They get some good chip damage on towards it, but are forced to back away. King goes back to base, picks up the components for his Runan's Hurricane. Zeal as well as a couple of daggers being picked up. Fantix will get a blue buff for himself.
I'll be interested to see if it is a Runan's. I expect it to be, but sometimes you go Phantom Dancer against double assassin comps as Varus as well, just because you know that one of them's going to jump on you, and the Phantom Dancer can save your life.
Sybil actually finds Guts, gets the red smite down and goes toe-to-toe. Guts is going to go into camouflage mode, but gets bopped by 528. Doesn't matter because he's still going to get taken down. And now Chippy's once in amongst it, locks him down on the ultimate, but will get booted out immediately by 528 to take him away.
Yeah, and you think that if maybe Guts just turned around and auto-attacked Sybil a couple of times, that could have been a little bit different. However, Chippies is able to come in before 528 and help him pick up a kill. And now they're going to target out this top lane.
As 528 desperately trying to do what he can to defend this turret. Sybil and Chippies chipping away at that.
Good defense.
We'll stop them and push them back.
I mean, and Poppy still looks to be a fine matchup right now. I mean, Chippies is definitely not having a bad game by any stretch of the imagination as the Crystalline Arrow blissfully sails past Summoner's Rift. But 528, I mean, he's having a much better timer of it this time. He's only down 3 CS. And his turret's still alive, which is nice.
Are you going to credit that to the Ninja Tabbies?
I certainly am. Would not be a game without me complimenting Ninja Tabbies, mate. Favorite boots ever.
We have seen a few items being picked up here. Phantom Dancer was actually picked up by King. So goes for that nice and early. The flip side, Crazy is still sitting on his BF sword and a Zeal. Yet to complete a single item against the double item King.
Sometimes I like it when items come through the way that they should, Fish. Just makes me smile a little bit on the inside.
As Fantix being able to pick up his Nomicon in the meantime. Top lane, Camille's going to be able to pick up the Tiamat with her Trinity Force completed already. So big power spikes now for the Direwolf squad.
I mean, really power spikes everywhere, but they still don't have a full-blown tank. And when a Rengar and a Zed's running around the Rift, that is want to be a problem. Although right now,
they're on the hunt. As Sybil's going to try and flash on towards Human, who flashes away. Guts is down in this bottom lane, hunting towards the Kha'Zix. Chippies is close by in case there is a fight that breaks out. It's just a flash for a flash being traded.
Isn't it a terrifying noise, though? I mean, as soon as he goes into that, you just... where is he? He's going to fly at me out of nowhere. The knife cat. King in the top lane, forcing away 528.
528's not going to be able to defend it this time round against the Direwolves. So that turret is going to fall, increase their turret lead 2-0. Dragon is now up and available. Another Cloud Dragon to be taken if XL5 decide to capitalize on the two members in the top lane. Guts seems like he wants to do just that.
That's a brave call. I mean, they have Camille nearby and the rest of the members are rotating down. Could lose them a lot of priority in this mid lane for only a Cloud Drake. See whether they want to fight on the back end of it, something like that. They do have teleport available.
They do get the arrow down on towards Fantix, and immediately the Zed goes in, gets exhausted to kick things off. Gutso, he's been destroyed in the backlines by Sybil. Chippy's going to get locked down by Tiga, but no one there to respond. Direwolves get a turret and a pick.
Yeah, and they had the top lane push. I mean, Chippy's was just going to be down there. That's such a rough call. I mean, you either go as a coordinated unit, fire the arrow as the teleport is being channeled, or you just don't go at all. Guts, unfortunately, left out to dry a little bit for his team. It means that they result now 6,000 gold down.
And Sybil uses this time to take away the red buff as well and continue to counter jungle Guts, who had a good start to this game. The mid game hasn't been too promising for this Rengar.
Yeah, really, ever since that counter game came through into the bottom lane, game's all been Sybil having some very good reads. Taken away the complete top side of the jungle. And I just wonder, like, is there actually anything X5 can do now because they're in such a gold hole? Maybe catch out Sybil?
We'll have to see if they can get the jump on towards this Kha'Zix. Guts was looking for it, but Fantix is close by to defend his jungler.
Not only Fantix, I mean, King was rotating up, Destiny's rotating up. This really is a coordinated squad. And it's strange to say, but arguably right now, Direwolves look better on team fighting compositions than they do on 1-3-1. They haven't made the same mid-game errors. Well,
Chippy's looking to try and get the jump on towards KZ. Locks him down, and Destiny picks up the kill nice and early. Now the rest of X5 trying to run. Good start coming out for Chippy to lock down the Rengar. He gets the second one. 528's now jumping in and amongst it. Stewman wants to go for a fight, but a big shockwave comes out from Fantix. Can't quite take down the Poppy, but Chippy's comes back in, gets sliced and diced there by the Zed to get taken down. It's a 2-for-1 trade.
And 2 weeks in a row, the mid laner of XL5 has really been the shining light. Direwolves do pick up the team fight, and they will grab a turret, it looks like, as well. However, that was some fancy footworks out of the Zed. This is why I also hate letting Camille through, because every single person I hear let Camille through, they're like, we have a top lane counter for it. I'm like, that's great. Do you have an AD carry counter for it? Because as soon as she goes anywhere near AD carry, that person's dead. And I haven't had someone say yes so far. Because as you could see in that team fight, Crazy didn't have a good time against Camille.
Certainly did not know someone is available for the Ashe to get away either.
I mean, where can you get away to? You can't get out of the stupid field.
Chippy was able to decimate him in that match, or in that duel, I should say. There's yeah, that's not quite right. Chippies was doing a little bit of a break dance for us. Meanwhile, though, they found Destiny. Guts jumps on top of him. That's not a pretty sight, Spawn.
No, it certainly isn't. I mean, just close your eyes for a little bit, young one. You don't need to see that. However, that is a mid-game pick, and we'll see whether they can translate that into anything. Guts has kind of had a similar performance on Rengar both games he's played. It looked good early game and then kind of got lost in the mid-game. Doesn't really want to challenge Sybil to the one-on-one anymore. Ooh.
King expected.
That was just a guess.
Expected Guts to be nearby. Fires the ultimate. Does not connect at all. They have sent Chippies down into bottom lane to continue split pushing for the team. Teleport is available for the Camille. And it's actually Sealman that's set down to match him. Tactical sweep comes in, goes for the fight, gets a nice big shield, gonna get the nice wall shot as well. Deathmask's gonna pop, and now it's Sealman that has to run away from Chippies here as he takes the mid laner on one-on-one.
Yeah, so able to take him on one-on-one. I mean, there was no Ignite available for the Zed in that. So just, you know, it was a damage test. Like, can I go toe-to-toe with this guy? Okay, no, probably need a Last Whisper. Gonna back away. See what he goes towards next. As it looks like Fantix wants T-Gun.
Fantix is going to get locked down by an Enchanted Crusade, gets exhausted as well. Guts goes back in. Destiny will get the first kill onto the support, but Chippies is here and absolutely kicks the crap out of him.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage at this stage of the game. Flies in, Fantix is able to help him out. And that was a bait out of X5 without perfect information, really, because that was a control ward placed in the banana brush. And now you're in some trouble.
Yeah, he's going to lock him down in the field again. Gets the shutdown. That's a 5-1 and 4 Camille hunting down the Poppy, who tries to take Fantix out with him. Knocks 2 away, but it doesn't matter because the ball's going to be thrown straight back in his face. And Fantix gets the kill.
Yeah, and that should just be Baron. I mean, right now, Direwolves, you can see, comes together as a unit, able to pick up what is a delayed ace. And they will move towards a neutral objective. And that was really without, you know, King being involved at all. He was just chilling top lane.
Picks up all the farm he wants, and now Baron buff's been picked up by the rest of his team. Direwolves, 11,000 gold in the lead, 24 minutes into this one.
You see that T-Gun's kind of like, do I want to chase him? I don't know if I want to chase him.
Chippies does want to go back to base. Guts, though, he's found Destiny.
And he exhausted again, Destiny. I mean, that's twice he's been jumped on and absolutely obliterated by the Rengar.
Not pretty. It's not a pretty sight.
But at the same time, I don't think you should burn summoner spells for it. I mean, you mispositioned, you're by yourself as a support in mid lane. I think you just die and, you know, shake your head and kind of say, we can't push for the 25 seconds that I'm dead.
Zara comes down towards Fantix. Guts and T-Gun here. They try to lock down the Orianna. Shockwave goes on top of himself. T-Gun's going to take a lot of damage. There's the Zhonya's 5-8 here as well. But look at Sybil just jumping absolutely everywhere. Picks up 1 kill. The Varus comes in as well to lock down another. As suddenly Camille's joined the party as only Zed remains. And he's got to run away from an AD carry.
Yeah, run away, Sweeman. Run away and never come back because the Direwolves have just absolutely destroyed the rest of your team. I mean, Fantix with a beautiful shockwave bait straight away into Azonya's Hourglass. The rest of the members were there that time to help clean it up, and they're looking to push through. Don't know whether that will end the game, Fish, but it will at least be the first inhibitor down.
We're just going to fall. Sealman tries to do what he can to defend that one, but there is no hope for him there. Meanwhile, it's going to be Camille still pushing on the bottom lane. The rest of the Direwolves are here with their Baron buff, looking for a chip. He actually goes in, finds Tegan. It's going to be the assassination that comes out. Look at this. He's knocked out Crazy, gets another kill, and one by one, the Wolfpack are tearing XL5 apart as Shuma goes into the back lines. Destiny's having a horrible day, but it's about to get a lot better because there's only one member of XL5 left, and that's 528, who finally gets taken down. King gets the triple.
Yeah, triple kill picked up by King, and that will be their game. I mean, X5 this time through the kitchen sink, but what that meant was leaving Crazy to the wolves.
He saw his life flash before his eyes a few times in this game spawn, and it's all because the robot lady was able to get straight on top of the Ash. Tegan respawns, watch helplessly as a Camille jumps on top of him. Now he's going to flash back into the fountain. Tactical sweep's not enough, neither is Savara's ultimate, but Direwolves pick up all 3 points this week.
Yeah, they certainly do, and I can see on their face they're still not exactly happy with their performance. I mean, they let the Zed get a little bit big in the early game, but great bounce back, honestly, from Sybil. Some really clever pathing made sure that he was back in the game and able to control the pace from pretty much start to finish again.
And XL5, once more, you know, they show signs of life in certain areas in the map.
Their mid lane's real good.
You can always look towards Sealman, but again, once the game gets to about 20 minutes, everything just seems to crumble for them.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, their mid laner is like a genuinely superstar player. I mean, this is a guy that you could look to build a franchise around. I mean, he's really impressing me at the moment. But at the same time, I mean, you've got to be able to control side lanes as well. And Guts is throwing so much attention towards what is their strongest part of their map. And it means that the bookends are kind of falling down at the moment, and then the overflow into the mid lane is just getting out of control. So, you know, you have to credit the strong members of X5 in that game, particularly their assassin mid lane play. But at the same time, I mean, until Crazy and T-Gun, until 528 can really withstand the pressure that a team like Direwolves are going to put on, they're not going to pick up many games.
We saw some forms of life coming out from XL5 in those two matches, but it's still the Direwolves that pick up the 3 points in the 2-0 victory. For now, though, we're going to throw it back to the desk to break down those matches.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, gentlemen, it seems that Direwolves picked up a much cleaner win in that second game. But XL5, they can take some heart from this series, right, Juice?
Yeah, I think XL5 showed that they're not just going to roll over against against the top tier team. Although that was a lot cleaner from Direwolves. They had Camille. Whoopsie. But, you know, yeah.
And it's just one of those things as well, as XL5 also had a much better early game. So a little bit of small wins across the board for both of these teams. Much cleaner finish, but a much better early game from XL5. So very impressive from both teams. Very impressive play.
Yeah, so we see them shaking hands right now. Good sports as per their contractual obligations. Let's talk about this Camille getting through and Rengar getting through. I guess that's the strategy, right? It's like you leave Camille open, you also leave Rengar open, you leave just a bunch of OP champs open, and then you can take your pick. But Camille versus Rengar, do you always take Camille first, Jibs?
I think you have to weigh up who's the biggest carry on your team versus who's not. And I think that in XL5's case, Guts is a good jungler, one of their bigger carries. So giving him Rengar is okay, but giving Chippies, who's like one of Direwolves' biggest carries, is not okay.
Right.
Against someone like 528, he just plays tanks.
Yeah.
Can't really shut down the Camille. So I wouldn't agree with what they did.
I do like the initial sort of drafting in terms of saying, okay, you got a Camille, we're going to throw the Poppy at her. What that means is if Camille decides to try and do an execute or does an all-in onto Poppy, well, she still can, like, it's one of those cases, Poppy can't leave, but Poppy can force you to leave. So it is a sort of good matchup there, but Camille absolutely ran rampant the entire map. And it was just one of those situations where she is quite overtuned at the moment. You want to sort of try to keep her off the map.
I mean, obviously, Rengar as well was a big thing for the jungle. Do we want to talk about like what makes Rengar so OP?
First things first, he can one-shot you through the exhaust. He can stop all mobility, all CC, so he can just run through that. And just overall, just too much damage. Too much damage and too tanky.
Yeah, it's also one of those cases where you can completely nullify any sort of damage threat on the map. So if you've got an ADC who's doing all right, you do have a bit of damage. You've got a bit of damage coming through your mid lane. Rengar still has the capability to absolutely decimate them and just remove them and make them a non-factor in team fights.
Well, I guess the other thing we're going to be looking at is the rest of the draft, because we saw Suman picking up the Zed as well. Jubes, you kind of picked that. You kind of said, yeah, well, that's what we're going to see. Did you feel like Suman performed on the Zed, or...?
I feel like he got a lot of resources in the sense that he got most of the jungle ganks, which is fine. But you're playing a champion like Zed, and there's a reason he's not picked in any other region in the world. He's not a good champ at the moment in the current meta. So I feel like getting 4 kills onto the Zed, you're not going to be able to do much. We've seen in the split push later on that Zed couldn't actually 1v1 Camille. So I don't know. I was kind of thinking if there was another champ, a control mage, even Oriana or something. I know Direwolves took Oriana, but just Corki something that with a 4-kill lead might have been different.
One of the big weaknesses of Zed, specifically speaking, is that he really doesn't actually have any wave clear. And even though so many resources were pumped into him in that early game, the first tower blood didn't go down to him. That's a big thing. Or he didn't actually get the first tower between the two of them. So the fact that Fantix was able to pick that up afterwards just shows how much further ahead they were and how much resilient Fantix is.
All right, well, let's take a look at a replay of the first blood, I believe. Mendrix, you want to talk us through what's happening here?
So they've got the ward down there. They've in fact double warded it here. So they thought they could be a little bit cheesy here, just take a quick advantage. And this is just Rengar in the early game there. It's absolutely ridiculous. He jumps in, is able to use triple jumps, and gets an early kill. And you expect him to sort of snowball off that. That's something where it says, okay, Rengar's going to go big here. And unfortunately, didn't get him off the mark.
Yeah, Jubes, I mean, when you're playing Rengar in the jungle, you get that early kill. Is it easy to snowball, or would XL5 kind of just like, you know, they struggled because that's how the game went?
We have to remember it's a team game. So we can't just expect the Rengar to 1v5. It's a busted champion. It's a busted champion.
But how busted is it?
Well, it's like Alien vs Predator right there. Level 1, you ain't running away from that Rengar in the jungle. It's like once he jumps on you, there's no going back. Like, you're done.
All right, well, let's take a look at this team fight replay in the mid lane. Mendrix, you want to talk us through what's happening here?
Yep, so this is just sort of Chippy showing how strong he is now. He's able to just jump straight onto Crazy and dictate the rest of the fight from there on. And XL5 don't really have an answer to this. They're throwing whatever they can at Chippies. Really, it comes into play when Suman comes in here now. He's able to do something pretty decent off the back of it. But you get that nice little outplay that he does. But the damage was done. Chippies got in, took out the ADC, and then he was just able to wreak havoc immediately from that point. And what I really want to take into account there is that he was able to do that pretty much for the entire map and just show us the true strength of Camille.
I mean, we saw Direwolves in that game kind of having a lot better macro play, a lot cleaner. I mean, we saw that the Baron attempt this game was better than their Baron attempt last game because they obviously did it this time with a lot of HP and Ace. But let us bring up our player of the series, Radiant Medal winner for this, and it is Chippies on the Direwolves. Just Destructomax in that first game, and not a shabby second game on Camille as well, Mendrix.
Oh, absolutely. He played amazingly throughout the entire series. Very strong showing, especially in that first game. And when you're giving Camille, it's kind of easy to make a good show in that second game.
All right. Well, that is enough from us here. Let's throw it over to Jake, who's actually with Chippies right now for the interview.
Thanks so much, guys. I am, of course, standing next to Chippies, who was able to pick up the MVP of that game. First off, Chippies, I mean, getting Camille in game 2. I mean, you've already dominated game 1. Is this a champion that you've played a lot of? Are you comfortable on it? What were your thoughts going through that game?
I was actually really surprised because I thought throughout the whole OPL split I'd never get Camille because I played 100 games of it in Korean solo queue and just dominated as my best champion. So them leaving it up was pretty surprising, especially when they banned Fiora.
Yeah, that was a little bit strange. So I want to get your thoughts on it. I mean, if you're comfortable, because my kind of theory behind it is even if Camille gets lane counted, she's still very potent in team fights. So like, if someone was to pick it into you, like, have you got a pocket pick ready for it? I mean, if you're comfortable, like, what is it? Are you comfortable playing other champions, or are Direwolves just going to keep banning this champion until it gets slapped down with a nerf?
I have about 3 or 4 potential pocket picks to counter it with, so that's why I really like leaving it up.
Oh, cool. So we'll see whether they do actually come through. I also want to get your thoughts. I mean, you're LG Direwolves now in a gaming house in Sydney. I mean, Kiwi yourself. I mean, you're the first challenger player over in Korea. Now you're living in PM1 over in Sydney. I mean, what's it been like, this whole transition, you know, from being over in New Zealand, now being in Australia and, you know, playing full-time with this team?
I was actually surprised that the difference is so minimum to New Zealand to Australia, but...
Hey, we're the exact same country, mate. Come on, we're cousins here. So I want to get your overall thoughts on, you know, that series. I mean, XL5 as a team, lots of people have been saying they're a very young squad, that they are trying to, you know, level up. Did you see anything out of their team play? I mean, their mid laner has been talked up a little bit. Do you think this is a team that can grow, or, you know, are you guys really confident in your gameplay and you took the win pretty handily in the end?
Yeah, their mid and jungle really impressed me in this series. I thought it would just dominate completely in 2 games, but they outplayed us quite a lot in both that series.
Yeah, I watched you watching that replay where Sweeman was able to pick up that kill. Didn't look that comfortable. However, you know, you guys lost to Chiefs last week, but I was talking to you guys upstairs. You're still pretty comfortable with where you're sitting on the ladder at the moment. I mean, that's 3 points. Is this the year that Direwolves finally shake off the land nerves and, you know, take it to that OPL final?
There's no way we'll lose the split.
All right, there you go. You've heard it here first from the top laner of the Direwolves. They do pick up the 2-0 victory over XL5. But, guys, don't go anywhere after the break. We have Tainted Minds taking on the Chiefs. Stick around.
The ultimate, as soon as the shockwave comes out, that death mark's gonna pop, and Fentix will get taken down by the assassin in the mid lane. Chippy's looking to try and get the jump on towards KZ, locks him down, and Destiny picks the kill nice and early. Now the rest of X5 trying to run. Good start coming out for Chippy to lock down the Rengar. He gets the second one. 5-8's now jumping in and amongst it. Stillman wants to go for a fight, but a big shockwave comes out from Fantix. Can't quite take down the Poppy, but Chippy's comes back here, gets sliced and dies there. Celtiga's going to take a lot of damage. There's the Zhonya's 5-8's here as well. But look at Sybil, just jumping absolutely everywhere. Picks up 1 kill. The Varus comes in as well to lock down another. And suddenly Camille's joined the party as only Zed remains, and he's got to run away from an AD carry. Here with their Baron buff, looking for it. Chippy's actually goes in, finds Tegan. It's going to be the assassination that comes out. Look at this. He's knocked down Crazy. Gets another kill. And 1 by 1, the Wolfpack are tearing XL5 apart as Schulman goes into the back lines. Destiny's having a horrible day, but it's about to get a lot better because there's only 1 member of XL5 left, and that's 5-8 who finally gets taken down. King gets the triple.
Find the stone!
Welcome back to the OPL. If you're just joining us, we just saw Direwolves 2-0 Exile 5. My name is Michael Hingersing, and I'm joined here at the desk by Nathan Mendrix Mendez. How did you think of that first series, Mendrix?
I loved it. I mean, the big thing about it that I like to take into account is Exile 5 had some shining lights. Guts did a good job on Rengar. Suman played really well. Direwolves a bit shaky in that first game, but they could show us that they can improve, they can fix it up. So these guys are just steadily on the up, and that's exactly what we want to see coming from both teams.
All right, well, our special guest today, if you're just joining us, is Brandon Juves Defina, jungler for Sin, and that first series as well, 2-0, kind of what we expected, but like Mendrix was saying, it wasn't, the XL5 didn't roll over, did they?
No, they didn't. They showed that they deserve to be here. Guts in particular and Swimming, the shining lights, like Mendrix said. But Direwolves was just too classy all around.
Yeah, all right. Well, before we get into match 2, or series 2, I should say, it's time for me to talk about Ocean Week. If you want to join the Home Guards and fight battles and earn rewards, you can find that at os.leagueoflegends.com. You also are going to see that all champions are unlocked, so if there's something you want to try after you watch OPL today, feel free to log on and just have a crack.
Crack at anything there. I mean, when all the champions are open, why not? Just go crazy, even experiment.
All right, well, let us get into this second series. Tainted Minds versus Chiefs as we bring them up. Let me start with you, Mendrix. Tainted Minds, who are these guys?
So, Tainted Minds, they're dark horse of this league at the moment. This is why this is the most anticipated match of this week. And they're the main beneficiaries of the North American invasion. They've managed to pick up Shorter Ace, they've got Cake, and even their coach is an American.
And Juves across the rift are going to be facing off against the Chiefs, who I saw a Reddit post this week saying that the Chiefs, the trio of Swiper, Spooks, and Swiffer are the longest pro team in the world, or longest pro trio, I should say, in the world, longest running. So you've come up against these guys a fair few times.
Yes, I still remember transferring my account from North America and then queuing up, getting into a high elo game, and I see Swiper, Swiffer, and Spooks in the game. And they were on the same team back then. Yeah. And I was just like, who are these guys? Are they professionals? And then it turns out, yeah, they are professionals, and this is how long they've been around for. So, yeah.
But even back then, you knew there was something special about them, right?
Back then, there was that trio running around. Yeah.
Well, let us get to it. Earlier today, I spoke to TM captain Rosie about, well, I guess they're how they're preparing for this week's match. Let's see what he had to say.
Pretty much the entire week we've specifically been looking at Chiefs and what comps we can play into them. So I don't want to say anything, but yeah, hopefully what we've been practicing will work against them.
You spent a lot of time playing with the Chiefs over the years, and some of the same players are still there today. When you're this close to an opponent, does it become a bit of a mind game?
I guess sometimes in game, because you know how the players work, you might try to figure out what they're about to do. But I don't know, it's always good versing them again. I love playing against them. It's a bit of a rivalry, but yeah, should be good.
So you don't want to talk about what you guys are going to do, but what are you expecting from the Chiefs today?
I think it'll just be kind of the standard. Chiefs are always kind of like the macro game kind of team, get out of laning phase, team fight really well kind of thing. And I think that's what we're kind of focusing on as well. So hopefully it's like a really clean game from both of us.
Excellent stuff. Well, good luck and thanks for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Well, let's take a look at the guys getting ready as they plug in their keyboards and mice to their computers. This is TM. Juves, what are your kind of thoughts on these guys looking to get ready? Looking pretty calm and confident?
Yeah, I think they're a kind of different team to anything else in the OPL. They have a jungler who kind of likes to protect their lanes.
Well, I should just run down their roster. Praedyth in the top lane, Short Race in jungle. Choo Choo's their mid laner we're looking at right now. Cake, their AD carry, kind of a bit of a solo queue monster. And Rosie, their captain, who we just spoke to then.
And I'd like to just jump in regards to these Tainted Mind lineup. Rosie said they're focusing on that macro game, but I still feel they're going to be a bit more Direwolves-esque. They're going to have a very strong laning phase, and that macro game is probably what's going to be a bit shaky if there's going to be any failings for them.
Now, Juice, we've seen Cake at the top of solo queue in OS. Can it be difficult to transfer that skill across into pro play?
There are a lot of players in the past that have been able to achieve a high rank in solo queue but not transition that into competitive, but I think Cake's at that point where he can do both. So I think he is good in competitive and he is good in solo queue.
Yeah.
So in solo queue, he obviously got rank 1 playing a lot of jungle.
Yep.
But I guess that goes to show that their shot caller knows how to play the game as a whole, not just as an AD carry. So I don't know, it'd be interesting.
All right, well, across the rift, their opponents will be Chiefs, the champions of last split. Earlier today, I spoke to Swiffer about their messy victory last week. Let's see what he had to say.
So first of all, that's a bit of a loaded question, but secondly, I guess like we hadn't played against Direwolves since they'd been to Korea and come back, and I guess we said I said last week that you know, they had really worked on their individual mechanics, and I think that kind of shone through. Having said that, like the lead that they were able to kind of like garner in the early game didn't really translate too well for them, like mid to late. So that's where I think we still had the advantages, and we also didn't anticipate playing like quite that poorly, I guess. So like a little bit of give and take, right? Like they played better than what we anticipated, and we played worse than what we anticipated, and so it was a bit of a stalemate. Yeah.
Sure. But this week versus Tainted Minds, who are kind of a bit of a dark horse this split, are you kind of glad to meet them early on in the season rather than towards the end of the season?
Yeah, we're kind of really glad to meet them early on, just so that we can, you know, start scrimming them again. Because, you know, you can't scrim teams that you're going to play very soon. So, yeah, looking forward to playing against them again as a scrim partner. And, yeah, it should be just a really fun match.
Do you see any particular weaknesses in their playstyle or comp or their team that you'll be looking to exploit today?
Not particularly. Not a particular weakness. I think it's just kind of because they're a new roster, right? It's just their team decision making and everything that's like would probably be their weakness. They've got a very solid lineup, like across the board. They've got like a veteran in Choo-Choo's like in the mid lane and Rosie in the bot lane, who, you know, used to be on our team and everything. And then like the 2 NA imports as well. So the only rookie that they have is Praetor, so that might be where they're a little bit shaky at the moment. But he's, you know, has OCS experience and everything as well. So not really counting on that. We're just counting on us playing superior as a team.
All right. Well, best of luck in today's match, and thank you for speaking to us.
Cheers.
That's Swiffer there explaining how close these two teams are. Obviously, Rosie used to play on them. Jish, the Chiefs' former coach, is good friends with Inero, who is Tainted Minds coach. So when you have two teams like this who are so close, and you're the Chiefs, it's not just mind games, but it's also kind of a bit of a grudge match, right, Jibs?
Yes, you always want to beat the team that you're friends with. But I think the scary thing is that that's probably some of the worst League of Legends that I've seen Chiefs play, and yet they still beat Direwolves.
Yeah.
So it's pretty scary. If they play well, how good they'll be.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Chiefs as they're getting ready for this game in studio right here at the Right Studios. Looking real chill. Looking very relaxed. All right, let's go through their lineup, shall we? Swiper is taking on top lane duties as always. We see Spooks having a big smile there. Is their jungler, their mid laner, and Captain Swiffer, who we just spoke to. Their AD carry, Raze, from New Zealand. And their support, Ejim, who you might recognize the back of his head from the desk last week, because he joined us here.
And one of the big things about the Chiefs is they are pretty much the most established team right now in this series. Aside from Raze, who's probably hasn't been there as much. I mean, that trio has been together for so long. Ejim, he's been there for quite some time as well. So these guys have a really massive advantage over Tainted Minds purely because they know each other, they know how to play, and they can really take that macro game to the next level.
All right, well, Jubes, obviously we've got you here as the jungle extraordinaire expert. So let's take a look at the jungle matchup for this match, and let us know your thoughts on that.
So I think Spooks is the more aggressive of the two. Short Race does like to farm a little bit more, protect his lanes a lot more with like whether that be shallow vision, river vision, and Spooks likes to be in your face, likes to be looking to make plays. Not that Short Race doesn't, but I think Short Race is a little bit more reserved than Spooks.
We're seeing a lot of different champions being played from these two guys, and also the massive damage advantage that Spooks has over Short Race. We should say a lot of that damage is from that second game he played last week on that Ivan Mendrix. But do you think he's going to be picking those Lee Sin and Ivan picks again with Spooks?
Definitely. I mean, it's one of those cases, if you are comfortable in that champion, you can continue playing it. Especially with champions like Ivan and Lee Sin. They're very strong playmaking champions. They have the ability to pretty much take over a map or over a match, especially with Spooks, who's so good at roaming, knows his pathing really well.
Jubes, do you think there's going to be any other pocket picks? I mean, you suggested perhaps we might see a Hecarim in the earlier match today. What about these guys? I mean, obviously, you know, it's rare, but what are we going to see?
I think that they're going to just stick to meta. These guys know meta. They do meta. That's their best champs. I guess the only pocket pick thing that we've already seen that we might see again is Ivan, if you want to call that a pocket pick.
Yeah, but Ivan's
It'll
pretty
just
strong.
be, it would just be like a little wet noodle fight, I guess, if he's playing Ivan.
Yeah.
And one of the things I want to take into account as well is with Swiper specifically, he's a fantastic laner because right now we know tanks are really up there for the top, and he's been known for his tank play. But previously, when he was, towards that Worlds meta, he was picking up champions like the Cannon, like the Jace, and really versatile. So I expect to see him actually have some pocket picks. Perhaps an on-hit Cannon would be something I'd really like to see.
Well, in the bot lane, we're also looking at 280 carries who are kind of new to their various outfits. Cake, obviously, coming across from Canada, I should say. Ray's coming from New Zealand to join the Chiefs from Direwolves at the end of last year. Medrix, these guys could well be the future of their teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Raze is the youngest member pretty much on Chiefs at the moment. So that speaks volumes in terms of him probably being the person to inherit the rest of the Chiefs as time goes on. As for Cake as well, fairly new in his own role, and it's an interesting dynamic because Cake is seen to be as this sort of solo queue extraordinaire, whereas with Raze, he's been known for his great team play, able to mesh well, struggled a little bit before, but he can always bounce back.
Yeah, well, if you're watching along, you can also tweet along, hashtag IAMOPL. Let us know your thoughts on who you think is going to win. Tweet at OPL using that hashtag and show us who you've tipped this week. OPLtips.com.au. Speaking of predictions, what are yours? Mendrix, name and number, who's going to win this and by what margin?
So I expect it to be the Chiefs. I'm looking at a 2-1 because I think Tainted Minds has that unpredictability. They are the dark horse, so I expect for them to at least take one off the Chiefs.
Juves?
If Chiefs play the way that I know they can play, I think it's a 2-0.
Woo. Well, I originally had this as a Tainted Minds 2-1, but after discussing it with wiser people than myself, I've switched my tips because you can do that on the morning of the game. So I'm back to a Chiefs 2-1. Anyway, that is enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. So let us throw it over to you casters. It is Fish and Spawn.
I don't quite understand him sometimes Spawn. Now he's got to swap his tips. I mean, he just really doesn't want to cosplay, it seems.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, he's trying to get as much inside information to win this contest as possible, but it's just not going to happen because we're superior, right?
Yeah, pretty much. We've been doing this for a while. He's just, sitting on the desk, a little bit of a host, can't quite do his words right, but, he'll get there eventually. I trust him.
I completely have faith in him as well, and I have faith in this to be a cracker of a match. Tainted Minds taking on the Chiefs. We've heard how much history is behind these teams. Of course, Tainted Minds, kind of a sister team in the past, of course, now under their own organization and brand, under captains Rosie and, Choo Choo's now stepping into a leadership role. And they are such a potent force when they get rolling.
And with their two members that were originally from, with their two members, most veteran members, you should say, Choo Choo's and Rosie. Rosie has been playing on Tainted Minds for a long time, used to play on the Chiefs, and then we have Choo Choo's, who used to play for Legacy. So both these two have a lot of experience playing against the Chiefs in particular. We'll have to see if that's going to help them out coming into this first match.
Yeah, certainly is the case. And you can see the Chiefs a little bit more smiles than they were last week, I think it's fair to say, where they looked pretty upset with how that third game went. That man on your screen in particular probably needs to wake up and land a Q. However, I wouldn't be surprised if he jumped straight back on Lee Sin because it is a pick that he's incredibly comfortable with, and his game one was an absolute cracker.
Well, let's see if he does decide to pick that one up, but we have gone through the first ban phase already. Rise, Kha'Zix, as well as Zyra being banned out by Tainted Minds. Whereas Chiefs, they've taken away Rengar, LeBlanc, and Camille, who kind of got through last game, Spawn. I don't think we'll see that ever again.
Yeah, LeBlanc's never getting through because the mid laners in OSA are just so potent at being able to pick up, pick assassins and be able to do work with them. Standard bans, to be honest, you don't want to give Aegim the pick of the pick with supports, which at the moment seems to be Zyra, although Malzahar may be actually that when I think about it, because he's incredibly strong.
Certainly is. Meanwhile, Tainted Minds, they value Jace as their first pick. That should be Praetor's pick up in the top lane, but we've already seen a Jace flexed into the mid lane in the OPL. Whereas Chiefs, they want to lock in their bottom lane as fast as possible. They pick up Malzahar and Varus for Raze and Aegim.
Yeah, that's a really nice pickup because as soon as you're stationary, I mean, Varus just pumps out so much DPS at this stage of the game, and that's a different lane.
Yep, we're going to see the Tom Kench as well as Ziggs being picked up for Tainted Minds. This should, or most likely should be...
it's their bottom lane.
Ziggs going in the bottom lane for Cake.
Yeah, exactly right. So Cake's going to be on Ziggs. I mean, that's going to be a Rosie TK. And this is a different comp. I mean, it's got good poke feel, but the other thing that it has is great turret-taking potential. I already talked about it. Jace and Ziggs on the same team rip through structures at top speed.
Whereas the Chiefs decide to lock in Rek'Sai as their jungler of choice. A little bit disappointed we won't see The redemption of Lee Sin coming out.
That's
from
right. It's
Spooks.
coming just around the corner. I mean, he's also a good pathing jungler, so the Rek'Sai makes a lot of sense.
And
you need a global on this comp because you're going up against TK that can, kind of transport the Ziggs around to free structures and blow them up.
Well, we will get Elise being banned out by the Chiefs here, targeting Shorter Ace's jungle pool in their second ban rotation. Singed actually being banned up by Tainted Minds. They don't want Swiper to play that man in the top lane.
He's been playing a couple of Singed games, a couple of cheeky Singed games in his match history at the moment, Swiper. I know Big Swips is liking himself as the king of tanks right now, and Singed is definitely up there, which might mean they might be taking a tank into the top lane, and that could be a mid lane Jace, because you don't generally ban Singed unless you're playing a tank yourself.
And then we get Lee Sin being banned out again here by the Chiefs. They don't want Shorter Ace to get more champions to choose from in his jungle pool. Corki, the final ban that comes out for Tainted Minds, not allowing Swiffer to pick that one up.
Yeah, and I wonder what Shorter Ace is going to go towards now, because when you have a look at it, I mean, Lee Sin, Elise, Rengar, Kha'Zix, Rek'Sai all taken off the board. Maybe a Hecarim, something like that. I mean, Vi potentially. I don't know if there's very many competitively viable junglers left.
But the Chiefs know what they want, and that's Maokai, which will be heading into the top lane for Swiper. He had a wide variety of tanks to choose from. Has played a bit of Nautilus, Poppy, even picked up the Scion in one of his matches.
There we go.
Chooses the Maokai, and it is going to be Poppy heading into the top lane. And Jace will be heading into the mid lane for Choo Choos.
Yeah, so they're going to be protecting that bottom side of the map, making sure they have all the pushes in the same place. That is an interesting one, because all of a sudden Praedyth is going up against the king of tanks. Praedyth much more known for his carry play, I would say. Things like Fiora running around.
And that's a pick. Shorter Ace is going to be picking up Zac.
Well, as I said, I mean, what else did they really have? Hecarim, Vi, Zac. I mean, they're the only real competitively viable picks left.
Yep.
So I like the fact that he's gone towards it. I mean, it gives him long-range initiate, and if ever he gets multiple people in, Cake's able to throw down one bouncing bomb into a Inferno bomb, it's going to be a pretty sick combo.
It certainly will be. Tainted Minds have locked in their comp, picking up 2 tanks to round everything out, whereas Swiffer will be picking up the Snake Lady to head into the mid lane. Cassiopeia has been locked in.
He certainly has. Pretty standard Chiefs comp, to be honest, right now. I mean, they've got a very strong pushing duo lane. They've got a tank jungler in top, and they've got a team fighting mid laner. I mean, this is just how they like to play. Much more excitement out of the Tainted Minds comp, I think it's fair to say. I want to see how this one comes together. They need a couple of items to get going, 1 or 2, but once they do, they should be fun to watch jockey for position around the map and really start knocking down some structures.
And I'm really excited to see Cake on this Ziggs in the bottom lane. We have seen it a little bit internationally, but hasn't been picked up too much, and it's the first time we're going to see it in the OPL.
And when we talked to Ejim, he said FBI was the highest rated ranked 80 carry on the server. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. Cake's number 1 and he plays 80 carry. He's like, he actually only plays mid lane and jungle in solo queue. So he's very comfortable, is what I'm trying to say, on different kind of champions. So I expect Ziggs to be something that is pretty firmly in his wheelhouse, and he should be able to have a good performance on it. I mean, Rosie loves alternative lanes. He was playing Ziggs support in 2014. I had to try to boot him off it. But yeah, I'm sure this is something that they have practiced a lot.
Yeah, hopefully be able to see how Cake is going to be able to use that Ziggs in the bottom lane. Became very popular when Malzahar started becoming a very popular support. But they paired it up with Tahm Kench. Doesn't have necessarily good pushing or defense against pushing power.
Well, the reason with Tahm Kench is that they're just going to wait for you to get to items, and I think what they're going to do is they're going to hover that duo in the river and then be able to take them to the stronger pushing lane and be able to knock down the turret really quick. I'm expecting some pretty decisive macro calls to come out. Also saves you from the Malzahar, which is, the added bonus of it.
Yeah, and they had champions like Misfortune to pick from, even Lou if they wanted to against Malzahar. Seems like they're very comfortable still going into this lane, so we have to kind of check in and see how that bottom lane pans out for them. And flexing Jason to the mid lane again, we've seen it twice today already. Chooch is going to be picking that one up. We'll have to see how that one goes. For now, though, as we storm on to Summoner's Rift, let's check in with Hingers, who's with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Anero, and I want to start by asking you about the Ziggs pick. Is this something you guys have been working on and practicing, or is it something you've just seen a lot internationally?
Yeah, so Ziggs pick is something we started practicing this week, actually. Cake wasn't able to play it the past week because he didn't have an account that owns Ziggs. So we spent the whole last week practicing it, expecting on blue side first game, we'd definitely be able to get Jace and Ziggs, knowing how they ban on red side. So yeah, it's a pretty practice pick. It's just new for this week.
Yeah, and the Singed ban as well. Is this something you were kind of afraid of seeing from Swiper there, or is it just kind of you thought it was maybe coming into meta?
So we've seen Singed a bit internationally, and we know Swiper is picking up on stuff like that, like the Scion pick that he was doing before. Obviously, he's picking that up internationally and trying it. We've seen him play Singed in solo queue, and we know that we were going to be picking top, like 4th pick there, last rotation, and we were expecting they were going to maybe save top to last and pick Singed into it. No one else is really playing it. We're not that practiced into it, so we just thought we'll get rid of that, not have to deal with it.
And finally, the Zach pick. It's kind of the first time we've seen it in OPL this year. But you're feeling pretty confident on it, do you think? Or?
Yeah, definitely. So when they lock in like Varus and Malzahar like that, they're pretty much guaranteeing that they're going to have a pretty AP stacked team. Right now, their AD is sitting mainly on like Rek'Sai with everything like that. So we're totally comfortable with the Zach. He builds really well in the magic resistance, and he's a pretty good engage for the poke comp that we got set up. And usually that's the biggest struggle. You poke them out, and you're not able to actually engage. So Zach sets it up pretty well. So we're pretty comfortable.
Excellent. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for speaking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, there you go. Nero explaining how they decided to draft that one. Knew exactly what Chiefs were going to ban. Knew they wanted the Ziggs as well as the Jace fairly early on and rounded out their comp quite nicely. And lots of respect towards Swiper as well.
He is the king of the tanks.
He
I
is.
mean, you don't want to really give Swiper a tank meta where he can pick something that you're not practiced against, so I can see a lot of the logic coming through there.
Yep.
I agree with him on the Zach pick as well. I mean, what we've seen so far with team comps that can't get in is you kind of get down to the base stage of the poke comp, and then because they rotate between the turrets so quickly and can also top up their health with the home guards, you struggle to close it out. That's not going to be a problem with this poke comp because they have a tank in the top lane and they have a Zac in the jungle. So they should just be able to, you know, close this one out at top speed.
And they even got the delivery system of the Tahm Kench if they need as well. Can potentially bring Paydiff into the back lines later on in the match. For now, though, we are underway with this first game of the best of 3 series. Ziggs going to be in the bottom lane with this Tahm Kench. So far, not too much action taking place on Summoner's Rift. Everyone just kind of chilling out and farming up wherever they can.
Yeah, and getting zone control and, you know, the push on the side of the Chiefs is going to be really important because you can see right now with Rosie just sitting in that brush, they're able to neutralize the wave. Instead, what you want to see is exactly what just happened. Ejim walk up, you know, get the ward in nice and deep and be able to push past and threaten, you know, a lot of poke damage. At the same time, Spooks pathing towards the top side of Shorter Race's jungle. They know he started up there because there was no leash forthcoming from the bottom lane. So they must know that Zach's, you know, somewhere bottom half of the river.
And Pathaway himself, making sure he clears out as many of the camps on inside of Shorter Race's jungle. Both Scuttle Crabs were taken down, one by Spooks, one by Shorter Race. Spooks is able to hit level 4 first, but doesn't have many lanes to go to at the moment, so heads straight back towards his side of the jungle.
This is actually really interesting because Tainted Minds have kind of just grabbed a minion wave. There is 3 still up, so they're trying to hold it there for as long as possible for a gank. And you see it's actually Raze that walks into the jungle to start sweeping away, and it's Ejim that's stuck around to, you know, try and control the speed of that push. See whether that hurts him experience-wise, Raze, because I think he would have missed 1 or 2 creeps there.
He's able to spot out a ward, but doesn't have the time to go and clear that out. Meanwhile, we have Shorter Race who makes his way towards the mid lane, but simply hits the recall button. Seems like he wants to head back to base. The Choo-Choos are still pushing in against Cassiopeia.
He's kind of recklessly pushing in, however, Fish. I mean, he's down 10 CS already at this stage of the game. Swiffer did take some pretty good trades versus him. You can see that Swiffer has got the pots. No biscuits for him. And the Chief's starting to, you know, gain a little bit of control around this map. You see that Cake was low a little bit on mana. You see top lane, Shorter Race. Pradith is a little bit low on HP, so Chief's looking relatively comfortable. Oh, that's just BM. He just spat his own monster back in his face.
Throws the Nightmares back towards Malzahar there. And that's one way to get rid of the Voidlings, who are a definite trouble to deal with.
Yeah,
say the least.
They're annoying.
Yep.
As Spook pass onto a ward, not going to be able to make anything happen bottom lane. Looking for some deep vision, perhaps. And really quite an even early game. I mean, we heard from, I was about to call him Simon Swiffer, just how close these teams are. He wants to go back to swimming them. So you would, wow. He wants to go back to scrimming them. So they must, you know, expect this to be a fairly even and practiced game.
They must have an Olympic-sized pool to be swimming in the Tainted Mines, but Shorter Race gets a little bit of counter-jungling done as they spot out Spooks.
Did you just call Tainted Mines fat? Why do they need a big pool? I have no idea what you just meant. What? I mean, if you want to hang, like, if you want to go toe-to-toe, I'm more than happy.
If you want 5 members of Tainted Mines and 5 members of Chiefs in one pool, it's going to be a big swimming pool. It's a lot
Yeah,
of
but
people.
an Olympic-sized pool is 50 meters, mate. They
That's
don't
true.
need 5 meters each.
Spooks is going to get caught out here by the vision. Plant that gets popped there immediately. We're going to see Shorter Race as well jump over towards the other side of pit, head back to base.
This is such a Chiefs play. As soon as they know there's a recall in the bottom lane, they go for a little bit of deep vision. That's a swiper ward, so they can get the dive happening bottom lane once they get their recall. Just an interesting little thing to check out for the Chiefs there. In saying that, I mean, it was spotted when it went down, so I wouldn't be surprised if someone walked past and swept it.
We have both top laners already gone back for their first purchases. We see the Tiamat also being picked up by Spooks in the jungle on this Rek'Sai before upgrading his jungle items.
Yeah, and Spooks is getting out-farmed like quite substantially at the moment, and it's not because of speed, it's just because he hasn't been able to really find camp. So if he's going to go with that item, he better start finding, you know, some Raptors on both sides of the map as well as some Krugs, because otherwise he's going to continue to fall behind, and he's not going to have the tanky stats he needs in this game.
Whereas Shorter Race, he's gone for your special spawn, the Lucky Boots straight up.
Yep.
Looking for a little bit of cooldown reduction to kick things off in the jungle. Still yet to start on his jungle items as well. Top laners both have their corrupting potions. Double ring for Swiper. It's going to be Brave that looks for his tank item nice and early, trying to reduce some of the magic damage that comes out from the Chiefs. And we saw Nero talking quite a bit about that. So there is going to be a lot of magic damage on their side of the map. Swiper, though, looking to see if he can get the jump on towards Shorter Race.
I
So
mean,
it's not
Spooks
too-
is here as well.
Might look for the steal instead. Smite comes out. He flashes on him. Wow, they want this. Zach forces the flash away from Shorter Race.
I mean, that was an aggressive move out of Swiper, looking to see whether he could pick up first blood. Maybe thought he could bounce him out of the E. At the same time, Shorter Race just goes for the percentage play, which I really respect out of the Tainted Mines jungler, of flashing immediately. There's some action in the bottom lane.
Ejim's been eaten up here. Rosie says nom 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 nom, gets exhausted, but there's so many little
Bouncing
voidlings.
bomb.
The bouncing bomb goes through, and it's going to be Cake that picks up first blood, but he's probably going to lose his support here as Raze trades it back 1-for-1.
Yeah, so really nicely done. I mean, both the AD carries survived. That was the Chiefs hitting level 6 on Race first, so they pulled the trigger on the play. However, first blood being picked up by Cake is a nice thing to have for your AD carry Ziggs. That doesn't make sense. What are we going to call him? Marksman Ziggs?
Bottom
lane Ziggs? Now Spooks going for an invade. He's being collapsed on, however, by Choose, and Shorter Ace is there.
Oh, that's a lot of damage onto a Shorter Race. My goodness! They obliterate the Rex site, send him back to the void, says Tainted Mines.
I mean, that's what happens when you go for Tiamat first. You don't have any tank stats. You're not going to be, like, you're a brawler at that stage. As soon as more than one member came across, it was not going to be easy for Spooks. And a small but, you know, important gold lead at this stage of the game picked up for TM.
Yep, already off to a great start here, getting 2-for-1 in their kills.
And the important thing to note about it is, even though Cake fell down in CS, he's even in gold, actually a little bit ahead because of those 2 kills. I mean, first blood helps, and then he's able to pick up a second off maybe a mistimed, misplayed invade there. I mean, you really want to have Swiffer rotating. You want to have the Malzahar for the pressure. Instead, no one available. And Tainted Mines come up with the goods.
Yeah, on top of that, as soon as Cake gets the ball rolling, gets a couple of items, he's going to be pushing out his waves with no problem. We'll be able to catch up quite nicely against Raze, who has gone for his Blade of the Ruined King as the first item on Varus.
I mean, I actually think there's genuine kill threat out of the Chiefs duo lane now because of the Blade of the Ruined King. As soon as that picked up, it's going to make Rosie's life pretty miserable. You need armor, not health, to help you out against that one. And if anything, we're probably expecting a redemption pickup to come through as one of the first items for Rosie. So he's not really going to have armor to help him out any foreseeable future with that one.
Meanwhile, Spook's still clearing through his jungle. Egypt actually
behind
Cake
enemy
here.
lines.
He's going to be able to lock him down as soon as he hits level 6. Rosie gets locked out as well by the Varus, and they're going to keep on going. The Voidlings are just chewing away at this guy. Raze is going to flash on forward. Spooks is down here as well, and a cheeky double kill for the Chiefs in the bottom lane.
Yeah, really nicely played. I mean, they had the confidence. They knew that they were going to push up there because they are a very heavily pushing lane with the Ziggs. And then Ejim is known for roaming. So staying at home with, you know, the wave pushing there is not something that he's usually doing. Instead, they went for a play. Egypt was unfortunately there for Tainted Minds fans, and means that they'll pick up a double as well as the first dragon of the game.
Yep, Ocean Dragon is going to fall first. The next one to spawn is going to be the Infernal Drake. But that's given Chiefs 1,000 gold lead to work with. Up in the top lane, haven't checked in here for some time. Balmy Cinder has been picked up by Praetive. Whereas your favorite item, Ninja Tabi's been picked up by Swiper nice and early.
Yeah, and you know, if ever they rotate the Jace up into the top lane, that's going to come up pretty massive. Swiper likes to be a durable guy, so I'm not surprised to see it. In the bottom lane, Blade of the Roaring King being picked up for Raze is pretty massive at this stage of the game. I mean, honestly, Rosie is in very big kill threat, and as a Tahm Kench lane, part of how you win a lane is that Tahm Kench just absorbs so much damage, and then you're able to just continue to shove out and, you know, keep yourself topped up. Instead, that's not really going to be an option. So, Tainted Minds falling down only 1,000 gold. They're not out of it yet, but they certainly need to look to be able to control this Varus. It's just rocketing ahead.
They are rotating down towards the bottom side of the map, though. Swiper has teleport, and the ward you mentioned earlier is still up if they want to collapse on this. There are a couple of wards on the bottom lane. You can already see Cake and Rosie moving away.
I mean, it's just actually such a predictable play out of the Chiefs that you can see that they're willing to back off. And, you know, with the ultimate out of Cake still available, with bouncing bombs being able to farm so far from range, it's not really a threatening play at this stage of the game. So, you know, the respect is given to the play. Every team that has scrimmed against the Chiefs or has seen Chiefs play on, you know, domestically or internationally should know that they like to dive bottom. And that's how you counter it. You just back away from your turret.
Well, we have moved into the mid lane. Marilla Nomicon's been picked up by Swiffer, has his tier stack as well. Shorter Race actually looking for the jump on towards the Snake. Let's see if he gets it. Doesn't get the first knock-up, but goes for the bounce. And Choo Choo says, let's slam down the hammer as well. And Shorter Race throws out the rubber hands to pick up a kill.
And, I mean, if you're Swiffer and you're going to burn the flash anyway, just burn it when the guy's in front of you. They've used the combo that we were expecting. Jace as well as the Ziggs, throwing out abilities to get that proc back up. In comes the W, and they're going to take down the turret in, what, half a wave?
Yep. Not even that. That was a quick turret take for Tainted Minds and immediately swings the goal back in their favor. Now, they've got 5 members just moving towards the top side.
Exactly right. I mean, why stop at only one? The 2-for-1 special is on the table right now, Fish. Whee! They stack up. 2 members get over. I mean, that's 50%.
But it's still going for Swiper. He's going to get knocked up by Shorter Race. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out. The satchel charge to delete the tree off the map. He's been cut down. Now Tainted Minds get another turret.
And as I said, if you're going to win this game, it's not going to be through team fighting. Quick, decisive map rotations. You can see the Chiefs kind of stunned, don't know what hit them. And that is what, a 3,000 gold? Only 2,000 at this stage of the game, but out of 1,000 gold deficit, a big swing.
Ooh, Raze actually wasn't able to take down that turret. They're going to need one more wave to clear that one out.
Puts him in kill range. I mean, if Choo Choo's gets here in time, certainly is something that they can look towards.
There are a lot of people rotating down. Spooks is the first one to get
Choose.
here. Ejim's here. He'll get locked down. Teleport's actually coming in, though. Praetive wants in amongst this action. Cassiopeia's there. Here comes the Shorter Race. Zac will get stunned up. Praetive knocks the Rek'Sai away, and they're slamming on towards Swiper. Tainted Minds now on full retreat. It's the Chiefs just barrel down into the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I don't think that they want to be teleporting into fight. I think that they just want to be defending turrets. I mean, they had such a good swing going their way. Instead, the Chiefs will be able to pick up a kill, a turret, and equalize that gold margin. They took about 23,000 apiece. Small lead for Tainted Minds. But I just really think that this is one of those game plans that you have to be so disciplined in playing, Fish. You have to take the structures, you have to poke first, then only hard engage when you do have that health advantage. Otherwise, it's just going to be so easy for the Chiefs to turn it around.
Well, Tainted Minds have free reign to push in towards the bottom lane. They know no teleports are available on the map now, so this bot lane outer turret should fall nice and easy too. And they'll be up 3 turrets to 1 once Kate can take this turret down.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what their gold league is coming from right now. I mean, really nice turret pushing, great decisive play, and, you know, this is one of those things that Arrow, the coach, has to be very much applauded for how he structured his pick ban phase. He said that he knew that the Chiefs would get rid of the OPs. They play very meta, and instead they're the ones that throw the curveball. I mean, Juve said he expected both teams to play meta, but this is a good read out of TM.
It certainly is, and they're definitely prepared for this one well. Cake, a week of practice on this Ziggs because he did not own the champion.
I mean, he's not a hard champion to play.
It's not like you play this game professionally or anything, but I think you should own some of the champions. Meanwhile, Choo Choo's getting caught out a little bit here. Just takes a bit of damage from Ejim.
That's actually really smart out of Choose. So what happened there is he didn't have great vision of the map above him, and there could have been, you know, maybe a Spooks or someone. So as soon as he was out of range, he ran back into the mid lane because he knows that there's no danger there. They know that they controlled bottom side of the map, and there was definitely no one else coming. So it's the little things that keep you alive in League of Legends. That was definitely one of them.
Now Tainted looking to continue grouping up as a team. They've got Poppy on the side lane, doesn't have his teleport available yet. But neither does Swiper. Rosie still has the Abyssal Voyage to get any one of his members across the map nice and easy on the time punch here. But still very quiet between the two teams. All the outer turrets are down for the Chiefs. They're just hanging back on their side of the map. As Cake decides he wants to giggle a little bit in the brush.
And I mean, as this game progresses now, as I said, the further you shrink the map against a comp that is team fighting like the Chiefs, the more you have to be careful with the plays that you're making because it's easier for them to go back and top themselves off. So real patience is going to have to come into play here. They've got good vision control so far.
Good tongue lash. Tank's just going to be fighting the mid lane, but the real objective here should be that Infernal Dragon, which has spawned. Tainted might set up quite nicely around there. Waves are pushing in the bottom lane for the Chiefs, so top lane is in Tainted Mind's favor. But it's still Poke coming out from Cake. He's a little bit low on mana here. Has to be very careful of how he uses it. Shorter Race taking a little bit of damage. Well, Voidling's going to lock down Rosie. Let's see what they get out of this when they start the fight. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out as Swiffer's gone for the fight right away. But Praetor's going to get taken down as well. Let's see if Tainted Mind's going to kite this one out because the Chiefs are chasing down the Greenheads. And Spooks and Swiffer, they get the flash on. Cake's going to get knocked back. He's going to get taken down. And it's a 2-for-1 trade, 3-for-1 trade.
Yeah, so in the end, it is a pretty decisive teamfight victory for the Chiefs. That should mean that they're able to pick up the Dragon as well as potentially mid lane turret. I mean, Tainted Minds had the right idea. Rosie was the one posturing forward. They got the good Zac into Ziggs combo, but it was only onto the mid laner, and that means that the rest of the team fight was able to be cleaned up. We already spoke about it, but Spooks' damage is quite high because of the Tiamat at this stage. And, you know, double Doran's ring also means that Maokai is no slouch, and they pick up a handy team fight.
Certainly do. Now the gold is, or has swung back in the Chiefs' favor. 1,000 gold up over Tainted Minds. They get the second Dragon of the game. Infernal Dragon this time round to help them out even more. And they've taken back one turret for themselves. So still the top lane outer turret for Tainted Minds is what's left standing. The Chiefs getting themselves back into this game. Tainted Minds though, they just couldn't execute there. They got control over the Dragon Pit, but
I mean, it's just a much harder composition to execute upon. Just because, you know, as I said, the poke damage must be sticky. They must set up and be patient with everything that's going down. Shorter Ace only gets one jump into the back line, so needs to make it a good one. And unfortunately, they thought that taking out Swiffer would be enough, but Ray's pretty farmed at this stage of the game. Might become public enemy #1 for Tainted Minds, and see whether they can take him out next team fight.
Very decisive from the Chiefs as well to immediately look for the lockdown onto Time Kench, who's not an easy champion to kill.
But as I said, at this stage of the game, with the percentage health damage that's coming out of Raze and no armor on Time Kench, he's like not as tanky as you would have otherwise expected. Generally, when you're just building AD, the health absorbs so much for it from TK. And you're right, he is that tanky member, but, you know, percentage health damage coming out of Ejim and Raze really, you know, means that his playstyle has to change a little bit here, Rosie.
It's now Chiefs. They've got 4 members moving towards the top side of the map. The final outer turret is up there. Praetor and Swiper are still duking it out in the bottom lane together. Both of them have teleport available.
This is an interesting call because you never really want to have to race a Ziggs. So you can see what they do is they cheat towards top side of the map and then they hope they had enough vision control to be able to turn around and come back down the river. Instead, Tainted Minds, they make the right play, the right read, and they just back away. Nothing much going to be happening there.
They've just left Jace in the top lane to try and defend against some random members of the Chiefs. Spooks is looking to try and take blue buff away here. Choo Choo's not going to let that one go without a fight, but the rest of the Chiefs are closing in on towards this one. Can't quite get it. Smite away by Spooks secures that for his team. Now the top lane outer turret is under siege.
Now the Chiefs looking for Choose.
flash for flash. Both mid laners trying to chase after one another. Swiffer just wanted the slow from his ultimate there. That would have been enough for the rest to close down.
Yeah, if that had a hit, I mean, then all of a sudden Aegium can flash after. I mean, tunnel can happen out of Spooks instead, not able to get it happening. So we'll just change that summoner spell. And now he's had to ghost away, actually.
Yeah, the rest of Tainted Minds are trying to move in towards the top side of the map. Very early ghost being used by Swiffer to make sure he stays alive. Short cooldown on that summoner spell, so he should be okay. But Tainted Minds just getting run over the map here.
Yeah, they're just being jockeyed around for positioning. They're losing out in a little bit of CS. You can see that both Raze and Swiffer have about a 30 CS advantage, and Spooks has been able to control pretty much 3/4 of the jungle right now, starving Shorter Race out just a little bit, and he's about to dive back into the portion of the jungle that he owns. But you're right. It's one of those things that after a series of, quick movements at the start of the game, Tainted Minds have taken that big, deep breath and now looking to see how they can execute.
Swiffer's going to use this time to take down blue buff for himself. Trying to stack towards the Ceres and base. Still sitting on an Archangel's staff now. Hurricane has finally been picked up by Raze, and we have the Luden's Echo for Cake being completed. He's going to be able to deal quite a decent amount of damage with these bouncing bombs as soon as he's able to hit them.
Oh, completely. And as soon as he gets that level 2 on his ult, more importantly, I mean, he is a mage, and mages scales much better off levels than necessarily ability power. That's going to really push his damage past breaking point if he's hitting someone like Raze, someone like Swiffer. Raze recognizes that. I like the fact that he's going towards a Hex Shrinker as his next item. I've spoken about this a lot, but I really do feel like either AD carries have just so much damage built into their kit at the moment like Varus, or they don't need all that much damage to be useful like Ashe. The third item, Hex Shrinker, is just such a worthwhile pickup.
All the defensive stats you need as Keg is still trying to farm in this mid lane. No blue buff for the Ziggs means he's not going to have too much mana. Morello Nomicon will help him out a bit. But it seems like both teams just moving up or down across Summoner's Rift, trying to see if they can catch anyone out. Spooks is actually behind Cake as well as Rosie, pulling them out. He knows he's not standing on top of a ward thanks to his sweeper.
I mean, they don't have their duo lane there at all, however, and that's a lot of the Chiefs' gold lead. It is only 1,400-ish at this stage of the game, so not really looking for a play. Dragon's going to be back up in about 50 seconds, so see whether the Chiefs change their focus back down towards that part of the map. They want the top turret. They haven't been able to break it just yet, Fish. But you would expect that once they do, they turn this one back around.
We should be able to break it here. Choo-Choo's just staying as far back as possible. We'll be able to clear out one more wave. Chiefs, they want Baron. And Tainted Minds have no idea this is happening. That's a Cassiopeia just whittling down this Baron buff. And there's no stopping them. Tainted Minds have no clue what's going on.
Yeah, misread on the play from Tainted Minds. I mean, 23 minutes in, you don't really expect a Baron to be the priority when they're targeting top lane, when they've already picked up 2 dragons. However, they do target it, and they're able to pick up a huge lead for themselves. I mean, now that's 3,000 gold. And against a poke comp, Baron buff is just invaluable. So hard to control creep waves now. Mountain Dragon isn't bad for Tainted Minds, but it definitely is a consolation prize.
Yeah, definitely try and take this one down. They're pinging towards the bottom lane inner turret, looking to see if they could erase Chiefs out of their base. They can't take that. Instead, they're going to look to take down that Mountain Dragon, which they get with ease. Still 3,800 gold in advantage for the Chiefs. Short Race staying on top of a ward. It's now Chiefs' turn to go on the offense. I mean, Zig's good at clearing out waves, but the Baron up minions can just take quite a beating.
Yeah, they certainly can, I mean, and as you can see, it really is going to take the concerted effort of all of Tainted Minds, and that was a lot of damage coming out of an attack speed Varus for this stage of the game. He just threw that on himself.
Yep. Keika tried to juggle a little bit there, didn't quite work. And Swiffer's now on split push duty on the top side of the map. These turrets should start to fall for the Chiefs with this Baron buff, but they're looking for an engage. Shorter Race tries to jump on top of Spooks. Ultimate's going to come out from Raze. He's taking quite a bit of damage. Has to be eaten up by Rosie. Getting back to safety. Choo-Choo's being locked down. Here comes Swiffer with a big ultimate. Shorter Race locked in it as well. Spooks goes on an Achilles spree, and Shorter Race will be taken down into his passive. Swiper's all the way in the base on top of Rosie. Swiffer's trying to follow suit. The ultimate will come out from Cake, but it does absolutely nothing. Swiper's now the target for Brady, but it's going to be the turret that gets taken down first. Brady has to try and run away away now, and Chiefs have broken open the base.
Yeah, I mean, they've broken open the whole game. They're able to take a team fight. Now they're looking to push into Tainted Minds base with no mana on Cake. They definitely cannot defend that one, and they'll push in for the first inhibitor of the game.
That's going to fall shortly here. Chiefs, 7,000 gold ahead of Tainted Minds. They've got Baron buff. They just picked up a very nice and clean team fight off of the back of an engage that didn't quite work out from Shorter Race.
Yeah, and I mean, Shorter Race with the range was like, we need to go now because they're just continuing to 1-3-1, and because Choo Choo's fell a little bit behind Swiffer in that mid game, we can't really go with them. What that means is all of a sudden you're pulling the trigger on a bad engage, you're not able to blow up one of the members, and unfortunately for Tainted Minds, this clever comp looks like it hit a stumbling block after that first really good string of moves.
Chiefs being able to react to this pretty well. They were put on the back foot early on, but were able to fight this one out nice and easy. Got great items being picked up. Raze has that Hex Drinkers, going for the Mortal Reminder as well, cutting down the healing regeneration from the Poppy, as well as the Zac.
As well as the TK. I mean, everyone kind of has healing on the side of Tainted Minds. In saying that, this reminds me... Oh, Ejim.
He's stuck here for a little bit, but it's just Rosie who's looking to try and chase him down. Might be able to do just that. The Chiefs almost killed their support, but they definitely took down the top laner for Tainted Minds. There's Rage just puts in so many bullets into Choo Choo's. Almost takes it down. Short Race going to bounce around. Raze is going to take a lot of damage. Cake goes one-on-one. Almost can take it down himself. They finally shut down the AD carry from the Chiefs squad.
The Chiefs are fighting 3v5 in the bottom lane for no apparent reason right now. I mean, they got the pick, and then Raze flash and heals forward, whilst the Maokai's in the mid lane, and Swiffer's running in from base. That's a little bit of a confusing team fight to take, and they do get shut down. Still will be able to pick up a turret for themselves, but, you know, not too many more of those mistakes.
Nope. And they're approaching a 10,000 gold lead as well. Chiefs will be able to take down this turret. Their Baron buff has expired, giving Tainted Minds a bit of breathing room, allowing Ziggs to do what he does best, clear out these waves and just farm up, sit back and defend.
And the good news story about Ziggs is kind of he can defend two lanes at once. You know, he can put down his minefield, he can chuck out some bouncing bombs, and he can ult another wave. That changes when Baron's back on the board. So expect Tainted Minds to really get some deep vision here, look to set up for the Baron that's going to come back available. And if they can catch out a Raze, who now has no summoner spells, maybe even look to take a team fight for themselves.
See big waves pushing in the top and bottom side of the map for the Chiefs as well. Mid lane has that inhibitor down. Super Minions will slowly push towards the center of the map. Swiffer and Swiper are caught up in the mid lane here. Landry Torment has been picked up by the Cassiopeia. Saracen Embrace is done as well, looking for the Void Staff or potentially the Rylai's next. See even Ejim looking for his Landry's Torment as the first item on that Malzahar support. He's been crucial in locking down members from Tainted Minds this game. It's been an 8 out of the 10 kills that Chiefs have been able to pick up so far.
Yeah, he's been absolutely everywhere, as well as Spooks, who's had a night and day performance. 5-1-3 now on the Rek'Sai. I think after what was, you know, a pretty slow start, has controlled the jungle against Shorter Race, as you would expect in this matchup, and he is now just an unkillable Void monster. He's not taking much damage.
Yeah, they just threw a lot at Spooks there, and he's still going to be able to regenerate that nice and easy. He has this Guardian Angel as well.
So that Swiper trying to control that bottom lane wave. He's not the quickest pusher in the game at the moment. So see if he can, you know, wrestle that one under control. Actually going back, maybe looking for a teleport play.
Well, they're actually going to go for the initiation. Raze to be caught down, but look at how much lifesteal this Varus has. Already taken down one, and a big ultimate coming out for Swiffer. Petrifies Rosie and Praetor as they're now trying to back away. The turrets are going to be melting as well, so Chiefs just follow on through for Tainted Minds. Praetor is going to be taken down. Cake is the next one. Choo Choo's is trying to back away, but he just can't, and then Poppy's going to fall next.
His name is Praetor, goddammit. So the Chiefs take another team fight. They pick up 4 members. Raze did not fall down in the end, as you so aptly pointed out during that team fight. It looks like they're going to push it and maybe end the game.
They're looking for the top lane inhibitor turret first. The inhibitor will fall next. Chiefs, off the back of that counter engage, able to take down Tainted Minds again. The inhibitor is going to fall, but it seems like that's what they're going to take for now and head back to base.
Yeah, so in the end, they actually do back away here. Choo Choo wants a piece of Spooks, but as I said, he's quite tanky at this stage of the game. So Choose just decides to focus on the minions that are a little bit easy to cut through. And the Chiefs, you know, they're 11,000 gold up now, 30 minutes in. It was an exciting early game, but they really have just controlled the rest of the map since then.
They've got 11,000 gold being his spawn. It's going to be difficult for Tainted Minds to fight back in any way, shape, or form, especially with Baron buff coming up. Ziggs is good at fighting over this objective, but not from this much of a deficit, especially when Raze, he's 7-1-3.
I mean, he's nearly a 6-item 80 carry at this stage of the game. Hasn't elected to go. Oh, here we go.
Spooks has found him. Let's Bounce going to come out for a shorter race. Spooks just does not care. You can hit him as much as you want. He's going to take no damage.
He just stole the blue buff off his mid laner as well. You know, he doesn't care about anything at the moment.
We might care about this teleport that's coming through. Tainted Minds try to go for the Hail Mary play. They actually cancel it.
That's interesting. Chiefs had backed away to a different position on the map. Instead, they're now going to start it up again.
Egypt's flashed onto someone in the backside of this map, and now we're going to try and lock down Choo-Choo's big ultimate. Comes out from Cake. Egypt taken down very low. Now here comes the Poppy looking to lock down Swiffer. He's trying to run away. The Snake is fairly fast, but someone without boots. The Buckler gets thrown. Not enough to get the kill. It's going to be Spooks now into the front line. Choo-Choo's does snipe off Egypt. He's not going to be too happy about that one, but Tainted Minds incredibly low now.
Yeah, and Egypt flashing forward when the rest of the team wasn't really ready and forced them through a choke point, which means that Swiffer, Raze took way too much damage at the start of the fight. Instead, they're just going to go back to the objective again, see if they can pick this one up with all the attack speed and percentage health damage coming out of the Varus. Not really much they can do to stop this one.
Attacks very fast, this Varus. This Baron buff is going to get taken down. No ultimate going to be coming out from the Ziggs. That's still on cooldown, and the second Baron of the game is going to fall for the Chiefs.
Yeah, and you know, still 11,000 gold. I mean, maybe another mishap there, going for a team fight that they didn't really need to look for. But at the same time, they get the objective. They're going to be able to pick up an Ocean Drake as well. And Fish, this one's been pretty clinical to this stage of the game.
Certainly has. Chiefs have been doing well throughout this entire match. Spooks doesn't care.
I mean, he's got more items and is a higher level than their top laner. So no, I would agree with you. Definitely not many cares given.
The rest of the Chiefs now looking to try and push through the mid lane. See the Iron Elixir actually being picked up here by Raze. That's a very big Varus running around the map. Almost as big as the Maokai.
Almost, and that's scary. When you're a man as big as a tree,
you could be Legacy. The rest of the Chiefs now trying to push through the mid lane. They're sieging up the bottom lane inhibitor turrets as well. Choo-Choo's trying to do what he can to defend against this one.
Engage coming in.
Trying to look for it, but Spooks just stands his ground. Rosie's now caught. Nobody there to try and defend him. Mega Inferno Ball comes out, whiffs absolutely everyone. The Redemption's going to come out too. The Poppy's in the back lines, but Cake's already been taken out somewhere else on the map. Tainted Minds are getting ripped apart as the Chiefs just move straight in towards the base. Choo-Choo's is going to be the next target. Swiper picks up a kill for himself, and that's going to be game for the Chiefs.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case. I mean, they still have Baron buff. They're escorting minions onto the Nexus Fish, looking to close this one out.
They've got the Baron buff. They're slowly taking down these turrets. It was an interesting start to the game for the Chiefs, but they bounce back nice and strong. They pick up game one of this best-of-3 series.
And it's kind of why you don't take a non-team fighting comp into the Chiefs, because we've seen it happen time and time again. Teams used to run 1-3-1, maybe get a little bit cheesy with them. But if they ever get their hands on you in the mid game, which they often want to do because they play around neutral objectives so much, they just tear you apart. And you saw that in this game, Tainted Minds had the right idea. They were knocking down turrets. But as soon as they went for that dragon, which was a little bit of an overreach, the Chiefs were just able to get in there. They've played together for 4.5 years now and just able to, you know, layer the team fight as only they want to do. So I like the idea out of an era. I think that it looked pretty practiced, pretty polished. But as soon as it got into that team fighting phase, it was just a little bit too hard.
Yeah, it just seems like a few missed executions for the side of Tainted Minds, but great play coming out from the Chiefs all around. That's all from us here. Let's throw it back to Michael Hinger's Hing.
Thank you very much, guys. We are back here at the analyst desk, and the Chiefs, after a slow start to their first games last week, they picked up a win against TM. And Juves, are you impressed with this performance from the Chiefs?
I think it was a pretty clean performance. Obviously, the early game was a little bit slow, but as soon as it transitioned into the mid game, they just took control of the game, and it was pretty much they ended it when they wanted to.
All right, Mendrix, let's take a look at these picks and bans. What sticks out to you aside from the AD, Ziggs, and Zach picks?
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I would talk about. The other thing that also does stick out is the Tom Kench pick. So what I want to take into account there is that means there's no real damage threat available for the Tainted Mind side. And they had the right idea. You know, they're going to roam early. We're going to take the advantage of the fact that we have so many tanks that we can take these towers and net a lead from there, and that's exactly what they did. But the problem is that when you have no damage threats, so you only have 2 damage threats, the moment one is taken off the map, it's really hard to really kill anyone. And we saw it happen with Spooks. He became absolutely unkillable at that point, and it really increases the value of Malzahar as well in that team composition.
Yeah, Juves, in the jungle, Rek'Sai into Zach may not be a matchup people are often seeing competitive. It's a bit of a rarity. So talk us through, is Spooks just having a massive game, or is that matchup unfavourable to Zach?
Not to take anything away from Spooks, he had a good game, but I think that Rek'Sai has a really good time into Zach. You can unburrow when Zach uses Slingshot, negating half of Zach's kit, really. You're using Zach for the slingshot engage. And on top of that, you can outfarm Zach. You outpace Zach, you put tunnels from camp to camp. You do that, get a level advantage, XP advantage, gold advantage, and Rek'Sai is unkillable.
All right, well, let's take a look at the bot lane now as we bring up the ADC comparison. And these are 2 young additions to the OPL, or to their teams. And Mendrix, is there anything in particular that sticks out to you on this graph here?
I really liked Ray's play, and I really liked his decision-making as well. He went straight for an early Blade of the Ruined King, which really does synergize well with the passive that Varus brings. The fact that you've got that the Blight, and then afterwards it shaves off HP, and was such a heavy tank-focused team composition that Tainted Mind put together. It just allowed him to perform so well in those team fights. As you saw before, he was able to sustain so well, gives him a little bit of extra escape. So Ray's performed really well, both in terms of his mechanics and his decision-making in terms of his item builds.
Well, I want to take a look at a replay any second now. Zach taking a top lane dive into a tower for Tainted Minds. Mendrix, just before we look at it, now, why don't you talk us through what's happening here?
So this is right after they take the first brick for Tainted Minds. They went early into that mid lane, immediately picked it up, and then just straight away go to the top lane as well and continue netting that advantage. And it's the right idea. They took advantage of what their team composition was. They were executing it correctly, but in the end, when you've got a standard team composition and you're able to play that out, they will win in the end. And Chiefs just executed it perfectly.
Yeah, Juice, for people who are watching home, might be casual gamers, what's the takeaway from that replay that they can put into their own play?
I think focusing objectives is the biggest key, not prioritizing kills. So they took away the Maokai, they killed the Maokai, and then the first thought was, we're going to take a tower. And they also did that they took mid lane tower, went straight to top lane tower. They didn't mess around trying to pick kills, trying to run around. So I think the biggest key for people watching at home is take objectives.
And it's one of those things where it's like tempo, momentum rotations as well. So it was really great how they just immediately went from one to the other. If you're able to out-rotate your team and get those there, it's great. And it's also the reason why Chiefs are so strong at what they do. They have fantastic rotational play.
All right, well, let's take a look at another replay here. Speaking of towers, Mendrix, do you want to set this one up?
Yep, so as you can see here, this is the advantage of having the Malzahar when you only have 2 damage threats, the extra value that it brings. Immediately, Choo Choo's is blown up. There's not much it can do about it because of how much lockdown Malzahar brings. And then Tainted Minds are sort of lost for words now. They've lost one of their damage sources. They've got these 2 big tanks in Spooks and Swiper just soaking up damage. And Ziggs is really at a loss for words to make it happen. And they just completely pale drive through. Another big thing about this replay is you can see the Chiefs have the Baron. They got a 23-minute Baron. And what's amazing about that, it was purely just them saying, hey, we're going to test it out. Let's see if Tainted Minds are on board at the moment or if they're really on point and can stop us from taking this Baron. They weren't there. They get a Baron. It was easy takings for the Chief.
Now, Juves, if you're shot calling that play there, they skip that third tower and they go straight. They skip the tower and go straight into the base. Is that the right call there, do you think?
I think you can do either or. Sometimes you're on stage, it's a little bit you're a little bit nervous, so you don't want to be overzealous and push for something that you don't need to. So yeah, you can pretty much just assess it while you're in game, and I think
roll the dice.
Yeah, I think that was a good decision.
Excellent stuff. Well, that is game 1 of match 2 of this day. We'll be back with game 2 of this series right after this.
Picked up by Shorter Range. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out. The satchel charge to delete the tree off the map. He's been cut down. He's going to lock down Rosie. Let's see what they get out of this when they start the fight. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out as Swiffer's gone for the fight right away. But Brady's going to get taken down as well. Let's see if Tainted Minds can take this one out because the Chiefs are chasing down the Greenheads. Choo-Choo's been locked down. Here comes Swiffer with a big ultimate. Shorter Ace locked in it as well. Spooks goes on an Achilles spree, and Shorter Ace will be taken down into his passive. Swiper's all the way in the base on top of Rosie. Swiffer's trying to follow suit. The ultimate will come out from Cake, but it does absolutely nothing. Swiper's now the target from Brady, but it's going to be the turret that gets taken down first. Brayden has to try and run away now, and Chiefs have broken open the base. Yeah. Well, actually going to go for the initiation. Race to be caught down, but look at how much life steal this Varus has. Already taken down one, and a big ultimate coming out from Swiffer. Petrifies Rosie and Brady as they're now trying to back away. The turrets are going to be melting as well, so Chiefs just follow on through for Tainted Minds. Brady is going to be taken down. Cake is the next one. Choo-Choo is trying to back away, but he just can't, and then Poppy's going to fall next.
prophecies are true. Darius has arrived.
5-day forecast, sunshine, rainbows, and Hannah signing off.
The real athlete is on the court. You can leave now. It's game time. Eat it. Rewind that, Zillion. I want to see it again.
Please speak directly into the microphone.
Too easy. Dunkmate. If there isn't any dunking, it isn't a sport.
Next time, you get my back. Huh?
Welcome back to the OPL. If you're just joining us, Chiefs have taken a victory over Tainted Minds in this second series of this Sunday. My name is Michael Hingusing, and I'm joined here at the analyst desk by Nathan Mendrix-Mendez and Juves here from Sin Gaming. And gentlemen, what does Tainted Minds need to do to get back into this series? Juves, let me start with you.
think they just need to reset mentally. They weren't too far off it. Like
Early
they
game,
did,
they
did
pushed
develop
it.
an early lead. I'd like to see a different pick ban. No offense to Nero.
No.
I'd like to see maybe a more meta 80 carry. I think Ziggs is very niche, and just play to what Tainted are good at, and that's skirmishing and making the game a little kerfuffle.
Well, Mendrix, in Era said they've been practicing Ziggs for about a week, but like Juve said, that's quite a niche pick. We've seen it a bit internationally, but do you think this is something they're going to pick again and try again in Game 2?
It's absolutely possible, but I don't think they're going to try it again in Game 2. We'll probably see it again probably in a later weeks or when they decide to. We've got it right again. We'll give it a shot this time. But when they do it, they sort of need to play to that composition. And what I mean by that is if you shouldn't be going for 17-minute dragon fights when you are a tower-focused team taking composition. They really should have just been going for those towers, kept the pressure on the Chiefs, made it so they didn't really have a way to get around those neutral objectives, and that would have been more of a way for them to get to that victory.
We also saw them picking Zach into Spooks' Rek'Sai. Jivs, you were saying before the break that it wasn't necessarily a very strong pick. Is there something better they could have chosen there?
So I definitely think with the bans, obviously, that came in, there wasn't that many junglers available to shorter ace. But I think he's a big Olaf player. Olaf not the greatest in this meta, but I don't think Zach is either. So I think you could probably pick Olaf and look to try and abuse the Rek'Sai early, because as soon as you land one undertow, Rek'Sai can't necessarily run away, and you have that true damage and the skirmish potential to kill him.
Another great thing about having Olaf is you are going into a virus as well, and one of the big things that Olaf is known for is he pops that Ragnarok and he goes. You can't stop him. You can't deal with him. He's sort of like a train just running straight towards your ADC, and God help your ADC if you can get away in that situation. And it really is difficult for Varus to deal with that. He's going to throw his chains of corruption, and it's not going to chain him. He's just going to kill you. So it would have been very effective considering they had that lockdown, and it would have been completely nullified with one jungle pick.
All right, well, across the rift, their opponents, the Chiefs. And what do they need to do to lock this out, to really shut this down and get a 2-0 here? Juves, your thoughts?
I just think play the same way they did.
Yep.
They had a clean game. Early game, bit of a hiccup, but the good teams, they bounce back from that. And yeah, you can just see the decision making on Chiefs is so much more crisp and concise and clear. Like that Baron call to get that Baron, Tainted had no idea.
Sneaky Baron.
Yeah. So
yeah, and it's just one of those things where it does come with experience that they've had for so long, and because they're able to continue all those rotational plays that they just did around the Dragon, from that point on they were able to take the game. It is just easy for them to continue this standard form of play, and that's exactly what they need to do. Just keep it up.
But if Tainted Minds do make those changes, like maybe they pick the Olaf into the Rek'Sai, maybe they pick a more standard AD carry, I mean, what do Chiefs need to do then to make sure they don't win? Because even if they make those improvements, surely they've got a shot at this game, right, Mendrix?
Well, they've got the momentum. That's the big thing you have to take into account. And when you do have the momentum, that means that you're just able to immediately take the next game, continuing to play standard. And it is known Chiefs can pretty much just outclass the Tainted Minds. And what I do like about what they had in that initial team composition is Anero was going for that sort of mad scientist sort of play. It was something that you don't see. It's unorthodox. I like it. It brings a bit of an excitement to the game.
All right, well, if you'd like to see some more in-depth analysis on these games, you can always subscribe to the new OPL podcast. Myself and Jake Spawn Tiberi will be going through the games, reviews and previews, as well as all the trash talk we can muster. You can find that on SoundCloud or wherever good podcasts are found. Anyway, that is enough from us here at the Analyst Desk. Let us get into Game 2 with your casters. It's Spawn and Fish.
Wherever good podcasts are found, Spawn.
Yeah, exactly. Wherever that is.
Somewhere.
I also want to point out that it must be Hingers doing the trash talking, because I would never trash talk anyone. I am a very innocent, cute man.
But you must be doing the analysis, though. Right?
Yeah, I hope so, because he's definitely not doing that. That's how we split it. He does all the trash talking, I do all the analysis. Everything I say, just hard facts.
Yeah, someone had a hilarious roast about Spooks, and it must have been Hingers, because, he did miss quite a few cues in his Lee Sin game last week.
That was facts.
That's facts. Okay, so that's not trash talk. All right. That makes things a little bit easier. But we are on to Summer's Rift here. Oh, not Summer's Rift. We're into... I can't do it. Hingers is still in the room, so it's not possible to talk right now.
But don't blame Hingers. We're into champion select. Malzahar, Camille, Renga, and LeBlanc have all been taken off the board.
Yeah, and Camille being banned on the blue side of Summer's Rift here, Spawn. Tainted Minds don't have to ban that one away this time.
Yeah, and this is something that, you know, Inero actually talked about a lot. You don't want to be trapped with a couple of OPs up. Swiper obviously very comfortable in a tank meta. Why would you even let it get to the point where you have to choose between Camille and something else? So just ban it away. Get as standard of team fighting comp as you possibly can if you are the Chiefs.
That's a good bans coming out from the Chiefs. Tainted Minds have one left. Kha'Zix was the final ban coming out from the Chiefs in the first ban phase. Rise will hit the bench as well. Does leave Zyra up and available.
Certainly does. We'll see whether that is something that they want to take away, or whether, you know, Egypt is comfortable playing the Misfortune counter. Of course, may not have the option because they will have the last pick and first round of bans on the other side. So instead, he just snaps it up.
Yep, takes the Zyra down as soon as he possibly can. Egypt will be picking up that champion into Rosie this game, who picked up Tahm Kench in his last match. That gives Tainted Minds the ability to pick up Jace right away. We'll have to see if Chuchu is going to be flexing that one up, or Praedyth will be picking it up heading into the top lane this time round.
Yeah, I mean, Chus didn't have the best performance on the Jace, was able to get some good poke damage in, but fell down pretty heavily in CS against Super. Exact same comp.
They go for it again. Tainted Minds, they see the Jace left open. Ziggs is up, and they say, yes, please, let's go, boys.
Yeah, exactly right. And when they're looking at it, they're just like, okay, without the heavy focus on the jungling champion pool yet, I expect them to take a better jungler this time around. And the fact that they did get themselves a mid-game advantage, maybe they're just looking to, you know, be able to accumulate that a little bit more, not take the risky dragon fight, and just stick to their guns.
Oh, he was hovering it for a while, Spawn, but it seems like we're not going to get the Lee Sin Spooks today. Instead, Elise is going to be picked up instead. Can't miss your Q on that champion, so
Spooks
perfect.
is a good Lee Sin player. He had one rough game. He had a very good Lee Sin game one. Does he deserve to be roasted for his bad game? Yes, but he still can play the champion.
That one got you banned from his Twitch chat for quite some time. Recently reformed Spawn.
Yeah, laugh it up, mate. You're on your own now.
Super's going to be locking a cocky as well into the mid lane. We'll have to see what Tainted Minds start to respond with. And they're going to be the ones that pick up Lee Sin for shorter race. Spawn's just left me. I'm going to have to analyze this one too.
Yeah, so picking that up, I mean, a little bit more of the disengage if you want to use it that way. Some great flanking potential at the same time for shorter race. And, you know, pretty standard again from the Chiefs, although I would say very magic damage focus at the moment. I mean, Corki, Elise, as well as Zyra, all very heavy in that magic damage compartment.
We'll have to see what they decide to round out their team comp. With Varus still left up on the table, we could see Raze pick up that champion again. We have seen a lot of Varus Zyra. Singe being banned up by Tainted Minds, so they don't want Swiper to pick up that champion this time round.
I honestly think you just take Ashe this time. I mean, we're talking about the Varus, but Ashe is a really good hard engage option. And it means, oh, well, not even going to have to pick that one because they just banned it away. It means that, you know, this poke comp, they can just hard engage onto it. Zyra can come in, locking people down, able to blow someone up. They do need initiation from somewhere. I think it'll be from their AD carry.
Varus was the ban from Tainted Minds. They don't want Raze to pick that one up. They also ban out Nautilus from the Chiefs here. So the Chiefs ban out Nautilus, sorry.
And they're obviously very happy for Praedyth to be on the Poppy. I mean, they picked Maokai deliberately last time and left that one open for him.
Yep.
Taken the Nautilus away this time. Don't want to give them a very big hard engage option. Nautilus is also very good at kiting back.
As we do get the Tahm Kench again for Rosie.
This is a hard matchup. As far as difficult matchups go, Tahm Kench is real difficult to play into Zyra. I mean, he is very melee. I mean, if you ever get pushed in, you can kind of flash on the Zyra and try and eat her. But apart from that, apart from a cheeky level 2 or 3, it just isn't, you know, all of that great.
Now we're pairing up with Cakes Ziggs again in the bottom lane as Raze locks in Jhin.
Yeah, Jhin is definitely Raze's preferred AD carry, I think it's fair to say at the moment, along with Lost, who also picks up a lot of Jhin. You know, it's got a similar flavor to what Ashe does. They've got the ability to lock someone down in the roots and then be able to follow up with a great ultimate. Just isn't the immediate stun that Ashe would provide without a little bit of consistent damage.
Whoa! And we're gonna get the Swiper playing the tree up in the top lane, and Praedyth picking up Fiora into that matchup.
Yeah, and I like it. I mean, this is the spanner that they've thrown. Now they're a 1-4 comp with great wave clear and the ability to disengage off turrets due to Lee Sin as well as the Tahm Kench. And they've got Praedyth in a winning matchup, so maybe he goes toe-to-toe with Swiper and they see if they can push that advantage.
Yes, we talked to Inera earlier before we went on to Summoner's Rift about the double tanks they picked up into this team comp, helping out with the engage and the poke they have this time round. Seems like they're going all in here, Spawn, for the split push.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that case. I mean, what you still can do is take Rosie and Cake into Praedyth's lane if Swipe is a little bit low and knock down the turret nice and quickly. That relies on Choo-Choo's and Shorter Ace being able to defend. But like, we'll just see how decisive they can play, because they had the right calls at the start of that game. It really was one fumble around the Dragon Pit that cost them everything. So I didn't necessarily think Tainted Minds had a bad comp, and think that this time around 1-4 is completely fine as well.
Yeah, really excited to see how Praedyth's going to be able to use the Fiora up in the top lane against
Sorry,
Swipers.
what was his name?
Praedyth.
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 Yeah,
I can't
we're
do
good.
it. All right, use it.
No, you can do it. Everyone just saw you right then, dude.
Into the Maokai in the top lane that's being played by Swiper again, heading into game 2, who does very well into team comps like this to have lots of AoE magic damage.
Yeah, this is kind of what you know, the Maokai is designed to do, be able to clap their hands and jump into the middle of the team. It's nothing new for the Chiefs. They're still just a team fighting comp with a lot of damage, and we'll see whether they're able to continue what was good team fighting form from last game.
And Tainted Minds mentioned that the team comp they drafted with the Jace and Ziggs was, you know, heavily because Inero studied what the Chiefs were going to ban out, knew they would get Jace first and Ziggs later on. This time around, they're going for it again. We expected them to change things up in games 2.
Yeah, we certainly did. I mean, if they've been practicing this all week and they are incredibly confident in it, as we do jump onto Summoner's Rift for game 2 between Chiefs and Tainted Minds, there's no reason to change the strategy. They obviously want to play a little bit more of a macro game.
Well, let's see if they're going to be able to do just that. And as you mentioned, we are on Summoner's Rift, but as we get onto the Rift, let's check in with Hingers, who's with one of the coaches.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Volt, and I want to start by asking you about the Camille ban, because on blue side, you've banned it second. Why not save it for that third ban, or even leave it open for Swiper to play?
Leaving the Camille ban for the third ban is really risky, because if like it gives us like some adaptation in our last bans. Like our third ban can be used on something that we need to target ban if they don't ban the OPs, like the LeBlanc Rengar. And also leaving Camille up is also kind of risky for us, because we lost a lot of scrim sets in the week from teams cancelling on us, so we didn't get to practice Camille as much as we'd like. So it was a little bit problematic to leave Camille up.
All right, well, across the Rift, you're going to be coming up against Ziggs ADC now for the second game in a row. Have you guys practiced much against this? Are you pretty familiar with it?
We've had a little bit of practice against Ziggs. A lot of teams like started practicing it this week, like Tainted Minds did apparently. But we've also had a lot of practice playing it and playing against it, so we know how to beat it, and we showed that in the first game.
And finally, the Fiora pick in top lane. How do you think that matchup's going to affect Swiper?
I think Brandon's very good at, Swiper is very good at dealing with the carry top laners, especially like Fiora, because we've had so much practice against it. And it's been a very like anti-tank pick that a lot of teams have tried. So I think we'll be okay with dealing with that.
Excellent. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
And you have it from Volt there. You know, haven't had too much practice on that Camille. Not too comfortable first picking it for Swiper. It's a very cheeky start here for Swiffer. Picks up 4 of those chickens to start things off. Hits level 2 nice and early against Choo-Choos.
Yeah, it doesn't really give him anything, though, as he takes as much return damage from the creeps as he dished out with that Gatling gun. So we'll see if he's able to push the experience lead at any other stage during the game. When you have a look at it, if you've got a player that excels in a tank meta, you definitely don't want to be first picking carries for him. And that's not to say that Swiper can't play carries. When it's a carry versus carry meta, he's more than happy to jump on things like the Rumble, you know, like Lissandra in the past. Had a good rise at some points as well as, you know, the historic Tryndamere and Aurelia pickups that he's always been comfortable with. But right now, when tanks are king, like, just get him in his wheelhouse and be able to set up all the good team fights that you're looking for. Because that is definitely where the Chiefs have done very well in the past.
We'll check in with the top lane later on in the match. For now, though, Short Race looking to take down Scuttlecraft, spots out Spooks with a ward.
Oh, did he get it?
No! Who's going to get it? Spooks throws it out. He can't
and
miss
now
that
he's in
cue.
trouble.
He's going to get some good damage down to Shorter Ace. Jumps on him as the Spider. Shorter Ace forced to jump away with his safeguard. Wall was put down as well. Spook still chasing on forward. Doesn't have the final cocoon there, but still knocks Shorter Ace out of the jungle.
Yeah, knocks him very low as well. Shorter Ace got a smite charge available, so we'll just be able to go to the other side of his forest and start farming. However, that's a good early and aggressive start out of Spooks, because Swiffer was pushed up, was able to go as aggressive as he wanted.
Meanwhile, we check in with the bottom lane. Raze and Ejin pushing out this lane quite nicely against Cake and Rosie. Rosie getting locked down here, going to take quite a bit of damage from those plants as well. And good trade for the Chiefs.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, they're able to knock some health off the TK. That's always nice early. Is now Swiffer in some trouble.
Shoulder Race going to throw out the Q, connects, decides not to follow up. Choo Choo's is incredibly low on mana, and Elise is waiting in the wings. Lots of pings going out towards her.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, they still had the exhaust available from Swiffer because they ran through the Valkyrie. They actually took quite a lot of damage. I mean, Valk level 1 at earlier stage does quite substantial amount of AP damage. You don't really want to run down the red carpet, as tempting as it may be, Fish.
As on the top side of the map, Swiper doing pretty well up here. Fiora is down to 1 corrupting potion charge. Swiper does have 1 potion left remaining as well.
Well, the thing about this part of the laning phase is the AoE abilities mean that you can just make Fiora lane against a creep wave. Only really comes when she has lots of items that she's able to jump on you. That point of the game will most likely hit, and then Swiper will have to give a little bit more respect. But at this stage, he's more than comfortable just pushing up, being a nuisance.
Good riposte from Praetive there, was able to jump in, get some good damage on Swiper, but still just pushing this Fiora in constantly. Bottom lane, Cake and Rosie are now pushing back towards Raze and Ejim. Ejim a little bit low on mana on this Syra.
And you can see that Rosie's back to full health, and Cake's actually winning out pretty substantially in CS. So getting rid of the Varus seems to have done the trick here for the duo lane.
Keep track, see if they can keep up. Ejim taking quite a bit of poke damage from the Tainted Ziggs.
Was also holding that wave, so always going to be a little bit lower. We'll be chugging some pots to get back up. He'll be completely fine as the laning phase progresses. That's the worst feeling.
He's got no jungle to farm. 10 CS to 31. Now Shoulder Race just left wandering around the rift, hoping that something has been left open by Spooks. Does not seem to be the case.
And with that, actually might look for an invade if you check out where he's on the map, taking away a Scuttle Crab.
Or trying to. Didn't happen last time. He will be spotted out by the scrying plants, and a pink wall gets spotted as well, which Shoulder Race just put down. Meanwhile, on the top lane, there's been a little bit of a scuffle, and the trees come out on top. Ultimate was used by Fiora. Swiper is A-OK.
And Swiper's always just been a rock for the Chiefs. I mean, he's definitely not the flashiest player on the lineup, but very rarely falls down too hard in the laning phases. Now Spooks maybe in some trouble.
There you go, Shoulder Race. Good repel coming out from the release. Swiffer, though, taking quite a bit of damage from that Jace. Going to try and return fire now as he's run out of mana. Rosie collapse in amongst Spooks as well. They wanted to defend the control ward. Successfully does so. Shoulder Race looking for Swiffer. Gets him. Gets the Thunderlord's proc as well. One more auto attack's going to be enough. Choo Choo splashes forward, but he can't get that final auto down.
And Swiffer waited so long to burn Summoner spells on that exchange. Maybe could have flashed at the start to mean that he kept his exhaust. Maybe could have exhausted before the Lee Sin combo came down to make sure he preserved the flash. But, you know, he just held them both and in the end gets made pay for it. Spooks, however, is behind Choo Choo's now.
And he's already used his flash. The cleanse not required because the minion blocks the cocoon. That means Spooks is not going to be able to take him down.
And if you've used your flash as a Jace and they fire a max range cocoon, you can just waltz out. Spooks really should have repelled on him then and, you know, made him burn the other summoner spell. Instead, now they just want to be able to shove this one into the turret.
Shoulder Race jumps back into the lane. Actually going to get locked down. He's going to take so much damage. Forced to flash away. Questionable decisions coming out from Tainted Mind's mid laner and jungler.
Questionable decisions out of everyone at the moment, to be honest. I mean, they're sticking around on the lowest of margins, trying to make this work. And now Spooks wants to turret dive, it looks like, potentially. I have no idea what is going on.
Choo Choo's going to play a little bit of air guitar here, but will eventually go back to base. Decides not to, sticks around because Razor showed up with Ejim. They're looking to try and take this
what are you actually
down.
doing? I mean, he's not... Oh.
They're going on forward. That was a flash forward.
Oh, he's in trouble now. What goes up must come down.
Spooks does eventually come down, blocked by the spider though. Tongue Lash does not connect. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Swiper flashes the fat part of the wall because Praetive is able to hunt him down.
To quote an old friend of the show, Yamato Cannon, this has turned into a little bit of a clown fiesta. Honestly, willy-nilly use of summoner spells everywhere. Ejim flashed forward to try and root someone that had a Tahm Kench standing next to them. That generally doesn't work. At the same time, Swiper just had to flash the fat part of the wall to get rid of You know, a very annoying Praedyth at this stage of the game.
It's been a disaster spawn and nothing's actually happened.
Absolute disaster and no one's dead.
Interesting game 2. After a shocker of a game 1 on both sides, it's been a unique start, to say the least.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, when we were looking at this, big CS lead in the mid lane, I guess it's fair to say now for Swiffer. He's up 20 at only the 9-minute mark.
Even bottom and top. Short Race is caught up pretty well on Lee Sin. He's down by 20, but those jungle camps do fluctuate quite heavily.
Yeah, it depends whoever gets access to the Krogs and the... oh, that's a little bit of damage. Gets access to Krogs, gets access to the Raptor camp. So, you know, as you start picking those up, you do accelerate the CS margins quite heavily.
Package was available for Swiffer, but it seems like he's just using it in the mid lane to continue chipping away at that mid lane outer turret.
And I think he just wants to keep the screws up right now onto Choo-Choo's because, you know, he feels like he's having a pretty good laning phase so far. He's up in CS, wants to continue the pressure as much as he can.
That's a good bounce. That turret's going to take quite a bit of damage. Swiffer forced to Valk away. Short Race is waiting in the wings in case Choo-Choo's gets into trouble, but so is Spooks. As in the top lane, Fiora now doing a pretty decent job against Swiper. He's got his ninja tabbies, but still, Fiora is going to be a force to be reckoned with as Maokai. Spooks taking a full shockwave acceleration gate combo to the face. So now they're going aggressive here. He's going to get locked down, forced to use the cleanse. Short Race goes over the wall, kicks Spooks into Egypt. Tom Kench is now joining the fight. Rosie is up here, desperately trying to defend these turrets.
Yeah, unfortunately missed the Q there, however, Short Race, so wasn't able to follow up with any damage. In saying that, Cake still has his ultimate available if they want to use it. Rosie gets snared up.
Lockdown as well. Here comes the Kernan call. Gets one, gets the second. Good repel. Avoids the damage coming out from Cake. Choo-Choo's narrowly sidesteps the ultimate coming out from Raze as well. But this should be the first turret falling for the Chiefs. He's trying to defend it, but just can't quite.
Oh, yes. Oh, no, he can't.
Gets him. Swiffer's going to go in. Short Race has to go back, but it's so low health on the side of the Chiefs. But Tainted Minds just can't quite kill them.
What is going on right now? I mean, Swiffer again survives with absolutely no health. It was Ejim that burned the exhaust, not even Swiffer. Cake had 2 members at his fingertips ready to die, but wasn't able to whittle them down. Instead, it's only been 1 kill onto Rosie, and the rest of the game has just been, honestly, on a knife's edge and balancing perfectly.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, nothing much happening. Go back to the mid lane where all the is going on.
I mean, honestly, right now, Swiffer's huge. He's just taken solo turret gold for himself. He's got a Trinity Force, 106 CS in only 11 minutes. He's 30 up on Choo-Choo's. He is an absolute monster at this stage of the game.
As Choo-Choo's sitting on a Hex Drinker and double longswords. Not quite what you want to go up against a Trinity Force Corki.
And Hex Drinker stops so much of the early damage out of Corki because he is such a spell-based AD carry. But as the game progresses, I mean, he's going to just start pumping out damage with the autos as well. Now, Shorter Ace looking top side.
Yep, ultimate's being popped there by Fiora. Does get the Q down, max range. Swiper tries to get behind him and does successfully do so.
Without burning a flash as well. Shorter Ace had his available, definitely had a flash kick on the cards, didn't want to burn it. And that will open up potentially Dragon for the Chiefs.
Yep. Spook's going to start this one up. Ejim and Raze have got control over the bottom lane. Push that one out quite nicely.
And this can be a really frustrating game to be a part of if you are Tainted Minds. I mean, Swiper was dead to rights, gets kicked away just because he, like, seconds just gets behind. I mean, mid lane, they've had so many opportunities to kill Swiffer, and he's lived on the skin, by the skin of his teeth multiple times. Now he's got a huge advantage. I mean, this is one of those games that you really have to stay dialed in if you are the Tainted Mind squad, because otherwise, you know, emotional play is definitely a real thing. They go in on Swiffer.
Choo-Choo is going to jump straight on top of him, though. Shorter Ace is close by. Spooks is here too. Lands the Q, gets some good damage down, but he flashes away. Choo-Choo's on top of him, gets the return kill. And they're not even going to lose anyone on the side of Tainted Minds.
Exactly right. They're willing to burn their summoner spells to get onto Swiffer, whereas I guess Spooks wasn't willing to get in front and body block that last shot. good back and forth right now. I mean, Choose comes out the victor on that occasion. The shorter Ace was there a little bit earlier. As I said, this game, by no stretch of the imagination, over yet, but just looking more and more dangerous.
Chiefs do have the first turret. That's a lot of damage. Chiefs do have the first turret, and they're about 2,000 gold up ahead of Tainted Minds. Spooks was looking to see if he can go for a dive. There's a replay of that last fight, though.
Yeah, so he exhausts very early, Swiffer, when none of the damage is coming out of the Jace, and you see that Choo Choo's just willing to flash forward. Spooks probably could have picked up a return kill, although the cleanse was still there, if he had a flashed after Choose, but in saying that, decides to save the summoner spell.
They're going toe-to-toe in this top lane. Swiper gives him the clap and tries to take him on, but that's going to be all the vitals getting popped if Praedyth can take that last one. It just gives him a little bit of a heal though, and Swiper says, all right, let's go back to it.
However, on the way to top lane is a packaged up Corki, so Praedyth needs to be careful here. They're pinging it out.
Swiffer will be spotted out by this wall, but he doesn't care all that much. Just wants to stay up here for the zoning potential. Spooks is here as well. That signals Tainted Minds to send as many people possible to the top lane too. You can see Tom Kench in the jungle too, trying to deliver Choo Choo's if he has to. That does leave Cake alone in the bottom lane to farm by himself. Should be fairly okay with that. He is Ziggs after all.
Certainly is. I mean, he's just happy to sit down there and eat as much of the farm as he possibly can at this stage of the game. Everyone kind of getting towards their first major items. However, Tainted Minds have done a good job of, keeping this game under control and in check. Looks like the Chiefs, after a couple of narrow misses, were finally going to rip this one open, but is not to be as of yet.
Blue buff gets donated over towards Choo Choo's. This Cake looked like he wanted that one for a bit, but it will be the Jace that picks it up. Swift is going to be in a little bit of trouble here if Short Race can get right behind him. Good Shock Blast combo. Here comes the Lee Sin, lands the Q, nails him, and slams the hammer down. Swift is dead again.
Yeah, this is a really good camp actually coming out of Shorter Race now, because they've taken down the mid lane turret, and Swift is trying to extend pressure up the lane. And all it means is he's leaving himself open at ganks, had burned the summoner spells last time around. Now you can see potentially TK as well as Cake rotating into that mid lane, looking to take it down.
That turret's already so low. A satchel charge is enough to take it down. Cake should just waltz on over here. Throw it down, buddy. Get that turret for yourself. Tainted Minds now have the turret lead.
Yeah, back to equal footing. They're equal on turrets as well. One apiece. That's all right. Can happen to the best of us, Fish. So yeah, this game, as I said, it looked like it was going to be busted open, is dead even at this stage. Play on the bottom lane.
Cake gets eaten up by Rosie. Looks like they want to get the
ult
jump
here out of Raze.
Possibly. That's a lot of damage. Good bouncing bomb coming out from the Ziggs.
Really surprised he didn't pull the trigger on that. That's generally a move that Raze is willing to go for. You can see Spooks picked up the Moby boots. Feels like he needs to be a little bit more active around the map at this stage of the game.
They've got lots of members of the Chiefs moving down towards the bottom side of the map. Short Race is in the top lane. Choo Choo's looks like he wants to move up here too. Chiefs got to be very careful. So Tainted Minds on the bottom side of the map. Now they're collapsing on towards Swiper. See if he can escape this one. Dead. Okay. You're just getting behind him, Spawn.
They certainly are. This is the pincer move. They have so many members available. You can see that Cake actually wants to go back and defend his bottom side of the map. I think that they are quicker if they want to race.
Let's see
the clap.
Let's see how he deals with this one. Pops the ultimate and getting a lot of damage. Rosie's here though. That's a dead tree. Gets cut down nice and easy. Simply eaten up by Rosie as well to keep the Fiora alive. That should be a turret for Tainted Minds. Chiefs, meanwhile, pushing the mid lane and bottom lane. Mega Inferno Bomb will come out. They try and take up as much of this as possible. They trade a turret from the bottom lane and top lane. How much more are they going to lose? They're still pushing towards the mid lane now.
Yeah, so they lost a little bit of priority in that push because of how long it took to set up. See whether they can get any CC onto Cake as he walks past. Instead, maybe it's just going to be another turret falling down.
Seems to be the case. That turret is going to fall. Chiefs take it down. Tainted Minds not fast enough to react to that one after taking down Swiper in the top lane.
So about a 600, 700 gold swing for the Chiefs there. I mean, they get 2 turrets for a turret and a kill, as well as, 2 lanes of farm, which really were left just crashing into turrets. In saying that, if they can get Praedyth ahead of Swiper, it will be worth it, because allowing the Fiora to play to a longer side of the map, really set up that 4-1, They're not concerned if the map gets bigger. In fact, when you play 4-1, that's what you want. So nicely done from Tainted Minds, playing towards the top side of the map. But the Chiefs certainly had an answer prepared.
Dragon's going to be up in 3 seconds here. Tainted Minds having pushed back, but did get their buys in early to make sure they're here for this objective. Spook's sexy shock blast to the face and loses quite a bit of his health, but should be okay. It's an Infernal Dragon this time round, something that's definitely worth fighting over.
And now the big question is, how do you fight? Because Spooks has just taken 2 big shock blasts and isn't all that tanky at this stage of the game. However, we've already seen what happens when you take a team fight against the traditional AD carrier Ziggs and you're not able to get rid of one of the members first. So if Swiper can get in, if Spooks gets a little bit of health back, you would expect the Chiefs to win this one. However, Tainted Mind's definitely looking to be aggressive.
Prathus is still in the top lane. Split pushing against Swiper. Both of them have teleport available if they need to use it. Swiffer hiding inside of a brush. Spooks looking like he wants to try and bait out Tainted Minds here.
Have package available on Swiffer as well as exhaust.
Go. Decides not to. There's a teleport coming in from the back line, so Tainted Mind's going to be very careful. That's a Maokai. Right behind him. Going to be locking down Rosie. He gets stunned up again, the target before these fights. Egypt, though, taking a lot of damage in return. Rosie wants him, forced to flash away. Shorter Race now on top of Raze, but he's the one taking a lot of damage here. Cake throws out the Mega Inferno Ball, whiffs as no one gets taken down. The jungle is going to be dead. Cake's now the one gets jumped on. Swiffer is on top of Choo Choo's. And the Chiefs, they pull up the team fight again. Tainted Minds have found themselves in the exact same position as last game.
And it's just because they're jockeying for position around Dragon one more time, and the Chiefs are able to out-team fight. I mean, Shorter Race went for the hero play with the flash, but couldn't pick it up. Praether stayed at home, the correct call, and it probably going to be able to pick up a turret, but that should have just been a turret for a Dragon trade.
My goodness, Tainted Minds again over the second Dragon. Praether will be able to take down the top lane inner turret. So at least a consolation prize for Tainted Minds. And they are still only 1,000 gold behind here.
So let's take another look at it. I mean, really nice flank out there. They lay the CC a little bit too much for my liking. However, Rosie going forward eventually will die down. Shorter Race here actually goes for a pretty cute play. He flashes and Qs at the same time and tries to kick Raze into the Mega Inferno Bomb. Would have killed him, definitely, but wasn't able to get it off in just the nick of time. And unfortunately, that means that another member in Cake did fall down as he was setting up for that one. Yeah. But I like the idea. The execution a little bit wanting. I'll give it a 6.5 out of 10.
Mega Inferno Bomb, not in the right position either there.
No, because he was going to be kicked into it.
Not clipping Egypt or Raze.
You're such a hater. Hater's going to hate, Cake. Hater's going to hate.
And speaking of Cake, he's got the components for his Luden's Echo. They've sent Praether down to the bottom lane. See if he can take down the bottom lane outer turret for his team.
And this makes sense. I mean, Praether's 30, 40 CS up, should have free roam in the map. He's on 2 items at the moment. Can, you know, take a little bit of damage and then just sit there and get it back from the next creep wave. And you can see that actually Swiper just can't do any damage to him. Generally, you focus the creep wave.
Taking quite a bit there. It takes a turret shot for it too, but Swiper's not going to continue chasing. There are a lot of members of Tainted Minds close by.
Doesn't surprise me, but Baron's up. It's 22 minutes in, so you can't send 5 members bottom lane.
They've started Baron. So Praetor's going to try and kill Swiper while the rest of the Chiefs take Baron. Gives him the clap, but doesn't do anything.
And actually, they back away. They use the Mega Inferno Bomb on it.
They're going to fight. Shorter Race, first one to die. Raze pops him with the ultimate. Rosie now trying to run away, but gets the double kill with that 4th bullet, making full use of Jin's kit there.
And at the same time, I mean, Praetor is now on the run.
Go back. What's going on?
They're not able to take Baron at the moment, Fish, unfortunately. They have no tanks, and Praetor just ran away.
Yeah, Praetor couldn't fight Maokai, didn't take the turret either, and Raze has got a double kill.
Disaster everywhere. If you're a Tainted Mind fan.
Oh, no.
Glee, if you are the Chiefs right now, who seem to one more time be able to turn it on in the mid-game.
Cake and Choo Choo's moved to the top lane, but now they're getting dived. Cake, the first target, he's gone. Raze gets another kill. Big bounce coming out from the Jin. They will be able to take down the top lane inner turret as well. Now, furthering their gold lead to 4,500 ahead of Tainted Minds. And Swiper's split pushing against Praetor and winning.
Well, Praetor was diving a turret to try and take him down, and you can understand that, you know, if you don't get the Maokai at the first, he does get a little bit of health back. Praetor's still in a pretty healthy position as this lane is being re-pushed out. And without a real tank on the side of the Chiefs, I mean, they can't threaten the Baron. Elise isn't going to be able to tank it up at this stage until they get enough damage to really just burst through it uncontested. Or Maokai joins. It's going to be tough.
Yep.
Glad you agree. It's been the longest short day ever.
Well, Chiefs are now looking to try and get the wraparound onto this Fiora. Praetor's got a long way to go if he wants to get out of this one. Let's see what he tries to do. Cocoon comes out, good parry comes out. Stun into Spooks, looking for the fight, but the repel comes up, and the Corky just rat-a-tat-tats all over the Fiora, able to take her down.
Yeah, it certainly does. Able to pick up another kill there. So Spooks and Swift are the best friends club, able to get down into the bottom lane. And Spooks has had a complete bounce-back series. I mean, 6 out of 8 kills again that he's been a part of. Been pretty instrumental around Summoner's Rift. Razor's had a really good series as well today on the Varus as well as the Jhin now.
Yep.
And, ooh, looking to stun up. If only there had been a little bit of damage onto Cake.
Good damage to go down onto these turrets here.
Oh.
Choo Choo's going to get locked down by Ejim.
Surprised one more time that wasn't an open up out of Raze. He's held his ultimates maybe a little bit more disciplined than we're used to seeing out of the young man. He does like to open up fairly often. Potentially doesn't want to take a Mega Inferno Bomb to the head. That could be it.
Potentially.
Spooks fixing his hair on the camera. Of course, it is very important to look good while you're playing League of Legends.
For Spooks?
No, for everyone.
Not wearing...
Come on, mate. I've seen how you scrub up before the show.
He's not wearing his singlet today. So Rosie's going to have to eat up Choo Choo's here, taking quite a bit of damage from the ultimate of Raze. It does keep Choo Choo's alive.
And they are grouped as 5 now, and Praetor's still in the bottom lane Swift pushing. We'll see whether that does mean that they start up the Baron.
And they do. Teleport is available for the Fiora. So is Mega Inferno Bomb. Turret's going to fall in the bottom lane now. Can they stop this Baron? There's the Mega Inferno Bomb coming out as well as the Shock Blast. Short Race goes in. He's stolen the Baron. Takes it away from the Chiefs. And Fiora is still split pushing.
Yeah, all of a sudden, I mean, that's what they wanted the whole time. The Baron, they're still within 3,000 gold. And Praetor's just on the bottom lane, continuing to chip down turrets. Now with the Baron buff, that task gets even easier.
Yep, this gold lead is going to be absolutely destroyed by Tainted Minds. Now going to go back to 44,000, I believe, once this falls. Only 2k behind the Chiefs. With a Baron buff to use for the next few minutes.
That's rough. I mean, when you have a look at it, they're pretty much even everywhere, maybe 1,000 behind in every lane, but Praetor's got a big advantage for himself. Yeah, the Chiefs they blinked for 1 second and Shorter Race came in and took it away.
Consolation prize is they should be able to take down this Infernal Dragon. So we'll get that, so 2 Infernal Dragons for the Chiefs here. Choo Choo just continues to push up the mid lane. The rest of Tainted Minds, they're going to be able to group up. They do take turrets very quickly and even faster now they have this Baron buff.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, all of a sudden the game's getting back to pretty close. Choo Choo has to dodge out of Raze, who is doing some pretty good damage at 2.5 items. But you just feel like that's one of those times that the Chiefs have made the mistake that can potentially swing this game on its head, because when you're playing with a superior split pusher already, and when he's in complete control and the rest of your unit can take dragon, can take turrets, kind of closes your win conditions for a couple of minutes. Although that won't.
They've locked down Choo Choo. He's going to take a lot of damage. Swiper tries to go in, but Rosie eats him up. Shorter Race taking out most of the bullets, but Cake's going to take one to the face. The rest of the Chiefs want to continue going.
Still in the bottom top lane split pushing, so they need to make sure they don't stick around too long for this one.
They continue charging on back. If they leave Cake alone as well, that turret is going to be obliterated. Choo Choo still fairly low. Has to be very, very careful here. Swiper threatening with the engage on this Maokai. Defending very well against these Baron up minions. Swiffer fancies his chances against Praetor.
You can respect why. 250 CS, 225 certainly is a little bit of a force to be reckoned with himself, especially when Praetor hasn't built up any armor as of yet. Has been playing majority of the game against Swiper, so magic resist should be suffice there.
And they are going to continue sending Fiora to the top side of the map. Cake sitting in the mid lane, but there is an Elise very deep into the Tainted Minds jungle. He's going to go back to base. Chuchus continues to split push in the bottom lane, hands the Baron buff to help him out, but all the other turrets are gone. Only the inhibitor turrets left for Tainted Minds to take, and they're not grouped up for this push. Big minion wave though.
And this has just meant that the Chiefs, I mean, they've had to stay on Summoner's Rift for a little bit longer. They still look like they have a better team fighting comp, but all of a sudden Tainted Minds have been able to execute where they want to be able to.
They've got Cake down in this lane. This turret is going to get taken out really quickly. Let's see if they can break it before the rest of the Chiefs get here. Going to be low. Cake though, so much damage. The Conical comes out. Swiffer gets the snipe. Now Rosie's the one that's in trouble. Big damage coming out for Raze. Egypt picks up the kill. And although it looked like they got that turret down, Tainted Minds lose their bottom lane.
Yeah, that was just an overcommit. I mean, there was so much damage, and as soon as Rosie had eaten one of his teammates, the other was just left behind. And as the old adage goes, you don't need to be the quickest man on the team. As Swiffer got jumped on, but now turning it around.
Chuchu is going to be in a lot of trouble here. Spooks trying to chase on forward. Repel, not quite.
However, they've got two members now coming around the corner, ready to cut them off. One of them is Ejim.
They found Shorter Ace. He's going to get locked down. He's going to try and get the heck out of there. Ward jumps to the control ward. Chuchu's here too, taking on Raze, but he gets quick shot to the face. The revolver spins around for him. And they're going to be able to take down two more members of Tainted Minds.
And they kind of delayed the death timers, so that means there's 40 seconds now when there's only the bottom lane of Tainted Minds left available. Still pushing into Cake is a little bit foley, although with that, will stun him up, and now he's half health.
Yeah, Cake has to be very careful. Prather was able to take down Swiper very low. Now he's being jumped on by Swiffer. Looking to get that little bit of extra damage down. One more rocket is going to be enough, but has no way to catch up to this guy. To successfully defend against the Fiora, but it stops their push in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it certainly does. So all of a sudden, you know, just kills for the Chiefs. And at 30 minutes into the game, gold is starting to become, you know, not irrelevant, but it really is coming down to how they are playing the game. I mean, you can see right now that Swift a huge advantage, but same it can be said for Pradith in the top lane. So it's just about, you know, whether the split push is going to breach first or whether a catch will finally come through to the Chiefs. It's meaningful enough that they can take one of those inhibitors or potentially a Baron and not fumble the play the next time around.
The Chiefs are back to where they were before the Baron steal, about 5,000 gold up or close to it.
I'm actually really surprised that Swiper just hasn't got his Rot Portal and just sat it down at the turret and never let it hit the turret.
He's got his Thorn Mail though.
Doesn't really do much versus true damage.
Tainted Minds trying to clear out wards.
Rosie about to face check potentially.
Spooks looks for the cocoon, doesn't connect. They still have Fiora split pushing the bottom lane. Cake has to play defense. Mega Inferno Bomb goes out with the bouncing grenades, but Chiefs don't care. That turret's taking a beating, and that turret's going to fall.
Certainly is. I mean, they just walked straight past it, and now they're not giving the Fiora any time of day to be able to split push the bottom lane.
Yep, Conical comes out, just keeps Tainted Minds at bay. Forces the Chiefs to head back to base and try and recall to defend this turret. Let's see if Praetor can do what he does best and take it down before they get there. Should be able to get the turret, but the inhibitor should stay.
Yeah, exactly right. So in the bottom lane, he's going to leave a ward just in case they leave a teleport play up. Although now staying a little bit longer than he probably otherwise should.
So turret and inhibitor traded for a turret. Tainted Minds still scrambling to try and defend against the Chiefs squad. Rapid Fire Cannon has been picked up by Swiffer with the Infinity Edge. Has he Sork Boots still with the Hex Drinker? Hex Drinker picked up by Raze as well. And he steal it. Prather wants this. Slides in, can't get it.
Yeah, and all of a sudden now he's overextended in big trouble.
Spooks is going to try and lock him down. Good riposte comes out, but he can't hit the explosive plant. Does eventually go over the wall, but Big Tree Swips is there. Prather's going to get taken down.
Yeah, eventually he will fall down, but the Baron has been opened up right now for Tainted Minds. Teleport coming in deep, and Ejim is there.
Big ultimate coming out from Ejim's going to stop Tainted Minds from taking this one. Locket's being popped, and here comes Big Swips. Going to put up the clap, locks them all down. Rosie's going to be the first target to fall here as the rest of the Chiefs squad barrel on through, looking to lock down member after member. The Krugs are going to take the brunt of the anger for Tainted Minds, but they've lost their top laner and support.
Yeah, they certainly have, and all of a sudden Swiffer looking to clean up even more kills.
There's Raze flashing in, spins around and around, gets gets the kill. Shorter Ace fights the super minions, but the boxing gloves come out and pick up the kill. Ace for the Chiefs, and Tainted Minds are going to fall 2-0.
They certainly are. The Chiefs are on the Nexus turrets. One of them will fall down. They'll get onto their second. And the Chiefs finally get their first 2-0 victory of the first split of 2017.
And they're going to be able to pick up all 3 points. Most people thought it was going to be a 2-1 in whatever direction, but the Chiefs very confident going into the Ziggs bot lane team comp of Tainted Minds. They pick up the win. They get all 3 points, despite some hiccups along the way.
Yeah, exactly right. And they should be happy with themselves. I mean, Tainted Minds are a great outfit. They'd obviously practiced that composition, and we're pretty confident running it. A little bit of a hiccup when they lose that Baron, but just calm, concise play, looking for their moment to be able to team fight again. And even though that one stretched on for a little bit longer, as soon as the Chiefs got their window, they were able to capitalize and win the game.
It certainly were. You can see, fairly happy with that one. Tainted Minds, they had a plan coming into this game against the Chiefs. It just didn't quite work out for them. They brought Jason to the mid lane for Choo-Choo's 2 games in a row. Cake was on the Ziggs. We had 1 game with Engage, 1 game with Split Push. Both times just didn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, you have to say the one with Split Push looked a heck of a lot better, however. Praedyth, very comfortable on that Fiora. Nearly was able to pull one out of the bag for his team, as he has done in the past. But as I said, the Chiefs are just too disciplined, too well drilled. When you challenge them with an oddball comp, they are just willing to sit back and play reserved and then strike when they have the moment.
Well, that was the last game of today and last game of the week as well. But let's send it back to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you, Spawn. Well, gentlemen, that is match 2 done and dusted. The Chiefs 2-0 over Tainted Mind. Juves, I mean, there were a couple of hiccups. Name the hiccups. Let's start from that.
Guess the one big hiccup and the hiccup of the week really is Baron buff. Baron, not Baron buff.
Yeah.
Doing the Baron. I think Baron is like a kryptonite to every team. Is like they risk doing the Baron when it's unnecessary, and sometimes it can bite you.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. And like you said, it seems to be sort of the story of the week with that Baron buff is what's really been the kryptonite for teams at the moment. And what I want to take into account when we talk about that Baron buff is how big it was in that initial situation. And we'll be looking at a replay at it later, but it just allowed Praedyth to sort of take control of the map.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the draft as we bring up in picks and bans on your screen. And first of all, that Fiora pick, kind of late in the game, and almost paid off, right?
Yeah, the Fiora. So it's no secret that Fiora just shreds tanks. So if you can get Fiora to 2 items, there's no tank or no champ in the game really that can stop her in a 1v1. So once Chiefs gave away that Baron buff, that was an immediate win condition for Tainted Minds.
Yeah, and Mendrix, we also... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and what I like to say about that as well, Praedyth, he is actually a fantastic Fiora player. We've seen him play it in the OCS. It was a really strong pick just going straight into the Maokai, because Maokai's like, well, I've got damage reduction. That's pretty good. And Fiora's like, well, I've got true damage. So when he's able to proc those vitals, it does so much, and Praedyth is the man to give the Fiora to.
Now, Mendrix, we've seen AD Ziggs now twice from 2 games from Tainted Minds. And, I mean, it didn't work out this time around, but the second game was certainly much stronger than the first game, right?
And what I like about that specifically is because there was more damage threats on the side of the Tainted Minds. They were able to have a threat with with Fiora. They had a bit of a threat with the Lee Sin as well, and they had the Tahm Kench still to keep that protection for him. So it was still sort of the same team composition, but you add a little bit of extra damage and it means it gets a bit stronger into it. And it is a solid 4-man team when it comes to them actually doing that split push. It allows Fiora to split push. You got the Ziggs to hold everyone back. You've got the Tahm Kench to save anyone who's in trouble, and you've got the Lee Sin to sort of peel and allow them to kite back.
All right, well, let's take a look at a replay, shall we? This team fight in the blue side bot jungle. Mendrix, why don't you talk us through what's about to happen?
Yeah, so as you can see here, this is Chiefs just showing their amazing ability to out-rotate the rest of the team. They have some fancy play on the side as well because they managed to avoid some of the bombs coming through. Look at Shorter Ace. He jumps straight onto Raze there, but Raze is able to deal a lot of damage and he's unable to get the kill. So it was just target priority, Tainted Minds not executing too well, and Chiefs just being there first.
Now, Juves, if you're in that situation, you Tainted Minds, what should you have done? Just back off real quick?
You should have cleared the TP wards, because I'm pretty sure Swiper TP'd in behind. And if you can't do that, I think you just got to, as a team, you've got to kite in one direction. And that was a little bit scattered from them. They all kind of split off and they all just like pretty much panicked. But like the best thing to do in a situation like that is just be a unit and be a team and just like try and kite back.
Yeah, and then split. You know, when you're done kiting, when you need to get away, when you need to escape, that's when you split.
Yeah, and what I want to mention about that is they should have been just trying to buy time for Pradiff. That's the big thing. Now, that's 4-man team composition, which is so strong in its own right, just to sort of hold back. If they were able to pull that off, it would have bought time for Pradiff. He would have become unstoppable, Pups able to 2v1, and that would have been a massive asset to them, and they just never got to that point in the game.
Well, it has been a theme of the weekend, the Baron steal or dodgy Baron play. So let's take a look at this 25-minute Baron steal.
So Chiefs are feeling confident. They're going for the Baron here, and it's just so hard when it's against a Ziggs and a Lee Sin, because Lee Sin's got the execute damage when he throws it in. As you can see, there's the bomb. Shoulder Ace seizes his opportunity and takes it right there. And that is such a big difference now for this side. And the reason for that is because Pradiff was able to then continue his split push, continue to hold everything off there, and immediately Tainted Minds were able to take everything from them. They got all the infrastructure they needed, put themselves back in the game.
Jubes, are other teams going to be watching this weekend's worth of play and be like, hey, look, we've all seen it, we've all seen the Baron steals, we need to be much more reserved in our Baron calls? Or do you think it's just keep going? Just this train's going to Baron Town, you're on it.
I know for a fact that I'm going to look at it and be like, Baron 50-50, not a good idea. 'Cause unless you're a lucky man, then like it can end up in a bad way. And like I don't know, Chiefs were just I think better all round and like lucky for them. No, not lucky for them, but luckily Tainted didn't execute properly to finish the game, because I feel like Tainted really had the tools to end that game. Like bot open inhib. I think Pradiff like greeted for red buff, and that's when he initially got caught. And that was like the ending to the game. So yeah.
You're right there, because it actually just opened up the Chiefs to launch a counter-attack. And as soon as they did that, they were just, sweep, no worries, we can take this top, we can take that anywhere we want to go, and they were able to win from that.
All right, well, during the game, we all took votes on our MVP, also known as the Radiant Medal, and it is Raze, who was pretty destructive, Max, during that 2-game series there, Mendrix.
He seemed to really be a silent warrior on the side there. He did really well, didn't die at all, as you can see in that game. In that game, 8-0-9 which is just phenomenal, and he was pretty much the same sort of detail in the first game. So this guy was just solid across the board. I mean, we're talking a lot about the flashy plays and everything that was happening, but Raze was just a solid player the entire time.
Juice, you've obviously played against Raze this year and last year. Well, not this year yet, but soon to be. Are you impressed by his play and his improvement over the course of the time you've known him?
Yeah, I definitely think it's big shoes to fill. Like filling in for ADIA or coming in for ADIA is like no easy thing to do. So I think like he started off a little bit slow, and there's been talks about King being a better AD carry than him, but I think slowly, like he's showing that he's definitely like a top contender, and I think it's really close between them two for the best AD carries in the region.
Well, there you go. All right. Well, Jake Sportavier is standing by with EGM right now for the interview, so let's cross to him.
I most certainly am Michael Hingersing. This is Jake Sportavier, joined by Bryce, Egypt, Paul, Victor, and Chief support that game. I know last week you guys weren't happy with how the victories went. So 2-0 this week against Tainted Minds, obviously an outfit that you guys know quite well. What did you make of the games?
No, we don't know them quite well, actually. We haven't scrimmed them for a while. So I think, but after today, like 2-0, obviously better than a 2-1, and I think they were much cleaner games than they were versus Direwolves. We went back after that win last week and kind of did a lot of work and like cleaned up our play a bit, and I think this week was a lot better.
All right, cool. And with that play, I mean, were you expecting them to go back to the Ziggs marksman? Because we saw it in game 1, and they did pick up a flurry of early turrets, but then couldn't really team fight. Were you surprised they went back to it again?
Actually, honestly, yes. I feel like getting beaten on such like it's not a standard comp. I guess it's standard at this point, but it's very linear in what it wants to do. So like losing after having such a big advantage in the first game and then going back to that comp was pretty brave. But like I guess in both games, I had quite a good early start, I think. And then obviously like in the second game, we gave them Baron and stuff. But I was surprised they went back to it, yeah.
What happened with the Baron? I mean, did you not have enough burst damage? Only 1,000 crit, like smite available? Like what was going through your guys' head?
Yeah, it was a bit of an iffy Baron in itself. And then, yeah, we were going to like time it with a Jhin 4th shot. And we would like, in the comms, I think Sam or Spooks was just like, oh, this is pretty iffy. And then, yeah, Quinn, Raze got the MVP, played really well, but he just like whacks the Baron with his 4th shot. Is at 200 HP. And like I just see like a slow-mo Lee Sin Q just like flying over the wall. He's just zooming in, and then like they take the Baron, and that's the rest of the game, I guess. Yeah.
I guess you guys were able to claw your way back. I mean, last week, the bookends, you and Swiper able to have pretty solid performances. This time around, come on, mate. You stole a Baron and got a double
in the
kill.
last game, all right. I think Swiper played a lot better overall. Like, not better, but like he's been playing a lot more consistently, yeah.
Yeah, it certainly has. But this week, it really looked like Spooks, Swiffer, and Ray's much more involved. Is this like a concerted effort for you guys to get the carries involved earlier on in the game? I saw a pretty comprehensive camp come out in that mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, we just played to our strength, I guess. And I think you say it was more the carries, but DOS this game, big sweeps in the top lane, absolute sponge. Like, there were so many times where like he's just deleted the wave when they've tried to dive him and stuff, and we've got advantages off that. Like when they just tar-multied mid, or I think they tar-multied mid, I didn't have vision, and then walked top, and we just traded like 2-for-1 turret spot. I think that was kind of like it gets overlooked really easily, and that's like a really big play out of Brandon.
All right, well, congratulations on the win. However, we will throw it back to Hingers at the desk to close out the week.
Well, there we have it. Spawn with eGym there, and seems pretty happy with his performance this week and last week. Jubes, do you agree with that?
Hey, a win's a win. I'd be happy with a win. I'm a little bit upset still, so you gotta be happy for the guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they could definitely be happy with a 2-0 as well. The big thing about that is they will end up getting those extra points, which is always lovely to gobble up, put themselves higher in that ladder. And again, it was much cleaner from the Direwolves, able to end it quite well, except that one Baron hiccup.
And then Spawn as well, being very respectful in that interview. Would like to see him be potentially less respectful. You can tune into the OPL podcast show, which is released every Friday, and it's going to be available on SoundCloud. Myself and Spawn, we're joined by a variety of guests, and we're going to be reviewing and previewing OPL matches as well as stuff around the world, all things League of Legends. But let us now go to the standings, because we have a completed weekend of League of Legends. In the top, we have Legacy, 2 bonus point wins with 6 points at the top. The Chiefs there in second place with 5 points. Direwolves, Avant-Garde, Tainted Minds, and then down the bottom we have Sin Gaming, Abyss Esports, and still looking for that first win, Exile 5. Juves, I mean, you've got some improving to do, I guess. How are you feeling about that?
You know, seeing the ladder puts it into perspective. And it hurts my heart a little bit. You know what I mean? I come in today, I didn't think I'd get roasted, and then I looked at the ladder, and it's just a good roasting.
That's not me doing it. That's the straight up numbers and maths.
You're just sitting here the whole day like, everything's been pretty good. Oh, the graphic got me in the end. Oh, no.
Well, no, we do appreciate you being here, but let's also take a look at the schedule for next week. See your viewing. Sin, your boys are going to be taking on Legacy. It's a tough game for you guys, obviously. Legacy have been playing very well. Abyss Esports and AV. And then on Sunday, we see Chiefs take on Exile 5 and Tainted Minds. The Direwolves in a game that will be as hotly contested as Tainted Minds and Chiefs was today. Anyway, that is enough from me, Michael Hingersing, and I'm joined here at the desk by Nathan Mendrix-Mendez and Juves here as well. So thank you to all for coming in, and that's all from us.
Jump straight on top of him though. Shorter Ace is close by. Spooks is here too. Lands the Q, gets some good damage down, but he flashes away. Choo-Choo's on top of him, gets the return kill. Going to be locking down Rosie. He gets stunned up again, the target for these fights. Egypt though taking a lot of damage in return. Rosie wants him, forced to flash away. Shorter Ace now on top of Raze, but he's the one taking a lot of damage here. Cake throws out the Mega Football, whiffs as no one gets taken down. The jungler's going to be dead. Cake's now the one gets jumped on. Swiffer is on top of Choo-Choo's. Can they stop this Baron? There's the Mega Football coming out as well as the shock blast. Shorter Ace goes in. He's stolen the Baron, takes it away from the Chiefs, and Fiora is still split pushing. Going to be low. Cake throws so much damage. The Conical comes out. Swiffer gets the snipe. Now Rosie's the one that's in trouble. Big damage coming out for Raze. Egypt picks up the kill. Up, and here comes Big Swips. Gonna put up the clap. Locks them all down. Rosie's gonna be the first target to fall here as the rest of the Chiefs squad barrel on through, looking to lock down member after member. The Crunts are gonna take the brunt of the anger for Tainted Minds, but they've lost their top laner in support.
Yeah, they certainly have, and all of a sudden Swiffer looking to clean up even more kills.
There's Raze flashing in, spins around and around, gets the kill. Shorter Ace fights the super minions, but the boxing gloves come out and pick up the kill. Ace for the Chiefs, and Tainted Minds are gonna fall 2-0.